the sounds of battle could be heard. A stone fist broke through the floor. The squad of hunters confidently held the defense against the golem in this low-level dungeon, cheering each other on. The monster snarled and shattered the shield and face of the nearest awakened. While the swordsman parried the blow, the tank behind him shouted not to take the blow on itself, but to take it aside. The commander of the detachment stepped forward, announcing the beginning of the attack. He managed to elude the enemy's blow. The damagers attacked the golem at once. The monster began to growl as it split. The tank got into a comfortable position and ordered the mages to finish off the enraged enemy. A light flashed at the end of the staff. The mage glanced back and ordered the buffer to pour mana. Haruto raised his hand, shouting that he would do it now. The young man closed his eyes to concentrate. A cloud of mana lit up in his palms. The mage smirked as the mana flew into his back, and expressed confidence that it would be enough to defeat the great golem. The monster itself was already rushing to attack people. The hunter let out a bright light, wishing his enemy death. Lightning pierced the enemy from the top of the head to the toes. The protagonist breathed frequently when he sat down to rest. He looked up at the tank, who grumbled that there was no help from him as usual, and let him go help sort out the loot. One of the swordsmen arched an eyebrow and asked why the damage dealer was put in the rear as support, to which he was told that the guy's skills sucked, but he could generate mana indefinitely. The young man sat down, dumbfoundedly calling this ability him. But the others just smirked and said that other magi could do the same, and they only needed this guy when fighting the boss, and that was why he hadn't been able to reach level 30 for 5 years. Haruto smashed the boss's carcass gloomily. He heard perfectly well that he was called a weak hunter, and he understood that they were talking loudly on purpose, but he was not going to give in to them. Soon in the headquarters of the Taiken Guild, the young man slapped his palm on the table, demanding to know why he had been transferred to the production department. The director of the operatives chin on his fingers, and explained that no one wanted to take him to the dungeons. Damager stared at his superiors in shock when they added that he was already level 29, which meant that he would not be able to do the cleansing alone, and the only skill was mana regeneration. The hunter pressed his palm to his chest, shouting that his mana was useful to many people, and he was only a short distance away from the 30th level. But the master objected that in most raids he served as the 5th wheel. The guy flinched when he was asked if the 30th level would change anything. The headmaster adjusted his glasses and explained that the guild had decided to develop the employee's strengths, and he would fit in perfectly in the mana potions department. Haruto gloomily clarified that if he refused, would he be kicked out. The young man threw his snack on the bench, remembering that he had really been kicked out. He rubbed his neck wearily, grumbling that he had lost his job in an instant. Everyone thought that the protagonist's skill was to generate mana endlessly and transfer it to allies, but in fact it was a simpler skill that he didn't tell anyone about. Surprisingly, he got it even before he became a hunter. The damager pressed the button, and there were 2 onigiri in his hands. The guy could copy objects, but immediately after waking up, he realized that this skill was quite useless for a hunter. At first, Haruto was delighted with this ability. However, it turned out that it was only available to him. As soon as the object left his hands, it disappeared like a mirage. Therefore, he could not copy money to them or resell copied equipment. The young man sadly put the food in his mouth, remembering that copying equipment was also limited in level. For example, he could not copy the dagger of loyalty. He was called Mananos because of the infinite mana generation, but he was actually just copying and pasting a small amount of absorbed mana. The copied mana did not disappear and could be transferred to other hunters. The protagonist tried to copy his skills in the same way, but for this he had to kill high-level monsters. Damager crumpled the jar, grumbling that if he could level up and copy good equipment, then everyone would see what he was capable of. He looked at the phone with the news feed, adding that he needed the 30th level. The Carrion Dragon Longsword had 2 special skill slots and greatly increased defense, and it also had its own level. Once it fell into its hands, the user's level increased by 200, and it could be used from the 30th. This excellent legendary sword of a hunter like Haruto, if he copies this sword, he will become a level 230th hunter, and this will be the ticket to a happy life. In a week, it will be shown at an exhibition in Japan. This legendary blade has only 10% durability left, which was good for a couple of raids, so the owners wanted to make money on it in another way. The guy poked at his phone, thinking that he needed to touch the blade once. No matter how much durability he had, he could recreate this blade forever. All that remained was to finish off the level at any cost. A few days later, a huge spider hissed menacingly. In his unregistered lair, the battle with the hunters was in full swing. One of the mages turned and asked for mana. The protagonist calmly directed his hands in his direction, launching his skill. Mana poured into the guy's body. The wall of fire swept away all the monsters in the wizard's path while he laughed, wishing them to burn. Damager covered his face with his hand, remembering why he hated fire mages in a closed room. Hopefully, the guy checked his status window. Aoi looked over his shoulder, and remarked that it could be checked indefinitely, but nothing would change, to which Haruto justified himself by saying that he just wanted to prepare for a boss fight. But the friend made a friendly gesture, and asked if he should charge the audience in the front row, to which the young man was indignant. The hunter pointed his finger and said that after the clean-up, his comrade was drunk. The damager smiled, remembering that this guy had been going down to unregistered dungeons since childhood to earn money. Although this dungeon was not legal, Thanks to it he could accompany high-ranking hunters. The group went deeper into the cave, preparing to hurry to the boss arena. The first person walking stopped abruptly, and whispered that this was the clutch of the great spider. Inside the cave there were indeed eggs, guarded by a female. Alexa was the boss of the dungeon. Now she was sleeping peacefully. Haruto looked at the monster in a panic, mentally noting that his knees gave way at the mere sight of it. Aoi turned to him, and reminded him that he had nothing to fear, he wouldn't be sent into battle. The hunter looked around and added that it was not difficult to kill the great spider, but he had to be careful. The main thing was not to catch on its web and be careful with the eggs, the destruction of which could infuriate the boss. He glanced at the masonry and added that if that happened, they would all die. The fire mage looked at his friends with displeasure, and asked why Aoi was wasting time with the Manos. The guy grinned and apologized, while the wizard was crucified that they had taken a weakling out of the kindness of his heart. The hunter kicked the pebble in displeasure, and he flew right into the web. The whole structure trembled, and the guys froze. Alexa opened all her eyes, and she opened her mouth with a terrible roar. As the spider's paw darted towards the nearest enemy, he screamed that it had woken up because of someone else's squealing. He barely managed to repel the attack with his shield. The man chopped off the limb with his sword, cursing loudly at the monster. The leader of the group turned and ordered to be careful with the webs and eggs. The awakened rushed into battle. They attacked the boss's carcass from all sides. Haruto, looking out of hiding, admired the team members, anticipating the 35th level at once. But then the spider turned. The leader of the group turned and shouted that the enemy was going to release the web, and ordered them to hide behind the column. But the mage launched his spell, declaring that he had defeated such people more than once, and was going to burn this monster along with the web. The female has already shot out lumps. In the air, they crept into a wall of threads. A fiery whirlwind flew into the barrier, and jumped away from her. The mage clenched his teeth and shouted that it made him angry, and he would show his true power. The protagonist shouted in panic that he would only make things worse, but the impudent man had already launched a meteor shower. The leader turned to him and yelled that this idiot could get into the balls. Haruto was horrified, muttering that it was too late. The eggs cracked. The tank angrily ordered to run before the spider went berserk. In the next moment, his body was swept into the wall by a spider's web. Aoi grabbed his friend by the collar, yelling for him to hide while the monster fired in all directions. The boss went into a state of rage, dispersing a wave of magic around him. Damager was in the web before he could swear. The mage was also trapped. He shouted that his fireball couldn't help but affect the web. The monster loomed over him. With horror, the guy begged him to stop. His voice broke into a shout. With its paw, the spider pierced the poor man through. The protagonist's pupils narrowed in horror. He twitched in his bonds, cursing in his mind. Stone chips flew under the spider's limb. The boss's mouth hung over the guy. Haruto was terrified. He thought it was an ordinary low-level dungeon. He only needed one level, and now he could die. The spider swung. The hunter screamed in pain. Blood poured out of his mouth, but in the next moment, his copying skill kicked in. The guy appeared a little to the side, thinking that his skill was not so useless. Objects disappeared after copying. However, this rule did not work for his body, so he created a copy of himself just in case. At death, his consciousness moved to a copy, and the dead body disappeared. The corpse turned to stone and crumbled. Haruto clenched his teeth. He could not get used to such a sight, but there was no other way out. But the monster reached the young man again, stabbing him with its paw from behind. No matter how much he wanted to repeat the process again, he had to do it. The protagonist tried to regain his breath behind the nearest wall, mentally aware that the enemy would not let him go, even if he copied himself indefinitely. The hunter looked around in fright. He saw Aoi begging for help and couldn't believe he was alive. The dealer turned away guiltily, not understanding how he could help him. The spider was moving straight towards the pleading victim. The guy clenched his teeth, cursing in his mind. Haruto drew his dagger, his conscience simply not allowing him to abandon his only friend. The young man struck the first blow, but the enemy easily threw him aside. When the protagonist looked up, he saw that he had achieved his goal, and Aoi was unharmed. But then the damager received a notification about the level increase. He stared at him, dumbfounded. The hunter was shocked that his attack worked, but in the next moment, the monster pierced through him, and he had to urgently copy himself again. Although the only thought in his head was that he had leveled up and he only had to copy that legendary sword. The guy took a fighting stance and told the spider that since he would not be able to escape, he would kill her, even if he had to die 100 times. He rushed forward, deciding that he needed to deal at least some damage in one life, since with his skill, the monster had no chance, and his death was only a matter of time. For 3 days, Haruto fought day and night, and spent about 50 lives. He broke almost all the weapons that his group brought with them, but during this time his skills improved significantly. With another blow, the young man slashed at the spider. The great spider was getting weaker by the minute, since it had no regeneration. The protagonist froze in fright when the monster turned its belly towards him. The web's charges broke free. The hunter's face expressed anger as he ran away, noting 4 shells at once. And the next moment, the limb of the enemy flew into his face. The damager jumped, avoiding the attack. He ran straight up his paw. Then he swung his weapon. Angrily, he shouted for the monster to finally die. The blade struck directly into the spider's forehead. The blade broke in half. Already falling, the guy realized that he had forgotten to copy the sword. He fell to the floor of the cave. The spider was furious again. Haruto looked at her in fright, shouting expletives. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widened, and with a wild screech, the boss began to fall to pieces. The spider burst as if from an explosion. The young man collapsed to the floor as the level-up notifications poured in, laughing loudly that he had killed the monster. The protagonist put Aoi on his back, and reminded him that they were going to drink after the dungeon, and was ready to treat him to the best whiskey. But suddenly, an unexpected attack flew into the side of the hunter. He pressed his hand against the wound, trying to comprehend what had happened. Newborn spiders climbed on him from the darkness, and the damager decided that he was being bullied. The guy gritted his teeth, figuring that he could do it, but he still needed to protect his friend. The monsters rushed at Haruto, who tried to shield Aoi with himself. Someone's blade cut the enemy in half. The other cubs recoiled. From the paw they knocked on the floor. With a screech, they rushed at the new enemy. But the savior stretched her spear forward and launched hellfire at the spiders. This technique was the highest spell in fire magic. There were only a few magi in the entire world who were able to control it fluently. The young man's face expressed admiration. He remembered that there was only one such magician in Japan. In front of him stood a night mage using a witch's sword, the 5th place in the Japanese hunter rankings. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked if they were the only survivors. The damager got to his feet and admitted that it was so. The savior looked around. It dawned on her that the great spider's eggs had cracked and went berserk. The high-level group was completely wiped out. The sorceress looked at the survivor, wondering that he was able to defeat the boss of the dungeon and even save his comrade, and could not understand how a 30-level hunter did it. On the same day at the office of the Japan Hunters Association, the guy scratched his head in the interrogation room in embarrassment and showered thanks on the huntress Nanes. The mage knight arched an eyebrow and said that she was just doing her job. She placed the package on the table and reported that all the items and reports about the great spider had been turned in. The girl collected the documents and said that Haruto could go. The young man's eyebrows rose to his forehead, and he asked how they could be so easily let go if a group of high-level adventurers had died almost entirely in an unregistered dungeon, to which the warrior asked if he wanted to stay. Nanes calmly explained that adventurers died in dozens of illegal dungeons every day, but they sign an agreement to this risk in the declaration of entry and exit. The protagonist frowned as the girl began to talk about hunters of his level. They paid bribes for illegal participation in dungeons in order to increase the level, so the association simply turned a blind eye to this. The desire to become stronger was natural for any hunter, and even an illegal way helped growth. The commander folded her hands on the table and asked if the hunter had any more questions. He rose to his feet and thanked him for the explanation. At this point, the girl picked up the package and added that payments for the large spider items provided to them should arrive in a few days. But the damager smiled and asked to give everything to Aoi. Then he left, closing the door. Nanes looked at the package thoughtfully, muttering that this guy was clearly not simple, since he refused the reward, and mentally added that something was not clean here. A hunter of this rank could not clear a high-level dungeon alone. Haruto was walking down the hallway. He grinned impudently, because everything was just fine. After all, there were a dozen of these rods in his inventory, which would be very useful to him. A few hours earlier, an item had dropped from the boss as a reward. He was upset then, because the description of this thing looked like ordinary glue, and it was not clear why he would die because of such nonsense. But still, the young man decided to try to copy the award. The protagonist poked the trinket with his fingers, trying to figure out how to use it. Suddenly, the rod simply dissolved. The hunter shook his head, trying to figure out where the thing had gone. The damager stared in shock at the notification about the absorption of the item and the improvement of the skill. He did not even think that it could also be upgraded. But the system definitely offered to improve the skill by choosing one of 3 options. The guy raised his fist victoriously, shouting that this was cool. He swiped his finger over the window to find out about the development options. His jaw dropped as he read the options. Haruto's face lit up, as he thought his skill was useless, and immediately stated that he would give it a try. He created a copy of the rod, deciding to try it for 1 minute. With a proud look, the young man looked at the object, which did not disappear as soon as he released it from his hands. But soon the copy disappeared. But the protagonist's face was satisfied, because he really did not disappear for a whole minute. The hunter continued to make copies, deciding that he could set a timer for at least 1,000 years. And now the damager shouted hurrah with a satisfied look. He smirked and thought that from today on, he was rich and would finally be able to live like a human. But first of all, he needed to copy that legendary sword. 2 hours earlier, a truck was driving across the Rainbow Bridge to Tokyo. There was active traffic on the bridge in the middle of the day. Several cars were driving behind the truck, and drivers could be heard talking on the radio, urging them to keep speed. Muir looked at his partner and asked her how many times she had been to Japan, and she replied twice. The guy looked at Aries questioningly and remembered aloud what she had said about her Japanese mother. The girl, without taking her eyes off the phone, objected that this was her mother's homeland, not hers. The hunter changed the subject to an exhibition of long swords and an upcoming vacation, and the sorceress revealed that she wanted to find something in Japanese dungeons. The young man threw his hands behind his head, expressing the hope that she would find what she was looking for. Aries bowed her head to her shoulder and declared that it was none of his business, but that one day it would affect him as well. Smoke poured out from under the wheels when they were told that they were passing through the dungeon. Due to the electromagnetic waves of the dungeon, communication was interrupted for 5 minutes. Muir leaned over his friend, admiring the dungeon just above the sea. But the sorceress looked at him askance, and said that there was nothing to admire, because if the dungeon collapsed, a disaster would happen. The car continued to drive while the Americans argued about the romance of such a phenomenon. At the same time, in the dungeon entrance office, Satoru yawned and complained that the usher's job was boring, to which his senpai grumbled that he was lucky. The boy looked at his older comrade in surprise when he reminded him that 3 weeks ago there was hell on earth here. Suddenly, something crashed into the hunter's leg. The guy saw a slug lying on the tile. The swordsman picked him up in his arms, surprised that this kid was outside the dungeon. Satoru turned to his partner and asked if the slug could have appeared on the surface. The man's face twisted with horror, because it was impossible. But then someone crashed into the back of the guard. He looked around in fright. In the next moment, both hunters grabbed their weapons. Senpai barely repelled the attack of the huge orc. That same evening at the office of the association, Haruto scratched his chin, noticing aloud that his stats had grown, which meant that he had not died in vain for the sake of the 50th level. When a hunter reached the 50th level, it was easier for him to join any group. Usually in the mid-level dungeons, the monsters were just about the same level, except for the beginner zones. In such dungeons, the experience grew faster, and more reward items could be obtained. Sometimes there were even rare ones, so after the 50th level, it was much easier to level up. The young man stood up, planning aloud to farm the great spider's rods with his skill and try to sell them at auction. But then the protagonist was attracted by some noise. A group of armed hunters rushed past him, demanding to give way to them. Damager watched the soldiers as they shouted that the dungeon had collapsed. Concern appeared in the guy's eyes, whether there was a breakthrough. The fleeing hunters found out on the move why they had been thrown there before the large guilds. But the answer was that the van with the legendary sword had fallen into a trap, so the International Association requested help. Haruto's face stretched in horror as he realized that it was his target. Several helicopters were already preparing for takeoff on the roof. The gathered fighters discussed the possibility of requesting help from other guilds, as they needed to protect the van, but no one could understand who had given the order. Nanace ran ahead of them and reported that she had given the order, and was now acting as the commander of the squad. The girl resolutely headed for the helicopter, ordering the destruction of monsters and the protection of civilians, which was a priority. Kamandi climbed inside, and added that since this was an emergency, all questions should have been left for later. But then something caught the warrior's eye. Some guy was held back by a crowd of guards. The mage knight took a step back and reminded them that they were in a hurry, but the protagonist continued to wave his hands, begging Nanace to take him with her. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, recognizing the hunter she had saved. The damager frowned and shouted that if he couldn't fight the monsters, he would help with the evacuation of civilians, because in such a situation, any help would come in handy. The warrior looked at him in surprise. Soon the helicopters took to the sky. The commander looked at the guy suspiciously and asked if it was true that after killing the great spider and saving his comrade, he wanted to help in the evacuation. Haruto smiled sweetly as he thought to himself about his own plans. One of the fighters looked at the others anxiously, and noticed that only 3 weeks had passed since the breach was closed. Nanace put her hand on her hip and admitted that in their case, there could even be another breach of the dungeon, and no matter how many times it happened, they would go to the epicenter every time. A shadow fell on the girl's face as she recalled the disaster of 15 years ago. There was silence in the cockpit. Damager clenched his fist. He remembered these events as if they had happened yesterday. It was a simultaneous breach of dungeons around the world, which created an international calamity level. If the monsters in the dungeon are not exterminated in sufficient numbers, the dungeons overflow and collapse, forming a breach, and then the monsters burst out, attacking civilians. His parents died in this chaos. The guy hadn't told anyone about it yet, and no one would have believed him, but at that moment, a supernatural being from another dimension appeared. It granted him, even a child, as it seemed to him then, a curse. The creature called it a gift and set it at 20 years, and it was unclear whether it was the duration of the ability or his lifetime, but the hourglass of the curse continued to run even now. Haruto swallowed. Then that creature appeared through a great catastrophe. The young man rubbed his neck. He gritted his teeth, assuming that there were only 5 years left since the next cataclysm, so he wanted to become a strong hunter to prevent a catastrophe and remove the curse. But for this he desperately needed a legendary sword. Meanwhile, explosions were heard on the Rainbow Bridge. Monsters threw cars at fleeing people. The car with the Americans was carried aside. Satoru was clutching his sword as he realized that the two of them would not be able to save all the civilians. A goblin rushed at the boy from behind. He cut it with a blow of his blade. But another monster jumped at him from the roof of the van. But the flying sword knocked him down in mid-flight. Senpai gloomily advised not to count the crows. The guy smiled, thanking him for his help. The man shook the blood off the blade, and warned that next time he would not help. The newcomer remembered that although his partner did not mince words and called him a bait, he still saved him from the orc, and the second time he also helped him out. He looked at the swordsman with admiration, mentally promising to repay the debt while he complained that he had lost a lot of blood. Satoru turned to his comrade and asked for help, and he reminded him that there was no communication at this point. The man wiped the blood from his chin and suggested that help should be on the way. Senpai grabbed his sword and said that they needed to break through to the beginning of the bridge to meet the reinforcements, that it was better to just wait for death here. A huge monster flew headlong right into the van. The Bear King stood up on his hind legs and roared. Muir, hiding behind the body, asked his partner if everything would be all right with the cargo, and she asked not to escalate, because her protective magic was at the highest level. Even a max-level monster couldn't scratch him. But at that moment, the bridge itself began to crumble. Ares threw up her head, and admitted that even the strongest protective magic would not ensure against this. At this time, helicopters with the Association's detachment were already flying over the water. One of the soldiers looked out the window in horror and attracted the attention of the commander. Nanace turned to him in panic. Towering over the bridge was the figure of Quaish, the boss of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. The huntress's eyes widened, and she gave the order to prepare to strike. The monster opened its mouth, in which fire began to concentrate. A powerful blow fell directly on the bridge, and the structure could not withstand it. The bridge collapsed into the water. Haruto panicked, hoping that the sword he was chasing so much was still intact. Clouds covered the sky. The lizard raised his head. He opened his mouth, accumulating flames in it. A moment later he shot a torrent of fire. When the helicopter exploded, many hunters hurriedly left it. Nanace, having landed, ordered to focus on the destruction of Keishi. The hunters, finding themselves in front of the girl, accepted the order. Nanace couldn't help but smile as she thought of Haruto. She was sure he was fine. Mana enveloped her spear. The girl directed hellfire at Keishi. Blue flames rushed towards the dragon. The protagonist, having descended to Earth, said that this is only the second time he has seen him, but it is really impressive. The guy suddenly ran. He sneered, saying that his main task now was to copy the carrion dragon's long sword. The mercenaries, following the captain, said that the appearance of the lizard was unexpected. One wrong move and they could also be in danger. The masked man said that on the contrary, he would help them. The hunter Nanace and the rest of the association would be busy for a while. Destroying the boss was the fastest way to collapse the breakthrough, in which time they would take what they needed. The mercenaries began to jump around the area, trying not to get caught by monsters. The young man, running past the corpses, said that there were too many dead monsters here. Looking at the corpse, he said that the problem was that these creatures usually operate in packs. The protagonist shuddered all over when he heard the scream. Satoru, thrusting his sword into the monster, said that he could deal with such monsters. The man, holding on to the wound, told the young man to listen to him and run, otherwise they would both die. Haruto, who was hiding behind the car, realized that they were the hunters controlling the entrance to the dungeon. Turning away, the guy mentally said that he should not be distracted, he needed to focus on his goal, and they would somehow cope with it. The hunter frowned and told the disciple that he didn't even understand why these low-ranking dogs were in such a difficult dungeon. The thing was that when they gathered in packs, their power was equivalent to a high-level monster. At that moment, a wolf came to the surface. The bad wolves went out onto the road in search of a victim. Satoru, gritting his teeth, said that he didn't care. Raising his sword, he told the tutor that he had been injured because of him. Now it was his turn to protect him. The protagonist turned sharply. He involuntarily remembered how he himself had been carried out of the dungeon. 3 wolves approached the boy. One of them abruptly rushed at the young man. The latter, screaming, cut off his head. Immediately, the second monster attacked from behind. Satoru managed to put out his sword for protection. He plunged his blade into the creature. The last wolf, taking advantage of the situation, attacked from behind. The young man froze in horror, feeling the attack from behind. The protagonist, like a battering ram, crashed into the wolf. The creature screamed as it landed on the ground. Turning around, Haruto asked the young man if he was okay. The latter, frowning, said that he was fine, but they still had many enemies. A lot of foul wolves came out of the dungeon. Jumping up, Satoru said that he needed to run away quickly, because even high-level hunters would not be able to cope with such a huge pack. The protagonist grinned. The guy opened his mouth in shock. The young man summoned the system panel. The creatures roared to attack. When the monsters were within centimeters of Haruto, he thought about combining his skills. He was always wondering how effective it would be against a large group of monsters. All the wolves pounced on the guy at once. Satoru shuddered with horror. At that moment, thick cords of cobwebs appeared. Haruto smiled as he watched the monsters get pinned. The creature was crushed to the ground. Soon the wolves were completely chained by the web. One of the monsters fell to the ground. Soon, right in the middle of the city, a huge cocoon appeared, in which a pack of wolves was imprisoned. The protagonist sighed, saying that simply tying up doesn't give much of a level boost. However, as expected, it works fine against a pack, but he needs to find a way to attack after binding. Satoru's mouth dropped open in shock as he tried to figure out what kind of skill had been able to incapacitate an entire pack. Smiling, the hunter thanked the protagonist and asked if he was from the association. The young man turned around and confirmed his affiliation with the association. Frowning and breathing heavily, the man asked the guy to take his bait. Satoru grabbed him abruptly, saying that he would not abandon him even at the cost of his life. The master objected, saying that he would be safe with that person. Haruto, who had been watching from the sidelines, was amazed at his loyalty. He sighed, realizing that in such a state, both of them were in danger. He simply had no other choice. Taking out a potion of healing, the guy told the hunter to take it. Turning around, the young man said that this was a medium-level potion. He would not be able to fight, but he would be able to stand on his feet. The surprised hunter raised his eyebrows and asked why he was giving him such a valuable thing. Grinning, the protagonist said that without him, this young man would not return home. Satoru's eyes sparkled at the sight of the hero's coolness. He bowed and, pronouncing his name, asked him to remember it, for one day he would surely repay him for everything. The departing protagonist stopped. Haruto, scratching his head, said that he really needed help. He was looking for the van of the International Hunters Association, so could they tell me where it was? Satoru, raising his head, was surprised that the hunter could not orient himself in space. The huge bear roared. The girl, stretching out her hand, put the beast to sleep. Her partner chuckled, saying that even as a hunter, she was a pacifist. The metal ball was cut. The man frowned sharply. He cut the shell. Muir chuckled, saying that he assumed that someone would take advantage of this chaos to steal the sword. The girl's eyes widened at the sight of her enemies. The head of the mercenaries stepped forward and said that their insight was impressive. He rushed forward abruptly. Muir blocked his attack with his sword. Smiling, he told the enemy that he should not underestimate the escorts of the legendary weapon. Throwing his opponent aside, he said not to think that they were easy to deal with. The man rushed after the mercenary. Ares suddenly screamed, telling him not to go forward. Muir's body suddenly stiffened. He fell to his knees and began to vomit blood. Bleeding and sweating, the man tried to understand what was happening to him. Ares, frowning, said that the enemies had sprayed poison that deals damage and blocks mana absorption for a while. If he continues to fight, it will kill him. The head of the mercenaries shrouded himself in an aura and said that the magus seemed to have good intuition. They didn't underestimate them. It was just their normal way of working. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that they were using poison against people despite the association's prohibition. Ares, gathering mana in her hand, said that she would make them regret what they had done hundreds of times. Forming a fireball, the mercenary said that as a mage who did not know how to use mana, it was better for her not to sing praises. Suddenly his head separated from his body. A huge monster looms over the mercenaries. The beast's eyes lit up with anger. Opening its mouth, the bear roared. The mercenaries screamed in agony as they found themselves captured by the monster. The creature threw one of the people away. The bear immediately crushed the man with his paw. The captain, starting to run away, swore. Becoming invisible, he realized that the beast had not been killed before. It had only been put to sleep. The beast, having killed everyone, slowly walked towards the couple. Mern narrowed his eyes and asked if she could put him to sleep again. The girl parted her lips and said that he had probably forgotten that she couldn't absorb mana. His partner grinned and said that he had known for a long time that her pacifism would turn against her one day. It seemed that his bet had won today. The girl smiled, saying that this was indeed the case, but that he did not have to die through her fault. Ares rushed forward abruptly. She formed a magic circle in her hand. Muir screamed in fury, asking what she was doing. The girl rushed at the creature alone. Suddenly she coughed up blood. Her fingers passed through the magic circle. As she had previously thought, the mana absorption block completely blocked her abilities. The monster's paw rushed towards the lady. She was tens of centimeters from her face. Ares opened her mouth in shock. The cobwebs quickly spread across the space. A spider's web bound the bear's hand. The monster roared loudly, being completely entangled. A huge number of fetters rushed towards him. A couple of seconds later, he was in a cocoon. The protagonist stood in front of the creature. Satoru, smiling, said that he had caught the king bear in one move. The guy, beaming with happiness, told his senpai that he was really cool. Haruto turned around abruptly, asking why he called him senpai, since they were the same age. The young man immediately turned away when Satoru said that he and Sakibi had saved his life more than once, so he should respect both of them. Glancing at the couple, Haruto parted his lips and asked if they were okay and if they were from an international association. Ares, puzzled, froze. Thrusting his sword into the ground, Muir asked if they too had come for the sword. The guy raised his hands, saying that they were there to help protect him. Pointing his sword at the guy, the man asked why he would trust him after the attack of a group of robbers. The protagonist frowned. Examining the corpses on the battlefield, he realized that they had been killed by a beast. He turned his head, not knowing what to do now. It seemed that this angry man with a distorted face was about to attack. Satoru, taking out his ID, said that he could not thank his rescuers like that, because he risked his life for them, and they called him a robber. This man was a hunter from the Japanese Association, and he and Sakibi were the controllers of this dungeon. Haruto smiled, mentally saying that this kid had intervened in time. He grinned and opened the inventory. Taking out 2 potions, he told the couple that they had rather serious wounds. Smiling sweetly, the protagonist mentally said that he would do everything to get to the sword of the carrion dragon. This investment would more than pay off. The couple took the bottles of potion. The mage carefully averted her gaze. The monster trembled with anger as he tried to break free. Suddenly, planes and helicopters flew over the group. Sakibi, raising his head, said that the cavalry had arrived here. Satoru, delighted, said that they would now be rescued. The man, looking after the planes, said that he was not sure about it, because these guys had a completely different task. Helicopters and planes headed towards the dragon. Nanes, rushing down the monster's body, ordered the attack to stop, as the monster had entered the third phase and would hit the area in all directions. Upon landing, she said that the support guild had arrived, so they needed to buy time until the evacuation of the citizens was completed. The girl turned around abruptly when someone asked her if they really thought that would stop the dungeon from breaking. The newcomer was smiling. Masato, floating in the air, told Nanace that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl, surprised, asked what they were doing here. Stretching out his finger, the hunter said that this was a stupid question. The lady turned sharply. A huge pentagram appeared above the monster. Nanace turned to Masato and told him to stop the attack immediately. If he couldn't defeat him with a single spell, the consequences would be terrible. Grinning, the hunter said not to worry about the little things. Last time during the sealing of the dungeon on the Rainbow Bridge, the association and they did everything almost alone. This time he would not stand aside. The dark mana spread around. Lightning struck the dragon. Nanace frowned and screamed in anger. The hunters swore, barely escaping from the lightning. The dragon roared into the building. The bridge was divided. The protagonist grabbed the edge of the bridge. Climbing onto the bridge, he said that he was already thinking that he was finished. The young man turned. He walked to the edge of the bridge, where he hung the group, including the van. As the ground shook, the guy turned around. The boss's huge carcass was right behind him. Haruto immediately covered his mouth with his hand, not understanding why the monster was there or if he was dead. Masato, floating in the air, was amazed that there were still survivors here. He applauded, saying that he seemed to be a low-level hunter. The protagonist, seeing the symbol on the chest of the newcomer, realized that it was the symbol of the Guild of the Future, the third most powerful in the country. Straightening up, the young man asked if saving the citizens and destroying the monsters should not be his priority. Masato turned his head, saying that he didn't do that. Turning around, he said that the civilians had been evacuated, but it seemed that there was someone else, and it was not Keisha. The man abruptly moved to the bear. He touched the web, saying that he didn't know that it could be used like this before. The web suddenly broke, striking the young man. Masato tore the bear to shreds. Haruto gritted his teeth when he saw that the Beast King had been killed with a snap of his fingers, and the web itself could hold a 200-level monster, as well as another 25-ton wagon. Suddenly the system panel appeared. A lot of panels appeared in the air, announcing a level increase. Masato turned around and asked if he had leveled up so much for that weak monster. Grinning, he apologized for stealing the loot. He had no idea that the web belonged to him, but he accidentally struck and took the bounty. Throwing the claws of the Bear King, the man said that he didn't need them, so he could take them. The protagonist frowned. He parted his lips, about to swear. However, Nanace interrupted him. The girl sighed when she saw the guy safe and sound. The man standing aside said that they were both in association. Now it was clear why he didn't like him right away. Nanace, worried, asked if anything had happened. The young man, gritting his teeth, said that everything was fine. When Haruto looked at her, the girl said that now the support team is evacuating the citizens. He should leave with them. If the Keisha wakes up, he will start to rampage. The young man, worried, asked if there was a chance to kill him. Shaking her head, the girl said that this was impossible. Monster bosses would activate rabies or an AoE attack when their lives drop to a third. In both cases, they attack in different directions. Weak bosses and mini-bosses usually only activate rabies, like a spider. However, Keishi-level bosses have a very high amount of HP and activate both rage and AoE attacks, so the fight is divided into phases. In the third phase, the Keisha, sensing a threat to life, carries out large-scale destructive attacks capable of destroying everything around. Now he protects himself with a barrier, absorbing mana from the environment. Suddenly, the eye barely opened. A moment later, the monster opened its eyes. Nanae summoned a spear and said that he woke up earlier than they expected. Masato chuckled and said that he would turn him into a pile of loot before he even started unleashing massive attacks. The creature opened its mouth and roared. Nanae turned around and told Haruto that she hoped he would get out alive this time again. Masato, rushing at the monster, said that it was difficult for such a weakling to survive the battle, because the mortality rate of hunters at a low rank was higher than in an accident. Two hunters rushed towards the enemy at the same time. The protagonist took the bear's claw. After running, the young man decided that he would kill the Keisha first, even if he did not intend to do so. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that this is how Masato will eat shit from him. Satoru, smiling, told the guy that he had saved him again. Ares picked up the torn shreds of the web. Throwing up his hand, Haruto said that he had a request. Since the monster had already entered the third phase and would soon begin to rampage, nothing in the area would remain intact with its attacks. In such a situation, it would be difficult to find both the van and the long sword. Satoru's mouth dropped, not knowing what he was talking about. Muir frowned. The protagonist, knitting his eyebrows, said that he must kill the dragon, but for this he needs the long sword of the carrion dragon. He will return it after the victory. The sword guard stared at the young man. Muir narrowed his eyes and said that even if he had helped them twice, that didn't mean they would trust him. Ares, adjusting her glasses, said that it was impossible. Haruto gritted his teeth, realizing that at this rate, the sword would be lost to him forever. Parting her lips, the mage said that in order to remove the seal from the van, a huge amount of mana was needed, and because of the poison, they could not absorb mana. Muir turned his head sharply and asked what she was doing. The man turned around abruptly when the protagonist said with annoyance that they could have told him everything earlier. Smiling and pointing at himself, he said that his nickname was Manonos. One of his skills allowed him to generate mana indefinitely. After a couple of minutes, Ares was already able to create magic circles, which greatly amazed her. A lot of pentagrams appeared around the van. The protagonist, running, said that he would keep his promise. Muir, looking after him, asked the girl why she did it, and if he was up to no good. She replied that it would be all right. He had recently tied up the Bear King, but had not killed him. Closing his eyes, the man said that she should have lied for the sake of decency. The guy opened the van. Looking inside the container, he was happy. Suddenly, a mercenary appeared behind him and said that the operation had almost failed, but now he was glad that he decided to see how it all ended. The sword of the assassin headed towards the young man. Blood spurted from the wound. Satoru and his senpai screamed in terror. Ares and Muir frowned at the sight of the bastard appearing. The mercenary and the protagonist fell to the very bottom of the van. Opening the container, the assassin said that he could not even think that he would get the sword in this way. He turned sharply, sensing a threat. The great spider's web broke due to the death of the owner. The van fell into the water. The heavy wagon rushed to the bottom of the sea. Haruto abruptly appeared behind his opponent's shoulder and reported that he hadn't thought of getting to the sword that way either. The young man plunged his blade into the rascal's shoulder. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and declared that all the good and evil that had been inflicted on him, he returned in double size. The damager knocked the man into the water with a sharp movement. He grabbed the coveted sword, and added that the enemy had coveted his prey in vain. The hunter looked at the blade in his hands with delight, wondering in his mind that the sword of the carrion dragon he had dreamed of had become his. The guy pressed a button to copy his trophy. But to his shock, the system refused to do so, because the level did not match. Haruto stared at the blade in panic, complaining aloud that it would take a 30th level to use this weapon, and it had long since passed 50. The young man turned around abruptly when he heard a voice behind him saying that he had lost. The opponent struck the protagonist on the back, and added that this was just the honor of the Bloody Tower Guild killer, and nothing personal. The damager collapsed into the water. The scoundrel's wound glowed, and he muttered that if it wasn't for the healing skill, he would have already died. He took the sword, and said that he was only returning the hunter's words. The man swung his blade, saying that he forgets goodness quickly, but returns offenses in triple size. The assassin plunged the blade into the boy's back, promising that if he died by his sword, he would never see the dawn again. Life faded in Haruto's eyes as he remembered that he had such a hard time getting here. The youth's eyes widened as the system suddenly reported an absorption. Notifications about absorbing and copying skills flew before a piercing scream rang out. Keisha opened her mouth, concentrating her strength. Shirasaki frowned and warned that the boss was going to hit the square, which was bad. The monster pointed its burning mouth directly at the hunters, but the next moment something burst out of the water. The dragon froze abruptly, and the next moment he was cut in half. The guild master and Nane stared at this scene in horror, after which the system announced the closure of the breakthrough. That night at the Japan Hunters Association, those gathered in the conference room listened to the news report of the breakthrough of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. Many civilians and hunters were injured, and irreparable destruction was caused, but thanks to the prompt actions of the Hunters and Guilds Association, the situation stabilized within 2 hours, although concerns about the control of the dungeon still remained. The president pressed a button on the remote control. Takeo turned to the audience and asked them not to make such faces, as they had managed to deal with Keisha quite successfully. Gaklas frowned, and recalled that 3 months ago, the association had already closed the breakthrough of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. Makoto raised an eyebrow and noticed that the ceiling did not guarantee redestruction, but the others immediately jumped up and began to shout that they demanded an official review of the possession of this dungeon, since the trust in the association was no longer there. Nanace looked wistfully in front of her, wondering if the hunter had escaped. The sword master slammed on the table with all his strength, and stated that he was only interested in one thing. With a gloomy look, he reminded him that it usually took at least 6 months to revive the boss, which meant that someone had not finished off Quash last time. The huntress noticed that the man was looming over her. She snorted. After that, the girl put her palm on the table. The guys stared in panic as the table under her fingers began to tremble. Cracks spread across the surface from the hands of the sorceress. The table shattered into pieces. Only Shirasaki calmly took a sip of water from the glass, shielding himself from the debris with a magical shield. The men frowned and demanded to explain this trick to Nanace. Gaklas cursed at the girl with a threat. His eyes were filled with anger. Takeo smiled nervously and apologized for his employee's disrespectful behavior. The man turned away, clicked his tongue and said that if this woman continued to get into trouble, she would die. But the commander snorted again. She scrambled to her feet and reported that it was a shockwave, a reward for Keisha's past murder, and the huntress thought she was showing it off rather than talking about it. The girl put her hands behind her back and added that Mr. Shirasaki had made the greatest contribution to their recent confrontation, so she would not let her lie. The man glanced sideways at the sorceress, and noticed that although he did not have time to check the reward, he was sure that she was not lying, although he cursed in his mind that he had been dragged into this. The president looked happily at the head of the guild, and assumed that thanks to his intervention, everything was done with little bloodshed. To the surprise of the fighter, everyone immediately began to clap, thanking him for the work done. He glared at Nanace in displeasure, guessing what she was trying to do. The girl was smiling contentedly. The hunter gritted his teeth when he realized that this scoundrel bore a grudge against him for interfering, and he was not going to forgive her for such humiliation. And then there was the boy who had stolen his prey, whom he also wanted to get to. A shadow fell on the face of the Witchblade's owner, and she announced that she would take responsibility for finding out the cause of the dungeon's breakthrough, and the responsibility of guilds for delaying reinforcements will be added. The guild masters immediately looked away guiltily. The commander closed her eyes and said that since the questions to her were exhausted, she was leaving. But then the door opened. Muir entered the office with his partner, and stated that he had come on behalf of the International Hunters Association, and he had important information for those present. Goklas looked back at the boy, and he reported that the Carrion Dragon sword had been stolen during the breakthrough. The American put the folder on the table, and said that the incident occurred during transportation, when the sword was on its way to an exhibition in Japan, and asked everyone to take an active part in its search, and in the folder there was an official letter asking for assistance. The swordmaster frowned, reminding him that they had removed the seal from the van themselves during the attack. Aries adjusted her glasses and explained that this was due to a request for assistance from Hunter Shinoda Satoru of the Taiken Guild and Hunter Sano Hado of the Japan Hunters Association. The faces of the president and his staff were distorted in shock. Shirasaki also looked surprised. Makoto covered his face with his hand, admitting that the guy was indeed a member of his guild. Takio looked down at the tablet and said that there was no hunter with that name in the association. Nanace clenched her teeth. The head of the people of the future smirked. After all, this was his chance to take revenge. Aries flinched when the man asked if she meant the young man who had bound the Bear King with a web. He looked over his glasses threateningly, and explained that he had a slight disagreement with him on the spot, but he also thought that he was a hunter of the association. Nanace pursed her lips when she was asked how to understand this. Could it be that Haruto was the one who stole the legendary sword? His fingers gripped the hilt of the blade. Takumi ran his fingers along the blade of the legendary weapon with a satisfied look. His gaze fell on the hilt, the runes on which made it possible to recognize the owner of the sword. The man arched an eyebrow, noting aloud that the billions spent on organizing the dungeon breakthrough were worth it. The frightened performer looked at the head and could not believe that he really made a breakthrough. The guy shuddered when the commander asked if he wanted to explain the loss of almost all of his fighters. The fighter fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness. He explained that some strange guy had followed them, but there was no need to worry, because he had been killed. The leader narrowed his eyes. He threw a bag with money on the floor and praised them for their good work. The corpses no longer needed money, so their share also went to the executor, allowed them to recalculate the award. The guy grabbed the bag, thanking the master, because the task could be considered completed. But he immediately shuddered when the man objected that the task had failed. Takumi smiled grimly and said that no one would sell the world's only legendary sword for only 10 billion, because the performer took on the task to get information about it. The guy jumped up in a panic, squealing, which meant that the quest in their guild had failed. The fighter clenched his fists and shouted that the villain had planned to kill him from the beginning. But the master swung his blade and said that he simply did not need witnesses, and expressed the hope that Sharon was accepting yen. The nearest wall began to crack. In the next moment, the body of a loser flew into her. The blow of the blade shattered him in half. Takumi pulled his hair back when he received the notification about the dwindling durability, and muttered that it would be a shame if the sword broke before they could repair it. The sand continued to fall down, and the whisper reminded me of the gift. Haruto jumped up on the bed screaming. Pain shot through his neck. The young man rubbed the sore spot, cursing, and realized that the hourglass had moved again. Satoru hugged the senpai, rejoicing at his awakening, confessing his fear that he would not come to his senses. The boy threw up his hands and exclaimed that after the protagonist was wounded, a dazzling pillar of light burst out of the sea. A man from the next bunk got up and asked if his neighbors were in the epicenter of the breakthrough of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, and the hunter confirmed it. The damager put his feet in his slippers, and while the boy was telling his roommate what had happened, the guy headed for the exit, muttering that his head was swollen. Haruto turned to one of her familiar faces, who noticed that it was this energetic kid who had saved his life. Sakibi sighed, and explained that his partner considered it his duty, and raised everyone's ears, both the guild and the association, thanks to which the young man was found on the coast. The protagonist's eyes widened. He tried to understand how a simple dungeon controller made such large organizations move, and then it dawned on him that this boy and the head of the guild had the same last name. The hunter stared at the energetic Satoru. A nervous smile appeared on his face, and the damager muttered that this was nonsense. They were not in the series. At this time, in the office of the chairman of the Hunters Association, Nanace frowned and asked if the hunter Sano was really dead. She was confirmed that they had seen his death with their own eyes. Muir tensed, noticing that the girl was not surprised at all, and found this reaction strange. The huntress put the mug on the table, and explained that their work always carried risks. The American arched an eyebrow. The chairman leaned forward and said that he had seen an official letter asking for cooperation, and confirmed his participation in this matter, promising to do everything possible to help in the search for the legendary sword. Ares frowned, and asked to provide them with some high-level hunters. They knew the location of the sword. The old man rubbed his beard, and noticed that he had expected something like this, but he was surprised that the Americans had already established the place. The carrion dragon's longsword was not a personal item, but it was engraved with runes to gauge the wearer's level, and she could feel the engraving and track it, and someone had used it about an hour ago. Nanace narrowed her eyes. They hadn't been told that the engraving could be tracked, and that was why Mr. Sano had been given permission to use it. The guy stared dumbfounded at his girlfriend as she stated that the strength of the blade was about 10, but someone used it, and the durability decreased, so soon the sword would disappear. It was the only clue to finding Ares' mother, who had gone missing during the incident 15 years earlier. The girl looked at the owner of the witch's sword in surprise and clarified how she knew, to which the huntress showed the personal file of the guests, saying that they were not made here either, and the association knew that the stolen blade was a relic of Ares' mother. The sorceress abruptly rose to her feet. She bowed and asked the warrior to help her return her mother's relic. Nanace walked down the corridor and wondered if these Americans were hiding something. The girl frowned, mentally admitting that the story with that guy was also suspicious, because she did not think that he would die in this incident. Suddenly, a voice called out to the huntress, and she stopped. Makoto approached his daughter and clarified what upset her, but she replied that everything was fine and asked what he had to do with her. The warrior looked calmly at her father when he called her by her name. The man looked at Nanace hopefully and asked him to return to Taiken. The girl sighed and reminded her that there were more and more dungeons. With a cold look, the hunter accused the large guilds of playing capitalism, and that they only care about profits and the value of shares on the stock exchange. Makoto frowned at his daughter as she continued to say that if it turned out that the breach was the result of his guild's negligence, he would be in trouble, so she didn't want to go back. Clenching her fists, Nanace added that there were too many things in the association that needed her attention. But the man laughed, and admitted that he wanted to talk about something else, but said too much. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when her father advised her to go to the central hospital before leaving. At the same time, in the central hospital of hunters, Haruto sat on the roof, looking at his status window, glad that although he had not been able to copy the carrion dragon blade itself, it had absorbed all of its buffs. With a smirk, the young man added that even if he had stolen it, he wouldn't have been able to openly go hunting with him, and the rage had activated in time. Right before his death, the protagonist turned into a berserker. It was terribly painful, but thanks to this, he managed to tear apart Quaish, whose level exceeded 400. At that time, he did not see the notification about the increase in skills, because he was drowning. In the elevator, the hunter continued to frighten everyone around him with his maniacal smile as he remembered that his copy skill had evolved, and now he could absorb and even merge abilities. He had just tried using the internal vibration skill, and it was cool. He smirked wider and mentally added that he was now at 276th level. Damager folded his arms, deciding to himself that all he had to do was find the one who wounded him and get his hands on the legendary sword. In the corridor, the guy was attracted by a loud scream. He saw Mrs. Nanace, who was scolding someone for not running away at signs of danger. Haruto pressed himself against the wall, trying to figure out who was so unlucky enough to face this woman's wrath, and what she needed in the hospital. Satoru tapped his finger on the temple, and shouted at his sister that it was her own fault that she could not completely seal the dungeon. The young man's face stretched in shock when he realized that these two were indeed both synods. The protagonist froze in confusion, remembering Sakabi's words, because he thought it was just a coincidence, but it seemed that these two were indeed relatives. The hunter shuddered when his name was called. He peeked around the corner, and decided that he was wanted because he was pretending to be an employee of the association in order to steal the sword. The damager turned sharply, thinking that he shouldn't stick his head out until he got to the legendary blade. The next moment, he ran into a guy. Haruto pressed his palm to his nose, and was surprised that he had survived. Nier hovered over the young man, calling him a thief of legendary swords. The protagonist's face expressed panic when he realized that he was caught. The American grabbed the hunter by the collar, hurling curses at him. The man slammed the damager into the wall with all his strength and demanded to answer where he had put the stolen blade. The guy gritted his teeth and objected that this was a misunderstanding. Nier's face swelled, and he shouted that the scoundrel had been killed. But now he looked quite healthy, so he was at the same time with the kidnappers. Sweat ran down Haruto's face when he realized that they didn't even want to listen to him. At this time, the American was already taking a sword out of his inventory. Ares jumped up to her partner, and demanded not to take out the weapon in the hospital, although he promised not to use the skill. The man swung his blade and shouted that if he didn't make this liar pay, he wouldn't be able to calm down. The protagonist frowned. He did not want to resort to this, but he was left with no choice. An internal vibration jumped from his fingers and pierced the blade of the sword. The steel shattered into pieces. Muir dropped the hilt in surprise. The brother and sister of the synod stared at what was happening in horror. Nanace was startled as she learned the skill of the shockwave. The girls stared at the young man's frowning face, not understanding why his aura had changed so much. The concert hall was filled with noise. The idols took the stage to thunderous applause. The central figure danced, throwing up his arms high. His fingers clutched at the door of the car. Sarah sank wearily into a chair. She waved to the girls in the group, praising them for their good work. The red car took the lead. The idols looked at each other tiredly, discussing that their colleague had a cool sports car, assuming that it was a gift from their parents. At the same time, the car taxied around the corner. Suddenly, a black Jeep appeared right in front of her nose. Sarah twisted the steering wheel in horror. Her sports car braked sharply. The idol looked out the window angrily and asked who taught this fool to lead. The driver got out of the car. Takumi grinned broadly, and he had a long case in his hands. The girl looked gloomily at the familiar face. The guild leader threw the case on the hood of her car. The man looked inside and asked how the filming went. With a grin, the scoundrel offered to go down to the dungeon, if, of course, Sarah wanted everything to remain as before. The girl furrowed her brows. That same night, the company went to the place where the long sword of the Corrisian dragon was last used. As Ares felt the edges of the concrete, Nane said that there were no traces left, and she agreed that they were too late. The huntress frowned, and asked if they should wait until the sword was not used again. Haruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His face expressed awareness as he shouted that when they tried to kill him, he had heard something about the Bloody Tower Guild. The warrior looked at the young man, and said that she had never heard of such a guild, and assumed that she was one of the Dark Ones. Muir glanced sideways at his partner, and reminded him that if they waited for the next use, the sword might break. Nanace grimaced and retorted that if they had a lead to work on, and she knew someone who could help them. 15 years ago, a creature had bestowed this power on Sarah. At first, she thought she had awakened as a hunter, but it was a completely different ability. Ctrl+C, like a keyboard shortcut on a computer, allowed you to return everything to its original state. This ability could be used both on people and on objects. Therefore, she bought broken or discarded expensive things, restored them to their original condition and sold them. Although the skill could not be called the ability to heal or restore, the girl earned money by returning people and their body parts to their original state. But this ability also had limitations, and she needed money so much, and in great numbers, for Sarah's parents suffered in a great calamity and fell into a coma. The girl tried to return them to their previous state, but to use this ability, she needed mana. Without it, she could only roll away objects and light wounds. Mana was an energy available only to hunters. Sarah then risked her life to go to the dungeon to obtain mana as a porter, but sometimes as a healer. For an ordinary person who was not a hunter, going underground was as dangerous as entering a cage with a lion without a weapon. But she was amused that she took the most damage from neglecting her party mates, from whom she asked for mana. There were absolutely terrible moments when she was the only survivor. Sarah thought that this ability was only a problem, and wanted to give up everything. At one of the worst moments, someone's voice called what was happening interesting. Takumi appeared around the corner, noticing that the girl was not only begging for mana like a homeless woman, but also stealing things. That's when she met the head of the Bloody Tower Guild. The man put his hand on the table, and was surprised that her house was so empty. He even wondered what she spent her money on. Sarah ate in silence until the villain noticed that the popular idol lives like a hermit, and can also afford 3 fast food meals a day from deliveries. Takumi chuckled, concluding that life was good. The girl frowned, while the impudent continued that everyone else tried their best, were on diets, and she didn't care how much she ate, because she could return everything to its previous state. But he immediately realized what kind of person she was, since she could rob a dying hunter. The man arched an eyebrow, concluding that they were of the same field. Anger was reflected in the idol's eyes. Sarah clenched her fist as the guild master made it clear that if their agreement continued, he wouldn't care what she was doing there. The girl put her fork on the table. The artist wiped her lips and asked why she had to go to the dungeon. It was enough to accumulate mana as usual and give it to her. However, Takumi opened the case and said that he needed to restore a trinket to its original state, but it required a huge amount of mana, and he couldn't get it. The man closed the lid again and promised that this would be the last time she would have to descend into the dungeon. Sarah slapped her hand on the table, not believing the villain's words, but he reminded him of his old promise. The girl's eyes widened, and asked if her benefactor had found an object of infinite mana regeneration in that dungeon. But the guild leader waved his hand and called this answer incorrect. He clasped his fingers in a lock, and added that if the artist went with him, then he could appear, despite the fact that they had an agreement not to go to dungeons. The idol frowned as Takumi promised to make up for it if she went down there with him. At this time, in the headquarters of the Guild of the Future, Haruto raised an eyebrow, clarifying if Nanace was really referring to the same Shirasaki-san who constantly complains that everyone around him is in the way. The huntress stopped when the young man replied to her confirmation and asked if it would be better to contact the largest guilds, such as Midas or Taiken, for information. The wielder of the witch's sword turned to the protagonist and explained that the guilds may have been at the forefront of the world in terms of dungeon information and management, as both she and the association acknowledge, but that this person's thirst for dungeon clearing was greater than that of any other. When the group gathered in the guild master's office, they heard about the golem's heart. Shirasaki smirked and explained that he was also called the subject of infinite mana regeneration. Nanace raised her eyebrows, and remembered aloud that this was a rare item that was given when defeating the boss of the secret dungeon Snow Mountain of Golems. The man confirmed this, as his organization was looking for this very heart. The protagonist listened attentively to the fact that it was then that the employees encountered the Bloody Tower Guild. They didn't even know about their existence, but now it became known that they were secretly recruiting a team to explore the Snow Golem Mountain, and that's all they have been able to find out so far. Shirasaki squinted at the tablet, and added that the Bloody Tower was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Killing high-ranking people, slaughtering entire groups in dungeons, stealing items, They were ruthless and willing to do anything to achieve their goals as a dark guild. Haruto frowned, thinking that he personally didn't need such an artifact, but its existence seemed amazing. Anyone would want it if they really found someone to knock this item out of. But the young man did not understand how the heart of the golem could be connected to the legendary sword. Maybe it was just kidnapped to defeat this golem, although the blade was already breathing on incense, and whether it was likely that the heart was the original target. As the protagonist pondered this, people looked at him curiously. Nanace raised her eyebrows and wondered if the Bloody Tower had found a giant golem and was building a raid. Everyone shuddered when they heard that this was not accurate. Ares adjusted her glasses and said that since the discovery of this secret dungeon 15 years ago, he had never appeared. The damager immediately leaned forward and asked where the girl got this information. The American frowned and admitted that she had long been interested in this dungeon and had studied it. From her words, it appeared that the Snow Mountain of Golems was notorious for being difficult to pass, and among the hunters, this dungeon ranked first among those they would prefer to avoid. Sporadic groups went in search of the secret dungeon, but most ignored it. Shirasaki smirked, and suggested that if the assassins had teamed up to clear the dungeon, then there must have been something valuable there. Haruto looked at the man and clarified when the enemies were leaving, and he replied that the recruitment was already complete, so any second. The young man gritted his teeth when he realized that this had been planned even before they stole the legendary blade. Nanace clenched her fists and said that they too should go there immediately. The guild master shuddered as the girl addressed him. The huntress hovered over him and asked if he had a team ready to move. Shirasaki began to deny in confusion, but the warrior expressed confidence that the future guild always had a team on standby, comparable to those of the association. The man waved his hand and reminded that the information about the secret dungeons was not always accurate. There were good reasons why no one wanted to go there. Terrible weather conditions and hordes of annoying golems, for example. But when the guild leader himself found himself in the snow of the named dungeon behind the entire team, he could only curse. After a while, one of the hunters chopped off the monster's hand in front of him. But unexpectedly for him, it began to recover sharply. In the very next second, the monster rushed to attack. It struck quickly, which the two hunters barely blocked with their shields. Shirasaki held out his wand in front of him and shouted loudly that he had warned them that these monsters would immediately regenerate, and in order to defeat them, they would need to destroy the core as quickly as possible, and not give them time to recover. With that, he raised several monsters at once with a single magic technique. Then he pushed them into one point. A powerful magical energy emanated from his wand. Suddenly, a powerful magical explosion rang out. Only red cannonballs remained of the monsters. The guy smiled contentedly and shouted for the hunters to destroy all the cores of the shattered golems first, adding that they would destroy them one by one, so everyone should move after him. His people began to destroy the cores on the ground and replies that they will do so, because it is really easier this way. Shirasaki created a powerful tornado with one wave of his hand. The main character looked at it from the outside and said that he didn't want to go here so much, but now it seems to him that he likes it, but he's still cool. Some time ago, Ares stood in front of the main character and said that as soon as they entered the dungeon of the snow-capped mountains of golems, they needed to destroy as many of these same golems as possible, after which the guy asked if they really need to get involved in any fight, and if this is really some kind of special condition. Then the girl imagined a storm in her head and replied that everything was so. This was one of the conditions for the manifestation of an intermediate boss, adding that during her research, it turned out that this dungeon was an inductive dungeon. Hearing this, Haruto turned sharply at Shirasaki and asked what kind of inductive dungeon it was. The boss then closed his eyes, frowned, and replied that was why he had said that it would be difficult, because it meant that there were hidden areas. Then he imagined a hunter in his head, in front of whom several paths are open, and explained that dungeons are usually divided into zones. If you know the route of a regular dungeon, you can quickly get to the zone of the final boss, but in inductive dungeons, you need to go through all the zones in order. Having said that, he introduced several system screens that follow each other, and concluded that if he failed to pass one zone, the others would not appear. As he finished, Ares looked at him and added that it was just speculation, but it was probably 15 years ago that the dungeon had not been able to be passed, and because of this, the secret zone had not been revealed. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the girl and asked if in order for an intermediate boss to appear, she replied that they didn't know how to restart the dungeon yet, so they had no other choice, so they had to stick to the conditions and move forward. Bringing her hand to her face, she added that she also needed to defeat him as quickly as possible, because if the reward for killing the intermediate boss was the key to the next zone, then it was probably for him that the Blood Tower came. The girl imagined the key in her head and said that they must get it before their rivals. Currently, one of the hunters attacked the monster from behind, and the main character, dodging the attack, said to himself that he did not care what they were up to, because the main thing was to return the legendary sword. After these thoughts, he used the Great Spider's Web ability. She immediately entangled the golem in front of the guy, after which a system screen appeared, informing that when using the giant spider's web, internal vibrations were activated. A second later, the monster was destroyed. Some hunters stared at this with eyes full of wonder and shouted, asking if this was the reward for defeating the great spider. But could this useless item be used like this? At this time, Ares used her magic to freeze the monsters in front of her. She then called out to Muir, who immediately raised his sword. With one quick attack, the guy destroyed the golems in front of him. At the same time, the monster with glowing eyes swung. The hunters immediately rushed away, shouting loudly that he was going to deliver a powerful blow, which meant they had to retreat. Suddenly, the golem slammed its hand on the ground with all its strength. Nanace immediately jumped up to him. Raising her hand, she stopped the wave of ice and snow. She then placed her hand on the golem, after which a system screen appeared, revealing that Keisha's shockwave had been used. At the same moment, the golem was torn into many pieces. After that, the girl turned to the hunters and asked if they were okay, to which they replied yes and thanked her. Suddenly she saw someone she knew in the crowd. She immediately approached him and ordered him to stop. When the guy turned around, Nanace immediately recognized him as Satoru and shouted in displeasure, asking what the hell he was doing here. The boy then frowned and raised his sword and shouted, asking back what was wrong with it, since he had come as an official member of Haruto's group. The girl's eyes were confused by these words, and she asked if he was a member of his group, to which he replied that it was so. Some time ago, Satoru kicked and punched the floor and shouted loudly that he also wanted to go to the dungeon with them. Approaching the main character, with tears in his eyes, he began to ask what if he would get lost again as if on a bridge, and what he would do then, adding that he would definitely need a guide, to which he replied that he would not be there alone, but after a few seconds agreed. Satoru, hearing this, smiled happily and shouted, asking if it was true. Haruto then spread his hand to the side and said yes, but only as a member of his group and would have a request that only he could fulfill, to which Haruto replied that he agreed with that. Currently, Satoru was smiling contentedly, and his sister, turning away, quietly said that she was interested in what the main character was up to. He was also a low-level one. The guy suddenly jumped up to her and, frowning, shouted loudly that she wouldn't dare to taunt Haruto. Holding out his finger, he added that he had seen with his own eyes that the one who cut Keisha was Haruto. Hearing this, the girl looked to the side and said to herself that if you think about it, he seems to have grown a lot since their last meeting, and besides, this skill he is currently using. Without finishing, she saw the protagonist, who easily killed the monsters in front of him, and realized that it was definitely Keishi's shockwave, which meant that Satoru was not lying, after which she asked herself how he managed to do it. Keeping her eyes on the boy, Nanace wondered where he had so much power from. All this time, Sarah and Takumi were in their ranks, who said that these bees were working hard for the benefit of the hive, and they were reaping the benefits by disguising themselves as members of the team with the concealment skill. They watched from the sidelines as the hunters fought monsters. A masked hunter destroyed golem cores lying on the ground. Takumi took a closer look at the strongest hunters and said that even if they use concealment, there are also high-level ones among them, and there may be a feeling that they will be discovered. However, people like them are not afraid of anything, and during the fight, they almost do not use detection skills, and as for them, they do not know who their fate will collide with, so their stealth skills and the use of hidden weapons are top level. And they will not be caught so easily. The man smiled snidely and added that the main thing was to act skillfully. After all, this was the motto of the Bloody Tower Guild. After that, he looked at his partner and asked if he was going to collect mana normally, to which she replied that this mana accumulator was expensive. She held the devices in her hands, and Takumi explained that it contained the mana of hundreds of destroyed small monsters, and 10 of these batteries were able to reopen the rift in the Rainbow Dungeon. Hearing this, Sarah looked at the broken sword and asked how long it would take to return the legendary item to its original state, to which it replied that it would probably take twice as much. Looking up at her partner, the girl again asked if he really wanted to roll back the stolen legendary item and defeat the boss of the hidden dungeon, to which he replied that everything was something like this. Raising his sword, the man smiled madly and explained that there was a powerful barrier in this area, and the only thing that could cut through it was the Kurisai dragon long sword. Hearing this, Sarah frowned tensely, knitted her eyebrows and asked where he got this information, to which he replied that she shouldn't ask too many questions. After all, she should just roll things away when he asks for it, because the less she knows, the more soundly she sleeps. After these words, the girl exhaled heavily and said that she was just nervous, because she hadn't gone down to the dungeon for a long time, and he was still fooling people. As soon as she said that, Takumi's eyes filled with anger and hatred. Seeing this, she immediately raised her hand and said that she did not care about it, because as long as their agreement was in effect, she did not care what he was doing. After saying that, she frowned and said to herself that if she could get the infinite mana creation item, then she would be able to bring her parents back to life. At this time, the main character cut the monster in front of him and shouted that he had already buried 200 cobblestones, and there was no end to them, and there was snow around, and he was sweating like a horse. But unexpectedly for him, another core fell out of the dead golem. After catching it, the guy said that this crystal is different from the rest, and just in case, he copies it before breaking it. But as soon as he said this, the core went into the ground by itself. Sharp stones immediately began to appear from the ground. Shirasaki went down to Haruto and told him that it had begun. The protagonist immediately turned around and asked what had started, to which he replied that they had fulfilled the conditions for moving to the next zone, and now the intermediate boss of the migrating golem location would appear. As he spoke, a monster with glowing eyes began to appear from the rocks and ice and snow. A few seconds later, a migrating golem, an intermediate boss of the 150th level snow mountain golems, stood in front of the hunters. Opening his huge mouth, he roared in fury. At the same moment he attacked. Several hunters immediately flew in different directions. Shirasaki, seeing this, shouted loudly for everyone to step back, after which he attacked the boss. Seeing the stones flying in all directions, the guys smiled in confusion and asked if the boss had already been killed. But unexpectedly for them, stones immediately appeared around the red core of the boss. The monster stomped his foot on the ground with force at the same second. Shirasaki frowned and gritted his teeth. The huge monster recovered in a matter of seconds. The boss did not hesitate to attack the opponent again. After such an attack, the red core of the golem was vulnerable. But in the next second, stones began to appear around him. The hunter's eyes filled with anger, with which he shouted loudly that he needed to destroy the damn core. At this time, the main character stretched out his hand and said to himself that he needed to tie the core with the great spider's web, after which he used the great spider's web. Even before it was fully restored, the web managed to envelop the golem's core. Immediately after that, the stones completely covered the core. The huge boss has recovered again. With shock open, Haruto looked at his opponent and said to himself that he didn't care about this web, which meant that he needed to do something before he merged with the rest of the remains of the golems. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly when he heard a loud scream. At the very last moment, the guy managed to dodge the stream of hellfire. The flames immediately consumed the boss. Nanace raised her hands and shouted that shock attacks were useless, which meant that she needed to damage all of his debris at once. Shirasaki exhaled heavily and shouted back that he knew that. He stood nearby in a protective barrier and added that this was why he was looking for another way, adding that if they didn't come up with anything, they would have to melt down all the remaining debris here, otherwise it would never end. And then the protagonist realized what the power of the migrating golem was. Some time ago, Ares adjusted her glasses and said that the most difficult part in this dungeon is the migrating golem, an intermediate boss, and besides, this dungeon is inductive. Imagining a red core in her head, she added that in order for the next zone to appear, you need to clear the previous one, and the new zone always interacts with the old one, adjusting to the results of the battle. So after killing all the golems in the first zone, a migratory core will appear, which will collect all the remains of the killed monsters. Shirasaki folded his arms over his chest and continued that in other words, all the stone that they defeat will then be collected into one mega stone, and this is a strong morale, and usually at this moment the groups flee or die, and in fact, the migrating golem is comparable in strength to the final boss of a regular dungeon. Suddenly, the guys turned around sharply when they heard a woman's voice that said that in this case, there were only two ways to win. Nanace raised her fist and said to either destroy the core or melt all the remains of the golems. Currently, the boss was melting from the hellfire. The girl's face was pouring down, and she was breathing heavily, but unexpectedly for her, the monster appeared right behind her. She turned around abruptly and shouted loudly, asking when he managed to be behind her. Swinging her weapon, Nanace used the hellfire. The blue flames immediately engulfed the monster. The protagonist shifted his gaze to Ares, who was nearby, and said to himself that if he used the ability of a long sword, she would immediately notice it, and in this case, it would not be possible to destroy the core. Suddenly, he opened the system screen in front of him, remembering that he had another reward item. A few seconds later, he had the Bear King's claw in his hand, which possessed the properties of the indomitable Bear King, as well as two skills, one of which could hold any object for a certain amount of time, and the other that would stick to any object and deal damage. After reading this, the guy smiled contentedly and exclaimed that this was another matter. In the next second, several system screens appeared, revealing that he had copied and absorbed the King Bear's claw, and the first skill had also been absorbed, and when used from the Great Spider's web, it would also inflict a powerful torpor, after which the second skill was absorbed, which penetrated the target and absorbed 15% of the health and mana. After reading everything to the end, the main character rushed to attack, saying to himself that he hoped it would work. At this time, Nanace was standing in front of the melting monster. Her comrades looked at her from the sidelines and shouted, asking if she was really going to melt all the remains of the golem, and Ares said to herself that no matter how strong she was, if she continued like this, her mana would run out. But before she could finish, the boss reappeared behind the girl. The huntress turned around abruptly and used the hellfire. Blue flames immediately appeared on the boss. Suddenly, the monster rushed to attack, and Ares asked herself if she had run out of mana, since hellfire no longer worked. But suddenly, the huge monster began to be enveloped in cobwebs. A few seconds later, the boss was closed in a cocoon. Nanace's eyes were shocked by what she saw, causing her to open her mouth. Even Shirasaki raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked himself if he really could do that. Suddenly, Haruto ran up to him and shouted loudly for him to hit the monster again, to which the monster shouted back that he had already seen that the attack had not helped. But when the guy replied that he would catch the cannonball, the boss's eyes filled with surprise. He gritted his teeth tightly when the main character added that they had no time to reason, after which he shouted that he would believe him this time, because it was a sin to refuse such a commander. Immediately afterward, he unleashed his magic power. Such an attack tore the boss into many pieces. Its core was left unprotected. The main character, upon seeing him, immediately used the great spider's web. The web has become many sharp thorns. It completely entangled the core, preventing the rocks from approaching. Seeing this, Haruto smiled contentedly and said to himself that it was right to prevent the core from coming into contact with the remains. Shirasaki's face began to look shocked at what he saw, and he screamed loudly, asking if he really caught the core with this useless reward item, if he was asleep. With her mouth open in surprise, Nanace looked at the protagonist and said to herself that even if he had become stronger, she still couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. But if she thought about it, then in the Great Spider Dungeon. Without finishing, she remembered the guy who had said that she and Aoi were the only ones who survived. He also rushed after her, begging to be allowed to join her. The girl also remembered that in the fight with Keisha, he was also there. After leaving her memories, she smiled contentedly and said to herself that in the most crucial moments, Haruto was always there. Aries smiled warmly at what she saw and said that he had used the claw of the king bear, and this was his style. The rest of the hunters cheered and shouted loudly that he had caught the cannonball, adding that if they had known that it was possible, they would have defeated the great spider long ago. The boss core was sealed in a huge cocoon, made of the great spider's web. Takumi's mouth dropped open in shock at what he saw. Sarah suddenly turned to look at him and shouted loudly, asking what was going on, if he had sealed the core in the web, and how that was even possible. Without hesitation, Takumi put a mask on his face and said that the mana collection was cancelled, because it was time to change the plan and start the operation, so everyone should take their positions. Several of his masked hunters immediately rushed to their seats. A strong magical energy was released in Sarah's direction, and the girl screamed, asking what had happened, if the situation was really so serious that he wanted to intervene personally. Takumi used his power and replied that it was so, because this strange guy would make it much harder to get the key to the core, so she had to be ready. Immediately after these words, he took off. Sarah was left alone among the mana accumulators. All this time, Satoru was watching her. He suddenly knitted his eyebrows together and asked himself what he should do, adding that it looked like that man was in charge, but he didn't know where he had gone, and this girl was collecting mana for something, which meant that he should probably tell the main character about it. Some time ago, Haruto handed him a special device and said that this item allows him to use a fairly high level of disguise. Putting his hand behind his head, he added that that was why he would have to do one very important job. Frowning, the protagonist said that Satoru would have a key role in this mission because he would need to keep an eye on the Bloody Tower, and once they found the hidden dungeons, he should immediately inform him, and then they would steal their plan and execute it. Satoru's eyes were worried. He looked at Shirasaki, his sister, and the protagonist, and realized that everything was right, and he had to do it. After a while, Haruto shouted loudly, asking if they really wanted him to destroy him, to which Shirasaki exhaled heavily and replied that he caught that core, so it was his reward, and Nanace added that it was true, after all, it was entirely his merit. Then the main character swung and said to himself that it was somehow unusual when he was not treated like garbage, adding that he had already copied this core, so he could safely destroy it. After these thoughts, he slashed his sword at the boss core. In the same second, it shattered into fragments, after which a system screen appeared, informing that the migrating golem had been defeated. System screens immediately began to appear around the guy, which reported that his level had been increased, and he had also received a reward for destroying the core of the migrating golem. The key to the sealed heart appeared in front of him, which can be used to open the hidden door where the heart of the giant golem is sealed. A small golden key fell into the guy's hand. He immediately raised it above his head and shouted loudly that he had obtained the key to the hidden area. Miura, seeing this, raised his hand and said contentedly that he could not believe his eyes, after which he asked what it was like to get one step closer to the solution, to which Ares next to him replied that it was not worth skinning an unkilled bear. Haruto suddenly turned to look at his rejoicing comrades. When he used the status check, a system screen appeared in front of him, stating that all of his stats had been increased, and he said to himself with a big smile on his face that with the carry sword buff, he was already level 285, which meant that a little more and he would reach level 300, and then he would finally be able to level solo. Shirasaki looked at the rejoicing protagonist from the sidelines. Closing his eyes, he quietly said that the guy was so happy to win, even though he was just an intermediate boss, and Nanace, who was standing next to him, smirked and retorted that this only intermediate made them both sweat. Hearing this, the boss frowned and shouted loudly that he wasn't even breaking a sweat. But before he could finish speaking, something broke out of the ground behind them. Ares and Muir turned sharply. Black obelisks began to appear from the ground around the hunters. Magical symbols immediately appeared on them, from which magical energy began to ooze, and the guys immediately realized that this was a mine for large monsters. Without hesitation, Shirasaki waved his hand and shouted loudly, ordering everyone to stand behind his barrier. But suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared under his men, which scattered them in different directions. Suddenly, there was a madly powerful explosion. Many wounded hunters lay on the ground. Takumi walked slowly in their direction and said that the power is really excellent, considering the cost. And it is not for nothing that they say that money can do anything, especially if you forget about conscience. He wore a mask on his face, and he added that it was too easy, that was what it meant to act skillfully. In his hand, he gripped the broken sword tightly. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly when he heard a familiar voice. Not far from him, the great spider's web was unraveled. The protagonist jumped towards his opponent, and shouted loudly for him to return his Corisian dragon long sword to him. While still in flight, he raised his sword behind his back to strike. But suddenly blood spurted out of his mouth. Takumi waved his hand and said that he was able to avoid the explosion with the help of a spider web. But that wasn't the only trap he had set, adding that it nearly ruined his plan. After saying that, he punched Haruto in the stomach with all his strength. At great speed, the main character flew into the obelisk behind. From what she saw, Nane's eyes were shocked and horrified. Enraged, she used her Infernal Blaster ability. Seeing this, Ares stretched out her hand and shouted loudly for her to stop, but Muir grabbed her by the shoulder and yelled at her not to go there or she would be hurt as well. In the next second, the girl sent a huge stream of hellfire towards the enemy. Reaching the enemy, the flames completely consumed him. Suddenly, blood poured onto the ground. Nanes fell to her knees, holding her mouth. Shirasaki turned around abruptly and shouted loudly, asking what the hell happened here, adding that he needed to use his healing skill urgently. Ares immediately ran up to the girl and explained that she could not use mana. She looked at the huge black obelisk and added that it was a toxic gas that blocks mana absorption and damage when the ability was used, and it was probably released at the same time as the explosion of that pillar, which is a sophisticated and extremely vicious tool that they use to paralyze the movements of high-level hunters. But it is not clear why they use such a dangerous thing. At this time, Takumi disappeared after being attacked by hellfire. The black liquid quickly reached the protagonist, after which it turned into the head of the blood tower. Shirasaki's eyes were shocked by the sight and he shouted loudly that this skill was a forbidden technique that should have been destroyed in the past, called shadow movement, which was considered the highest level of hidden techniques. There was a black liquid under Takumi's feet all this time. He suddenly looked sharply to the side. Next to Haruto lay the golden key. Without hesitation, the Guildmaster Bloody Tower picked it up, after which a system screen appeared, informing that the key to the sealed heart had been handed over to the current owner. Holding the key to his face, the man said contentedly that the key had been reached. Suddenly he grabbed the main character by the neck. Pressing him against the obelisk, he said that he must be killed right away. But unexpectedly for him, the guy opened his mouth and said that he was just thinking about the same thing. Smiling broadly, the protagonist added that it was luck that whoever stole his long sword turned out to be such an insignificant scoundrel. The great spider's web quickly entangled Takumi. In the blink of an eye, they completely covered the opponent. As a result, a huge cocoon was created from the web of the great spider. Takumi's subordinates looked at this from the sidelines and asked each other if they should run away, as it was the skill used when defeating the golem. At this time, Haruto took a step towards the cocoon and said that his mistake was that he dared to touch his long sword, after which he disconnected the Spider King's threads. The cobwebs quickly disappeared, but suddenly, shock appeared in the guy's eyes from what he saw. There was no one in the cocoon. At the same moment, the Bloody Tower Guild leader appeared from the shadows behind him, saying that he was almost panicking because it was the first time he had used such a skill. Swinging, he added that if there wasn't a shadow inside, he would have just died, and he didn't think that such a pathetic skill could almost kill him. But now he understood why all those high-level hunters he had killed before had such helpless faces at the moment of death. But today he would die here. Then the main character showed his aura and asked if he knew what his name was. He slung his sword over his shoulder and revealed that his name was the Mana Devourer because he shared mana with his comrades, and the first time he had tried to transmit it over a distance, and it worked, which meant that it would end in the here and now. Takumi did not move when he suddenly felt the enemy's magical energy. Shirasaki unleashed his power and shouted in fury that he didn't know what was happening, but he felt a surge of mana, which was just in time, because he would put an end to them, the members of the Bloody Tower Guild, right here and now. A huge magic seal appeared in the sky. Seeing this, the guild leader Bloody Tower raised his hand and realized that it was Shirasaki's wide, dark lightning, which was the opposite of his movement in the shadows, so he couldn't escape, which was bad. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly, and shouted loudly for Sarah to put everything back in its place right away. At the same second, the girl's hair stood on end, and she replied that she understood everything. All mana began to be released from the mana pools. It was gathering into a huge bundle of energy right above the girl's head. Sarah frowned and used her return ability, after which a system screen appeared, informing her that the dungeon would be returned to its original state and reset. A powerful tornado began to appear around the guys. They noticed that it wasn't just the wind, as the wreckage of the golems moved with it, and unexpectedly for them, they began to come together again. Frowning, Nanes shouted that it couldn't be. Shirasaki frowned tensely and asked if the dungeon had been reset to its original state. In less than a minute, all the golems that had been killed by the hunters had recovered again. One of them immediately rushed to attack. His huge fist was blocked by the boss's magic shield, who said to himself that because of the damn poison that blocks mana absorption, he had to protect everyone with a magic barrier. But he couldn't attack the golems that way, and they wouldn't last long at this rate, so he had to come up with something. Thinking of this, he looked at his wounded comrades on the ground. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. Nanes used her hellfire on her opponent. The guy immediately approached her and shouted, asking how she did it, to which she asked in response if he hadn't heard the name of the main character. Shirasaki shifted his gaze when he heard the voice of Ares, who said that his name was Mononos. She used the healing skill on Haruto and explained that he was able to infinitely generate mana and share it with his comrades, and it was said to be his unique skill. At these words, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the boss's face, and he said to himself that it was impossible, because he thought that only magicians were capable of such a thing, and here was this low-level no-name. He had seen the healing coming from the girl's hands and added that he and Lady Nanace needed gigantic amounts of mana to use their full potential as high-level hunters, and in doing so, he had distributed mana not only to them, but also to everyone else in such a short time. At this time, Nanace, along with Mir, fought fiercely against the monsters. Shirasaki clenched his hand tightly into a fist and asked himself if this was really infinite mana generation, adding that he had never heard of such a unique skill, and if it was true, then instead of looking for the heart of a giant golem, it was much better for them to invite the main character to the guild. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly, hearing a familiar voice that said that everything was now in place. Nanace destroyed the golem in front of her and said that the underground breach on the Rainbow Bridge was clearly the work of the Bloody Tower Guild. Muir blocked the golem's attack in front of him and shouted that the problem now was that the dungeon had been reset to its original state, and if they reset the dungeon again then. Before he could finish speaking, Ares, the hunter healer, said that she thought it was unlikely, since the fact that the hidden dungeon had not yet been discovered was most likely due to the fact that the logic of the dungeon had been somehow violated. She used her magic power and added that she didn't know if they did it on purpose, but now the probability of a hidden dungeon appearing was 100%. Hearing this, Nanace frowned and said that something didn't add up, because the number of golems that appeared after the drop were clearly fewer than at the beginning. As she said this, a huge stone golem slowly appeared above her. Shirasaki looked at the girl and shouted that it was likely that the debris she melted had never been able to recover, and in any case, they couldn't be dragged in, because they had to catch up with the bastards from the Bloody Tower. Nanace frowned and said to herself that they seemed to have used the same method as the Rainbow Bridge breakthrough, but it couldn't be because it was just unbelievable. Shirasaki suddenly turned in the other direction and asked himself how the main character was doing, and if those bastards killed him. At this time, there was a dense cocoon of cobwebs nearby. From there, Haruto suddenly climbed out and said that his opponent had torn the great spider's web. His eyes were full of anger and hatred. The guy remembered how he looked at his opponent. Suddenly, he rushed in his direction, ordering him to stay where he was. In the next second, their swords clashed. Takumi held off the enemy's onslaught and shouted, asking what he was going to do. Then the main character touched the hand of his opponent, and replied that he would kill him, and this did not require much strength, after which he activated the web of the great spider. At the same moment, a dense web entangled the Bloody Tower Guild master. Suddenly, he waved his free hand and shouted loudly that he would make it so that he would never be able to use it again. Immediately after these words, a powerful magical energy was released in all directions. Holding his sword out in front of him, Takumi released a level from his weapon. At that moment, the main character immediately defended himself with the help of a spider web, and this saved him. Currently, he was looking at his hand and saying to himself that the power of the long sword was indeed terrifying, but through this, he had figured out how to make full use of its strength. After these thoughts, the guy struggled to his feet and wondered where this guy got so much information about him, adding that he would have to catch him and ask questions. Suddenly, Haruto looked around and asked himself where he was, when he suddenly shouted that he was lost again. At the same time, clouds floated across the blue sky at the Japanese Hunters Association. Takio sat in the chair and said that there was no need to worry, because Shirasaki from the future guild was with them. Makoto then folded his arms over his chest and said that the fact that the Bloody Tower Guild was involved was a serious problem, but they had too little information about them, as they were even capable of a high-level hunter, and it was almost impossible to gather information about them, but their guild Midas had been able to obtain something. After saying that, he threw the tablet on the table. Gokla suddenly frowned in displeasure, and said that it was because the bold action they had taken was largely due to the presence of the Starfield International Hunters Guild. Hearing this, Takio raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked if it was Starfield. Makoto's face was filled with drops of cold sweat, and he asked what the International Guild had forgotten in the Japanese dungeon, and more importantly, why it had contacted the Bloody Tower. Then, Number 1 lowered his head and said that this dungeon, despite its current appearance, was one of the ones destroyed during the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago. The army of golems that appeared at that moment was more terrifying than hell itself. Then the rift was sealed by one of the world's greatest magicians, the Japanese hunter Tomoka Nishihara. Makoto put his hand to his chin and said that without her sacrifice at that moment, it was scary to even imagine what could have happened. Goklis was looking at his comrades when he suddenly said that the heart of a giant golem, sealed in a hidden dungeon, still attracts attention from all over the world. Raising his hand, he added that both organizations were willing to do anything for their own purposes, so it was possible that they had joined forces to complete the Snow Mountain of Golems dungeon, and that Ares, a representative of the International Hunters Association, was the daughter of Nishihara Tomoki. Makoto looked back at him and replied that they knew about it, so apart from the task of retrieving the long sword, adding that it would be necessary to investigate her mother's death, to which he firmly replied, no, since Nishihara was not declared dead. At these words, drops of cold sweat appeared on the man's face, and he shouted loudly that all the hunters who had disappeared in that dungeon had never been found, after which he asked if every one of them had not been declared dead, and if he really thought that she was still alive. The former then opened the article on the internet, and replied that there was a surviving witness, adding that he had returned from that dungeon 5 years ago and claimed to have seen Nishihara. From this information, shock appeared in the eyes of his comrades, and they shouted loudly that this could not be. Gaklas suddenly frowned and said that due to Starfield's secrecy, they only had access to some information, but that was a fact, and even more interesting, it was a hidden dungeon. But unexpectedly, a guy ran into the room, shouting loudly that he had an urgent report. Takeo turned around abruptly and shouted in displeasure, asking what had happened, adding that he had an important meeting. Then the guy pressed the button of the remote control and replied that there had been a breakthrough in the dungeon. A powerful explosion immediately rang out on the screen. A guy covered in blood sat behind the overturned car and shouted that there was a breakthrough, adding that the dungeon collapsed right in the center of the city, which caused chaos and panic around. Huge golems were destroying the city. Gaklas gritted his teeth in rage and shouted in his head that these were the same golems from the dungeon of the Snow Mountain, after which he asked himself if the dungeon had collapsed during the passage, and what the hell was going on there. At this time, Takumi and his men were climbing the mountain in the dungeon. He held a map in his hand, and Sarah stared at him silently. She suddenly frowned and asked if he was having trouble passing, adding that it was the first time she had seen him get hurt like this, and if they were definitely going in the right direction. Then the head of the guild looked at the girl and asked why she didn't check it herself in this case. At the same second, Sarah's eyes were shocked by what she saw. Right in front of them was a bridge that led to a hidden dungeon. This card made the girl's face blush, and she said to herself that she would finally be able to get the heart of a giant golem. In less than a minute, the whole team was walking across the bridge. All this time, Satoru was watching them. Using a concealment spell, he followed his enemies with long jumps. The guy tried to keep a long distance from them. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in shock and said to himself that this was the same hidden zone. At this time, one of Takumi's men approached a bright red light. He was even able to touch it. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted that something was wrong here, to which the head replied that it was a barrier. Putting his hand to it, he said to himself that the Starfields had warned him about it. He imagined thick chains covered in magical symbols, and added that 5 years ago, the great mage and strongest hunter Nishihara had sealed it. He didn't lower his hand, realizing that it was the heart of a giant golem from the hidden zone. After a short pause, the guild master looked to the side and said that it was time to start, after which he ordered everyone to prepare for the destruction of the barrier, as well as keep an eye on the perimeter. All his men left their backpacks and rushed in different directions. Takumi then turned to Sarah and said that he needed to restore the sword. Suddenly, with eyes full of thirst for blood, he looked in the other direction and said that he felt some kind of rat. A certain surprise appeared in the girl's eyes from these words. The guild leader Bloody Tower held out his sword towards Satoru, and said that he dared to use stealth against his guild. The guy shook with fear, and he asked himself what he should do. Suddenly, the man swung his sword, shouting loudly that it was time for him to die. At the same time, the 30th level Snowy Mountain ferocious rabbit, which resides near the hidden area, rushed to attack. But he was killed with one blow. A small stone golem defeated him. As a reward for killing the ferocious rabbit, a magic crystal fell out. The golem picked him up after a short pause. Then he abruptly rushed back. Stopping, he raised his hand and tried to ask something. The protagonist patted the little golem on the head and asked if he was asking if he could eat this magic stone, adding that he should do what he wanted. The creature immediately absorbed the magic stone, and the guy with a big smile on his face added that he had copied it anyway, but he would never have thought that a migrating golem core could have such skills. In his hand, he held the core of a migrating golem, which allowed him to create one golem if he invested mana, and which had 3 skills to create creatures. After reading everything to the end, Haruto smiled even wider and said to himself that the copying itself was a success, but it was a pity that he did not manage to absorb the skills, although the thing is still very strong, after which he wondered what would happen if he made many of these cores. After all, one core is one golem, and then he would have a whole army of golems. After these thoughts, the guy showed his insane grin and added that then he wouldn't need a guild to clear the dungeons. The small golem looked at its master with surprise in his eyes, who read on the system screen that the Snowy Mountain golem could grow to the 10th level and the form could transform freely, and said that if it was so big at the first level, then it was very interesting to see what it would be like at the 10th level, although if the golem grew into a huge monster, it would be inconvenient. Suddenly the main character looked sharply to the side. His golem rushed to attack the new target. At the very last moment, Satoru managed to duck. From what he saw, Haruto's eyes were shocked. The guy rushed to his comrade with tears in his eyes. He hugged him and shouted loudly that he thought he was going to die. After a while, the two of them ran forward, and the protagonist asked if their enemies had found the hidden area, adding that perhaps it was even for the best. He frowned and added that he didn't think he would be seen so easily. He just thought that since it was a high-level disguise, he would be safe, to which he replied that he was fine. But the hunter from the Guild of the Future was not very lucky. At that moment, Takumi sliced the hunter in two with one quick blow. After listening to his comrade, the protagonist lowered his gaze and said to himself that the head of Shirasaki pretended that he didn't care, but in fact he thought in the same direction as him. But in any case, the bloody ones should not be underestimated, when suddenly Satoru said that there was a girl there. Hearing this, Haruto looked at his friend and asked what kind of girl she was. Then Satoru knitted his eyebrows and said that she was absorbing mana with some kind of device, and suddenly the dungeon was dropped. At that moment, a powerful magical energy washed over him, and he thought to stop it, but then he remembered what he had told him, and in fact, he became scared. After listening to the guy, the main character patted him on the head and said that everything was fine, because he did a good job. But before he could finish speaking, Satoru stuck out his finger and shouted that he seemed to have seen this girl somewhere, but he could not remember where. Then he looked behind him and asked who was running after them. All this time, a small golem ran after the guys, and the main character replied that everything was fine, because he was his assistant. Satoru's eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed that this golem is very cute, adding that he has familiars, which is very cool. After a while, they reached the bridge that led to the hidden area, and the guy told about it, after which he added that he thinks that if they do something careless, they will be immediately noticed, because there are those among them who sense the hidden ones. Without hesitation, the protagonist looked at his comrade and ordered Mrs. Nanes and the head of Shirasaki to be brought here, to which he objected that in this case, he would be left all alone, and they had this legendary sword. Haruto then placed his hand on his golem's head and said that there was no need to worry, as he had a way to track their movements. Hearing this, Satoru closed his eyes and quietly said that since he was saying that, he understood everything, but he would still like to stay with him. But unexpectedly for him, the main character handed him the core of a migrating golem, and asked him to take it. Taking it in his hands, the young man smiled happily and shouted, asking if he had used it to summon this golem. The main character smiled lightly and replied that now it was his assistant, and besides, he liked him very much, and despite his cuteness, the familiar is quite strong and can come in handy. Tears suddenly poured from Satoru's eyes, and he asked in a trembling voice if he could accept such a valuable gift, to which Satoru said to himself that he had a whole carload of these cannonballs. After a few seconds, the guy started running, shouting loudly that he was very grateful to him, so he would immediately bring his sister and the others. Haruto looked after his comrade and said to himself that he was quite down to earth for the heir to a large guild, but it was probably all Lady Nane's influence, and then said that it was time to create a new assistant. After saying that, he used the ball of the migrating golem, and a bird appeared from the ground. Stretching out his hand in her direction, the guy said to himself that he really was created exactly according to his imagination, and all that remained was to pour mana into him. After that, the familiar flew into the sky, and the system screen reported that the third skill had been used, and now he was sharing his feelings. In the eyes of the main character, everything that his familiar saw appeared, which made him say to himself that it was unusual. His bird was watching what was happening below. The sight filled his eyes with shock, and he realized that this was the girl Satoru was talking about, and wondered what he was doing with his legendary weapon. At this time, Sarah used her ability on her sword. Mana began to be released from the mana tanks around her. A powerful magical aura enveloped the girl as she used Ctrl-Z to return the Corrosian Dragon longsword to its original state. Exactly the same magical energy enveloped the legendary weapon, after which the system screen reported that its durability was 6%. A few seconds later, the number 6 changed to the number 100, and through the system screen, it was reported that the durability of the Corrosian Dragon's longsword had been fully restored. After that, Sarah fell to the ground. She was on her knees, breathing heavily. Takumi took the sword out of the ground and said that it was a good job. A terrifyingly strong magical energy enveloped him, and he exclaimed that at last his strength had been restored. From this picture, drops of cold sweat appeared on the face of the main character, and he said to himself that this could not be, because the durability of the legendary sword had been restored, which meant that this girl was also the bearer of the gift curse. In the eyes of his familiar, there was a tired Sarah. The main character saw everything that his familiar saw, and said to himself that it was incredible. He looked at the girl who was sweating on her face and added that she was also a bearer of the gift curse, and if the durability had been restored, then this girl had the skill of restoration, and in that case, he was obliged to copy this skill. Haruto carefully looked at his opponents from behind cover and asked himself if he could copy other people's skills, adding that he needed to figure out how to do it, because if he couldn't, then he would need to recruit her into his group. All this time, the guy's familiar was above the enemies. After a short pause, Takumi released the energy hidden in the sword and said that it was finally time to break the barrier of the hidden zone. Suddenly, magical symbols appeared on the ground beneath him. Sarah had to cover her face with her hands as powerful magical energy was released in all directions. The protagonist's pupils reflected the image of the Bloody Tower guild leader as he asked himself if this was the hidden zone barrier. Takumi took a step forward and, with the key in his hand, said that if it weren't for the information from Starfield, he would have suffered a lot trying to break it with this key. Inserting the blade of the sword into the center of the magic seal, he added that 15 years ago, the great mage Nishihara had cast this spell to seal the hidden zone, and only the legendary blade of an equally legendary hunter could dispel it. Sarah, hearing this, dropped her hands and shouted loudly, asking what it meant. The man then looked at her out of the corner of his eye and replied that the real owner of the longsword was Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hugh, but he had gone missing with his wife in this hidden area, and then Nishihara had put a barrier on her, and so that no one could destroy it, he had made her husband's blade the only key. Hearing this, the protagonist drew in his head the image of the real owner of the sword, the most legendary hunter in the world of the sacred sword, Frederick Hugh, and his wife, the greatest magician Tomoka Nishihara, after which he asked himself if it was their daughter Ares, adding that now he understood what the legendary sword was for. And while he was thinking about it, the head of the Bloody Tower Guild turned his sword and said that it was time to open this Pandora's box, after which he used the level release from the Corisian Dragon Long Sword again. Insanely powerful magical energy was released in all directions. The bright light blinded everyone around. The hunters hid behind the stones. Sarah tried to protect herself with a magical barrier. The familiar of the main character was destroyed. Haruto, sensing this, gritted his teeth and said to himself that his golem could not withstand such a surge of energy, which was not surprising, because if the strength of the sword had not been restored, it would have turned into the same dust as his familiar. A few seconds later, the magic symbols disappeared from the huge chains. In a moment, the chains themselves were gone. The barrier slowly disappeared. Seeing this, Takumi threw his sword over his shoulder and said that this dungeon gate was an illusion, and apparently he was worried in vain, and it was time to clear the hidden area of the snow mountain, after which he shouted loudly, ordering all his men to go forward, because they must find the heart of the giant golem. He and his comrades moved to the secret zone. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face from this picture, and he asked himself what he should do, whether he should chase them alone, adding that Sadori should hurry. At the same time, in southern Italy, dozens of corpses lay on the floor in a dungeon with a rank. The hunter, torn to pieces, raised his head with the last of his strength and asked why he did not kill only him, and what his comrades had to do with it. His opponent waved his finger and replied that if only he was killed, then everyone would immediately know that it was a murder. But if he killed the entire group, it would be like an ordinary failed raid. Immediately after these words, the hunter's body exploded from the inside. After that, a system screen appeared, informing that the Control A ability had been used, and since the owner of the ability had died, the skill passed to the next available user, who absorbed it in a powerful stream of magical energy. The killer then grabbed his neck. Veins protruded on it, and a mark appeared. The man's eyes and hands were burning. With a flick of his hand, he opened the system screen in front of him, informing him that he had selected all objects with the Control A ability. A magic mark appeared above each dead hunter in this area. Then the unknown person used the Control X ability and cut out all the selected objects, after which all the corpses disappeared into a huge black hole. When he finished, there was a deep hole in the floor. Suddenly the guy turned sharply. A black elf came out to him and clapping her hands said that it seemed that the Control A skill fit well into his collection, because it would be quite tedious to cut out objects one by one, and now it saves a lot of time. Then the guy clenched his hand into a fist and replied that in order to appropriate a cursed skill, you have to kill its owner every time, and this is quite troublesome. But most of all he is annoyed by the fact that even after becoming his, this skill does not evolve, and this is simply unbearable. Then the girl took a few steps in his direction and replied that she had already said that it was impossible to adopt someone's skill just by killing its owner, but in order to get a skill without killing the owner, and still be able to develop it, you need Control C. After saying that, she smiled mischievously. The guy, hearing this, gritted his teeth and said that he had been looking for him for 10 years and could not find him anywhere, after which he asked if Control C even existed. With that, the guy turned away and asked what was wrong with Control Z, to which she replied that based on the information she had received, the Blood Tower Guild had just destroyed Nishihara's barrier. The guys began to leave, and the guy finally said that in addition to Control Z, they desperately needed to get the heart of a giant golem, because without this item, they could not use the full potential of the cursed skill. At this time, the protagonist's comrades reached a new zone. Shirasaki suddenly turned around and shouted loudly that despite the fact that they were in a hurry with all his might, it seemed that they were not there, just as there were no signs of a battle, and then asked if they had made a mistake on the road. The protagonist then raised his sword and replied that it hadn't been long since they had entered here, and there didn't even seem to be any monsters here, and since the road was straight, they should catch up with them very soon. After these words, the guys rushed forward. Nane suddenly looked at Ares and asked if she had any clues as to where they could have gotten the information. Then the girl looked down and replied that it was just her guess, but she thought Starfield was behind them. Hearing this, Nane stopped and shouted loudly, asking if it was Starfield. Her eyes were full of shock, and she wondered how it was that the best international guild had contacted assassins like the Bloody Tower. Ares then approached her and replied that her mother was probably the cause. The main character looked at the girls from the side with his mouth open in surprise and said to himself that now he understood where the Bloody Tower got all the information from, which means that breaking through the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, stealing the legendary sword, and Snow Mountain of Golems were just planned events, which meant that the upcoming march would not be so easy. And it is likely that the key role in this battle will not be played by the balls of the migrating golem, but by Ares herself. Thinking of this, he abruptly shifted his gaze to the girl. Ares looked back at him with a kind of excitement in her eyes. At this time, Shirasaki suddenly rushed forward and shouted loudly that he needed to hurry, because it was easier to find out everything from the bastards from the Bloody Tower than to waste time guessing, while saying to himself that if Starfield was behind this, then it became clear where they got their shadow travel skills, and now all that remained was to catch them and interrogate them. The head of the guild gritted his teeth in anger. Behind them, Satoru ran all this time and asked them to wait. Shirasaki then stood on the same level with him and asked him what kind of golem was running around him all this time, to which he replied that it was his familiar, who was given to him by the main character. Hearing this, the man sneered and asked if the familiar was a snow golem. At the same moment, Nanace was behind Haruto and asked why he did this, why he gave such a valuable item to Satoru, to which Satoru shouted in confusion that it was because he was a very valuable member of the group, and he owed his life to him. The girl smiled warmly at this answer. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared under Satoru. A magical seal appeared on the ground. He, the golem, and Shirasaki were inside the magic seal. Suddenly, all three of them instantly disappeared. The main character rushed there at the same second, shouting loudly the name of the guy. Nanace rushed forward to the protagonist, shouting her brother's name loudly. In less than a minute, Haruto, Nanace, Miur, and Ares were inside the magic seal. A bright light immediately appeared below them. At the same moment, the guys were transported to another place. The protagonist and Nanace looked in different directions and called Satoru and the head of Shirasaki at the same time. Seeing the unfamiliar place, the young man raised his sword and shouted loudly, asking what was going on here. After all, they had just followed them, but now they were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes from what he saw. A giant dragon-like monster appeared right in front of him. He opened his mouth right in front of the guy, who asked himself where the hell he came from. Suddenly, Nanace rushed to his defense. She used a witch's blade and cut off the head of the monster with one stroke. The monster immediately collapsed to the ground. The protagonist looked at him and shouted loudly, asking why a dinosaur-like monster appeared in the snow mountain of the golem, to which Ares, crouching down next to the monster, replied that this place is different, and it looks like they are in a completely different dungeon. Frowning, she looked at her comrades and added that it was probably a multidimensional dungeon. The four hunters were in the thicket of the forest, and Haruto shouted at the top of his lungs, asking what kind of multidimensional dungeon it was. Nanace suddenly jumped up to Ares and shouted that it couldn't be because she had heard that the multidimensional dungeons had been destroyed during the Great Calamity 15 years ago, to which Ares replied that it was true since her mother had sealed them all, but now one of them had been reopened. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in her eyes as she said that it was worth remembering that the hidden area in the snowy mountains was also sealed, and that the multidimensional dungeons had magic circles that connected them to the various dimensions. The girl suddenly imagined how huge monsters began to emerge from the portals to the real world, and added that when the magic circle was activated, a portal was opened, connecting their world with other dimensions, and that was why there was a risk that they would end up in an extremely dangerous dungeon. After listening to her friend, Nanace brought her hand to her chin and said why Lady Nishihara had set up a barrier in the area, to which Ares replied that her mother believed that it was the multidimensional dungeons that got out of control and caused the great calamity. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his hand and shouted loudly, asking where Satoru and the head of Shirasaki were, to which she replied that they were probably in a dungeon of another dimension. Lowering her head slightly, she added that if they went through each zone in sequence, they would eventually reach the heart of the giant golem. Haruto, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, listened to the girl and said that they had at least a chance, which meant they needed to pass this place as soon as possible. But suddenly, he raised his head sharply. Huge monsters ran right at them from the forest. Seeing them, Miur smiled and said that it was easy to say, but difficult to do. At this time, in the real world, the city was consumed by flames. Huge ice golems attacked the people in front of them. Hunters destroyed monsters. Unfortunately for them, the golems quickly recovered, and then the guys realized that if they didn't destroy the core, then everything was useless. One of the mages was preparing for a magical attack, when suddenly he shouted that he could not help, because they were not in the dungeon, which meant that he had no mana at all. His companion deflected the golem's attack and replied that it was very bad, and then asked where the guy who always replenished mana was. A man near them destroyed a golem, and added that he never thought they would need manonos so badly. But as soon as he said that, he was attacked from behind by a huge golem. Suddenly, a magic trail from a quick sword strike appeared in the air. The huge monster was cut into two halves. The guy who defeated him landed neatly on the ground. The hunter immediately ran up to him and began to thank him, when suddenly asked if he was a foreigner. The guy with the blonde hair put his hand behind his head and replied that he was on a business trip, but he couldn't just stand by and watch it. Then the hunters came up to him and thanked him again, after which they said that his Japanese was quite good. After a short pause, the foreigner smiled and asked what manonos was, adding that he had heard what they were talking about, and he was curious. Then, one of the hunters looked at him out of the corner of his eye and replied that it didn't matter. After all, he was just a low-level hunter who couldn't fight, and his only skill was the infinite mana generation that he distributed to his allies. Hearing this, the foreigner took a step towards the hunter and asked where he could meet this man, to which he replied that they had seen each other for a long time, and now he did not know where he was. The guy's eyes were somewhat surprised after this information, and he wondered if he had the skill of infinite mana generation, adding that he had never heard of such a thing. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly as he heard a loud cry that they were finally here. On the roof of the tall building, there were 2 hunters who emanated an insanely powerful magical energy. They were Gaklas and Makoto. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the foreigner's face, and he asked himself if it was the head of the Midas Guild and the head of the Taiken Guild, adding that it looked like they were in for an interesting sight. The strongest hunters looked at the golems that were destroying the city and said that there was no doubt that this was a breakthrough into the dungeons of the Snow Mountain of Golems. Makoto looked at his comrade and asked if it wasn't the perfect opponent for him, adding that he would also put a buff on him, while Shirasaki, gritting his teeth, said that Shirasaki was a dungeon pervert, and then asked what was going on in this dungeon. Immediately after these words, he rushed down with a loud shout that the reward for this deed would be taken from the ES-class equipment warehouse, after which a system screen appeared, stating that stone armor had been used. The stone began to quickly envelop Gaklas. During the collision with the ground, a powerful shock wave appeared. Number 1 in Japan was dressed in strong stone armor. Upon seeing him, the golem immediately rushed to attack. Gaklas's eyes lit up brightly, and he shouted in fury that he was no match for him. Immediately afterward, he shattered the monster in front of him with a single blow. Suddenly, the ground and the houses shook. Makoto held out his hand. Waving it, he began to accumulate his magical energy. A few seconds later, the man stretched his hand forward. His attack at great speed sliced through everything in front of her. Seeing this, Number 1 in Japan sneered and shouted that this old man alone could destroy everyone. As soon as he said that, a huge golem rushed towards him. He attacked at the same second. Gaklas didn't hesitate to swing and shouted, asking if he really thought he had a chance, adding that he was just dust. When he used the enhancement, his arm was covered in an even larger layer of rocks. In the next second, their fists clashed. After that, the golem's arm was covered with cracks. After a short pause, she and half of the monster's body were torn into small fragments. The golem's body fell apart, and a core appeared. Number 1 in Japan grabbed him and said he wouldn't let the old man get past him and kill the boss. After saying that, he clenched his hand tightly into a fist, destroying the core. After a while, a notification appeared informing him that the boss had been defeated and the rift had been sealed. Makoto closed his eyes and grinned. Gaklas left his stone armor, and the hunters around him cheered. Suddenly, the system screen appeared when using the Control F ability, stating that the user did not have the control skill. The foreigner stood with his hand raised and said to himself that the best hunters in Japan and the guild master Midas had managed to break through the dungeon in less than 10 minutes, and this without damn skills. Having written all this down in a notebook, he added that this is quite useful information. When he finished, he slammed the notebook shut and asked if Control Z hadn't returned from the dungeon yet, adding that he hoped she hadn't died. At the same time, blood spurted out of Sarah's mouth, and her body was pierced through. A hole formed in the girl's body. Earlier, terrible monsters appeared. The eyes of the undead burned red. Takumi, standing in front of the opponents, realized that it was a horde of zombies. Holding the hilt of his sword tightly, the head of the Dark Guild said that they had no information about what would happen next, and so they would have to rely on luck. The fighter waved his weapon and exclaimed that the dimension looked simple, and therefore it was possible that they were lucky this time. The monsters' bodies were surrounded by powerful energy. A moment later, the monsters were burned. The remains of evil spirits lay on the ground, and the system wrote that they had cleared the hidden area, and the transition to the boss arena began. The man lowered his gaze. Suddenly there was a bright flash. A masked warrior appeared and said that they had finally reached the boss. Takumi, holding the key in his hand, said that apparently it was needed for this door. Then, the head of the Dark Guild inserted it into the lock. The guys walked through a huge gate. The team noticed the statues of the gods. The swordsman, moving his weapon along the wall, wondered if they had come too early, and the boss had not yet had time to respawn. Through the sweat on her face, Sarah wondered what he was talking about, and muttered that as soon as they entered here, the air became heavy, as if something was pressing on her from all directions. Looking at the leader in surprise, the girl wondered if no one noticed this, and if they were already used to such an oppressive aura. The fighter, looking ahead, noticed that apparently it was so, after which he offered to take the award and dump it. Suddenly, the stone statue slammed its foot into the ground. The golem crushed one of the warriors. The monster's eyes glowed red. The swordsman raised his head and shouted that the boss was a statue. A moment later, the monster surrounded the guys. The huntress covered her mouth with her hands. A defeated guy was lying on the floor. Turning his gaze to the side, the man wondered what was wrong with her, because she had seen people die more than once. Takumi opened his mouth wide and asked the lady to bounce back and also heal their teammate because he was still breathing. The pupils of the idol from the If group narrowed sharply. Then Sarah took off. The girl took out a white box. Opening her jaw in disbelief, the hunter realized that she had no mana. Blue energy could be seen, and then the lady wondered why the mana was leaking, and muttered that it couldn't be, because the seal on the mana accumulators could not be removed even with a high-level dispel. Through the sweat on her face, Sarah wondered what was going on, adding that all the mana was flowing in one direction, but she didn't know where. Suddenly, the dungeon boss waved his hand. The warriors fell sharply off their feet. Lowering his eyebrows, the head of the Dark Guild exclaimed that they should not be afraid and attack, and explained that they were large, but only golems. The warrior dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. Takumi, with his mouth wide open, said that he should use mines for large monsters, to which his teammate replied that they were trying, but neither minds nor skills worked. The soldier raised his head in surprise. Unexpectedly, the monster crushed the guy. The man's gaze was confused. The monster gripped the swordsman's body tightly. A moment later, the stone statue threw the warrior to the floor. The head of the Dark Guild bared his teeth angrily. Frowning menacingly, the attacker said that he could not cope alone. Takumi, standing in front of his opponents, spoke rudely about them. Swinging his sword, the man used the Karisai Dragon Long Sword skill. The system wrote that he didn't have enough mana to unleash a level, causing the head of the Dark Guild to clench his jaw in bewilderment, and say that his level was over 300th, while at the same time asking how he could not have enough mana. The attacker looked up in confusion. An unusual energy hung in the air. A moment later, the golem violently slammed into the stone surface. At the same moment, Sarah was climbing the stairs. Noticing the statue, the girl realized that this thing absorbed all the mana. Squinting thoughtfully, the lady wondered what it was. Then the huntress stretched out her palm. The idol from the If group opened his jaw in surprise and exclaimed that it was the heart of a giant golem, and then wondered why it absorbed mana instead of generating it. The core of the dungeon boss appeared. Sarah looked down in confusion. The girl abruptly rushed from her seat. Suddenly a red ray appeared. A magical attack pierced the lady's body. A moment later, the huntress fell off her feet. In pain, the idol from the If group opened his mouth wide. A tall monster was approaching the warrior. The stone statue raised its sword. Suddenly, the monster swung its weapon. A dark aura could be seen. Takumi held back the onslaught of the enemy. Sweat quickly dripped down his face. The man took out an advanced healing potion, and the system wrote that when taken it restores 80% of health and mana, as well as reduces incoming damage. The head of the Dark Guild poured the liquid on his teammate. Then the attacker picked up the girl. Looking at the screen, the fighter read that the heart of the giant golem had awakened, and the boss fight began, and then he wondered what it meant. Takumi noticed that the blue gate was closing. An unusual force was circling around his feet, and he decided to use the shadow movement skill. The artificial intelligence reported that he didn't have enough mana to use the shadow movement skill, and at the same time, the man lowered his eyebrows, unable to understand where all his mana had gone. A moment later, the head of the Dark Guild rushed from his seat. The attacker was quickly approaching the door. Clenching his jaw, the warrior thought that at this rate, they would both be stuck here. Suddenly, the fighter grabbed his partner by the clothes. Takumi then threw it forward. Sarah slid across the ground. Raising her head, the lady asked why he had done so. Grinning, the man replied that if she survived, she could fix everything. Behind the head of the Dark Guild was the boss of the dungeon. Through tears, the idol from the If group said that her partner is a fool, because she is not a hunter and does not know how to absorb mana, and she will not be able to return everything to the way it was. Magical energy appeared, and then Sarah muttered that she shouldn't have come here, and wondered what would happen to mom and dad if she died. A bright aura swirled around the boy's palm, and the girl felt warmth and wondered if it was mana. Looking at the main character, the lady could not understand who it was. With his mouth wide open, Haruto asked if she was okay, and the idol from the If group wondered if this was the same hunter who was giving out mana to everyone. The protagonist sat next to Sarah, and at the same time she said that her body was gradually gaining strength. The young man lowered his gaze thoughtfully. Leaning over to the wounded woman, the teenager clarified that if she had enough mana, she would be able to restore her body, and she asked if he knew about her skill. Shirasaki stretched out his hand to the side and reported that they had finally made it here, but they couldn't open the door. Ares turned around and said that if there were still hunters inside, the door would not open on its own, and the only way was the key, but they knew they didn't have it. Frowning maliciously, the guild leader of the people of the future said that it was necessary to defeat the revived wandering golem first, and then come here. The man, directing his gaze at Sarah, asked who she was. The girl's hands were handcuffed, and it was heard that she was apparently the head healer of the Bloody Tower Guild, and she was mortally wounded, but thanks to the mana of the protagonist, she managed to restore herself, and they handcuffed her in special handcuffs that suppress mana, and when they get out of here, they will need to interrogate her. The fighter, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that it was easy to say, and clarified whether it was true that if they did not pass this place, they would be trapped, to which he received the answer that such an option was possible. Holding his head, Shirasaki said that this was why there were so many missing people in this dungeon, and wondered if he would also get lost in the mountains. Through the sweat on his face, Haruto wondered what to do, and whether to use the key he had copied and decided to open the inventory. The protagonist's belongings appeared. Lifting the corners of his lips, the guy wondered whether to tell him that he was just lying next to him. Ares, touching the gate, muttered that if this was the door that her mother had sealed, then there was something inside. Suddenly there was a bright energy. A lot of green symbols were visible. A moment later, the door opened. Nanase, opening her mouth wide, asked how she opened it, and then noticed that a light emanated from under her robes, the same as on the door, and the hunter of the International Association explained that this robe belonged to her mother, and it seemed that she had reacted with the door. Smiling slightly, the young man thought that after all, Ares was the key to this dungeon, and therefore he would need to explore this multidimensional labyrinth with her. Satoru, covering his face with his hand, clarified what this terrible pressure was. Turning his gaze to the side, the captain shouted that everyone should be careful, because as soon as they entered, their mana would begin to fade. Looking at Sarah, the teenager asked her if she meant it, to which he received a positive answer. The white cube emitted powerful energy, and at the same time, the heart of the giant golem could be heard absorbing all the mana around it, and seemed to be processing it into its own. Bringing his palm to his mouth, Haruto wondered if this was mana absorption. The girl abruptly opened her jaw and exclaimed that they needed to leave here immediately. A member of the Great Sages Guild stood in front of the monsters and asked what it was. Opening her mouth wide, the hunter turned to the main character, and he said that she needed to act now. The protagonist, closing his eyes, realized that this was excellent. Frowning menacingly, the guy said that let the enemies shudder before the great owner of mana. There were a lot of notifications in which it was written about the insertion of copied mana. The young man stretched his arms forward. A huge number of screens of the system appeared. Haruto released a powerful flow of energy. Opening her jaw, Sarah wondered what it was, and whether mana was flooding the entire dungeon. The unusual box absorbed the power of the main character with incredible speed. The girl's gaze was surprised. Standing behind the teenager, the lady muttered that with his help, she would definitely be able to save her mom and dad. Raising her head, Nanace thanked the protagonist and said that it was enough to defeat these statues. A bright aura could be seen, and at the same time, the huntress used the skill of the witch blade. Suddenly, the captain sliced open one of the golems. A moment later, Shirasaki released dark energy and noticed that if he had mana, it was just cobblestones. The stones scattered in different directions. A white haze appeared. The monster's eyes burned red. Smiling menacingly, the head of the People of the Future Guild asked if the opponent had brought his teammates, and then said that they were just in time, and added that he was so by this dungeon that he was going to have a blast with them. The man used the Dark Thunderstorm ability, and then many powerful flashes appeared. Sarah turned her head in confusion. The girl noticed an injured Takumi. The hand of the head of the Dark Guild was torn off, and then the lady realized that he was still breathing. Through the sweat on his face, the idol from the If group muttered that he could be returned. Suddenly, the main character approached the attacker. Haruto frowned seriously. The protagonist gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Lowering his gaze, the young man said that he finally had the long sword of the Corisian dragon, and as expected, its durability had been fully restored. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man thought that this girl had a cursed ability, and added that he would definitely copy her skill. Looking sideways, the teenager decided to try something. Haruto placed his palm on Takumi's head and copied his shadow movement skill. The system said that it could not copy because the level of the target was higher than the user's level, after which the protagonist realized that even with the level boost from the long sword, it was still low level, and there were also many notifications that said that the target had a strong hostility towards the user, and in this case, there were two options for obtaining the skill. The AI explained that it was necessary to destroy the target and absorb the skill, or use forced absorption if the target's health was below 15%. However, the target would no longer be able to use the skill, and then the protagonist parted his lips and asked if he could kill him and get his skill if he considered him an enemy. Stretching out his palm, the guy muttered that he clearly had less than 15% health now, which meant that he could absorb without killing, and also forced absorption could come in handy in the future. Shirasaki opened his mouth wide and asked Sarah if she was a healer, and then asked her to cure him to a state in which he could walk on his own, but no more. Suddenly, the handcuffs on the girl's hands broke, and at the same time, the guild leader of the People of the Future said that he had a lot of questions for him, and if he ran away, it would end badly for both of them. Sweat ran down the lady's cheek. An idol from the If group sat down near Takumi. The severed arm instantly grew back. Clenching his jaw, the young man thought that this skill was comparable to his, which allowed him to copy the body. The man suddenly began to cough up blood. Sarah, looking down, asked the man why he was smiling, to which he replied that he had told her that they were both alive. Then the girl turned away. Handcuffs appeared on the hands of the head of the Dark Guild. Nanace, approaching the attacker, said that she hoped that he would be able to get out of these handcuffs, and then he would be able to kill him, and added that he should thank the head of Shirasaki for not leaving him here to die, to which he replied that he should lead them out of this hell. Smirking, Takumi said that it was about to begin. Suddenly, a red flash appeared behind the head of the Dark Guild. The man jerked abruptly. Lowering her eyebrows, the huntress spoke rudely of him. Satoru opened his mouth wide and addressed his sister. The white cube radiated powerful energy. Haruto ran towards the Great Sages Guild member. The guy's gaze was confused. Suddenly, the golem jumped forward. In the multidimensional skeleton dungeon, dark lightning struck the crowd of undead. The joyful golem ran forward, and Satoru asked if he wanted to eat these magic stones. Shirasaki turned his head back and allowed him to take them, as they weren't worth much anyway. The pet began to quickly throw magic crystals into his mouth. Suddenly, bright rays appeared on either side of the creature's body, when suddenly the system reported that its level had risen to the second level. The hunter stroked the assistant, and cried out in surprise that he had managed to raise his level. The guy's limb began to be covered with small stones, and then he was indignant at what his henchman was doing. After the impact, a large ditch formed in the ground. Nanace gritted her teeth in displeasure. The attacker's eyes widened in alarm. Drops of sweat were dripping down Haruto's cheeks, and then he wondered if the golem had merged with Satoru, and was also surprised that he was able to level up in such a short time. The guild leader of the Future People lowered his eyebrows in disbelief and thought that no matter how many times he looked, it still looked like Master Takeuchi's stone armor skill, But he didn't know that the migrating core was capable of evolving, so when they returned, they would need to investigate it. At the same second, a powerful blow hit the man's protective barrier. Red shards flew straight into the hunter's body. Ares spread her fingers wide in front of her and shouted that Shirasaki needed to be careful, because this beam is made of high-density mana, and it is because of this that it has penetrating power, so defensive magic will not be able to fight back. A moment later, the fighter stepped on the ground. Nanace gripped the spear tightly with her fingers and noticed that it could now be physically blocked. The flow of red magic abruptly approached the girl's face. Using the skill of the witch blade, the huntress repelled the attack. The protagonist abruptly turned his head towards his partner and realized that the captain was right that due to the high mana density, the beam could be blocked with a sword or shield, and so the golem was able to block the beam while Satoru asked if his pet was okay. The attacker looked at his comrade in confusion and decided that if they held the line, they would not be able to advance further. Blue streams reflected red magic, and the protagonist mused that due to the infinitely generating mana, the heart of the giant golem continued to shoot a beam. The people hid behind a huge boulder, while the hunter thought that he had to somehow get close to it and destroy it, otherwise they would all die here. But he did not know what to do. A black aura surrounded the man's shoes. Grouping himself inside the great spider's web, Hathuru remembered moving in the shadows, and the guy from the bloody tower who was able to use shadow movement even in the great spider's web, and then realized that now he could use this skill and not attract attention. Pieces of gray matter fell to the ground, when suddenly the system reported that the skill of moving in the shadows along with the great spider's web had been activated. Pulling his sword back, the fighter wondered if his opponent had disappeared. Behind the golem's heart, a black human silhouette began to appear. The hunter stood in front of the magical monument. Hathura put his hand to the cube and shouted that everything was ready, and if he used Keishi's vibration, he could destroy it. Suddenly, the protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. The shock wave of the explosion threw the guy back. Blood spurted out of the attacker's mouth as he wanted to squeeze the mana and make it explode. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist was indignant that the enemy wanted to kill him with his own mana. The gray canvases began to curl into a ball, when suddenly the system reported that the web of the great spider had been used. The lines quickly surrounded the young man and the glowing object. A spider cocoon formed around the golem's heart. Drops of sweat were dripping down Shirasaki's cheek, and at the same time, he noticed the attack of the giant golem's heart. Nana's pupils noticeably shrank in size from fright, and she wondered if the blow had stopped. Members of the International Hunters Association lowered their jaws in bewilderment. Satoru smiled broadly and called out loudly to his partner. Red rays pierced the gray matter. His mouth wide open in rage, Hathura shouted that there was more to come. The protagonist reached forward with his hand, and the artificial intelligence notified that the web of the great spider had been used. Gritting his teeth tightly, the hunter realized that all he had to do was touch him again. Suddenly, the young man put both palms on the object and used the Keishi vibration wave. Inside the spider cocoon, a heart shone brightly. Cracks have formed in space. The magic cube instantly began to collapse. The golem's heart broke into two pieces. Bright energy rays abruptly filled the space. Falling to the ground, the hunter saw a message that the heart of the giant golem had been destroyed, and the dungeon had been completed, after which he realized that he thought so. The guy smiled broadly when he saw the many notifications and was extremely happy to have raised several levels at once. An artifact fell on the protagonist's palm, and it turned out that as a reward they received the heart of a giant golem, which gives infinite mana generation and the ability to absorb and store mana to the limit. Looking at the item, the attacker thought that he didn't really need infinite mana generation, but decided to copy it just in case, when suddenly the system reported that the skill had been improved and now he automatically copied available objects. The young man grabbed his leg with his hand and was delighted with the ability to copy automatically. Satoru pounced on his partner and shouted that everything happened as expected of him, and that he was very cool, to which the young man asked not to climb up to him, because it was sickening without him. Suddenly, Hathura looked away as he was hailed. Shirasaki approached the interlocutor and said that they somehow managed to stop the heart of the giant golem, and he did a great job, to which he remarked that he actually coped with it on his own. Nanae stood behind the head of the Future People Guild and explained that if he was going to praise, he had to do it properly, otherwise it would sound petty. The man put his fist to his mouth and said that after returning he wanted to have a serious conversation about their cooperation with him. The protagonist turned his back on the interlocutor and stated that he needed the heart of a giant golem. He could sell it to him for a high price, to which he asked if it would really be sold to him. Raising her eyebrows in confusion, the girl muttered that such an important topic would be better discussed after her return. Jumping off the ground, the leader of the group was indignant that his partner dared to interfere in their business relationship, to which she shouted that she would not tolerate him trying to do business on the sly. Tired hunters wandered around the dungeon. A powerful black sword appeared, when suddenly one of the warriors apologized for taking so long to return the memorabilia of Lady Ares' parents. The member of the International Hunters Association grinned contentedly, and replied that there was nothing wrong with that, after which she thanked him for the fulfilled promise to return the thing. Muir stood beside the protagonist and asked how he had managed to use the same skill as the head of the bloody tower. Shifting his gaze to the side, Shirasaki noticed that he was able to move a long distance in an instant. The guy raised his eyebrows in embarrassment, and replied that it was the great spider's web skill, and after leveling up, he could move quickly while clinging to the threads. The hunter closed his lips in bewilderment. Turning her head to the side, Nane said that she could discuss what had happened later, and suggested that they come back, and then added that they needed to be taken to the association and interrogated. Takumi grinned slyly and asked if Sarah understood that she had to repay him for saving her earlier, and then exclaimed that she needed to return the dungeon to its original state immediately. Lowering her chin, the healer asked if he was serious, but suddenly agreed and said that it would be the last time. The head of the Bloody Tower looked at the angry interlocutor and asked if she had already found a new mana provider, and then noted that she should not forget about their contract. A gold bracelet hung on the wrist of the idol of the If group, while the man talked about how it was an eternal bond that could not be broken, namely the oath treaty of the Adamus ring. Tears flowed from the lady's eyes, and the 301st level attacker said that as long as he existed, she would not be able to get rid of him, and her parents' lives were also in his hands. Furrowing his brows angrily, Takumi shouted that she needed to get everything back immediately, after saving her at the cost of his own life, so now it was time to pay the bills. Standing surrounded by streams of blue energy, the head of the Bloody Tower remarked that the amount of mana here should be more than enough. Sarah lowered the corners of her lips in bewilderment. Hathor gritted his teeth tightly in anger, and could not believe what was happening. The girl abruptly leaned her knee to the ground. The main character turned his head back and shouted that everyone needed to get out of the dungeon as soon as possible, because they were going to roll it back again. Holding out her hand in front of her, Ares exclaimed that if they did, they could be hurled into any dimension. The hunter abruptly lifted his leg off the surface. At the same second, the guy took off. The protagonist began to break through the lines of spider matter. The healer stood surrounded by streams of green magic. With frightened pupils, the attacker did not understand why she was doing this. Tears flowed from the lady's eyes. A moment later, the idol from the If group put her palm on the ground. Haruto wrapped both hands around his partner's body. The shock wave scattered stone fragments to the sides. Shirasaki stood inside the protective barrier. The rest of the hunters flew back abruptly. The space of the dungeon began to gradually collapse. The soldiers' security spheres were thrown aside. The awakened hovered over the buildings in the city. The magic portal was covered with cracks. His pupils bulging in alarm, Satoru called out to his partner. Nanae held a spear in her hand and asked if they were in the skies over Tokyo and what happened here. And Ares replied that she herself did not know why it happened. The same captain turned her gaze back when she was called. Hovering in the air, Makoto asked what they were doing here, and his daughter shouted that she was the head of the Synod family. The guild leader of the people of the future turned his head to the side and clarified where he came from, to which he stated that he had the same question, and then asked if they had passed the dungeon. Lowering his jaw, the man asked where the rest of the team were. The hunter furiously furrowed his brows and tried to explain. The member of the International Association stood silently behind her partner. At the same time, in the dungeon, Takumi put his hand out and asked what was going on and if the dungeon had returned to its original state, to which Sarah replied that she had been prevented so that she had not been able to roll back everything as it was. Smiling maliciously, the man assumed that the others had disappeared, after which he added that he was no longer wearing shackles. Taking a step forward, the head of the Dark Guild stated that all he had to do was get the heart of the giant golem, and all that the protagonist shouted that he should shut his mouth. Furrowing his brows angrily, the young man decided to use the great spider's web, when suddenly the system reported that the object had not been found. Hathor lowered his bloody jaw in bewilderment, and did not understand why. Sarah looked in the direction of the main character, and muttered that she had not rolled away the dungeon, but him. The guy put his palm out in front of him, and wondered if it was a joke and if his memory and body condition had changed, and then opened the status window, which said that he had the first level. Holograms hovered in space, while the protagonist resent the fact that he had the first level and that he had returned to his original state when he woke up, after which he asked what about his cursed skill, and then realized that his skills had also returned to their original state. After reading the notification that one unacknowledged object for copying was found that was available for paste, the awakened person did not understand what was happening. Blood splashed in the air. Takumi struck the fighter's stomach. The man smiled maliciously and noticed that he was unlucky, because his level had returned to its original state, and this was just in time, because he was about to die. Hathor clenched his jaw and decided that he needed to be calm, because the curse had not disappeared, and then he wondered if the unconfirmed object to be copied was himself before it was rolled back, then he should just give in and be defeated. At the same moment, the swords of the enemies crossed in the air. Muir stood up for his partner. His pupils bulging, the head of the Bloody Tower exclaimed that this man was a servant of their international association, even though he was not aware that he was there. The main character lowered his jaw and began to call for a friend. The fighter turned his head back and ordered him to just run, and leave the villain to him. The wounded hunter got up from the ground and said that he would not leave him. Through the wide smile, the teeth of the attacker of the 301st level could be seen, who noticed that his opponent was too arrogant. Takumi swung his weapon abruptly, and exclaimed that the awakened one was just the dirt under his fingernails. Bright traces of blows remained in the air, while the man advised his opponent not to be distracted. Cuts formed on Nir's body. Suddenly, a member of the International Association flew backwards into a stone. The head of the Dark Guild rushed forward and shouted that he was better off because he was going to destroy their stupid office anyway. Raising his head, the guy realized that his opponent was too fast, so he would not be able to dodge. At the same second, the leader of the Bloody Tower stabbed the protagonist in the back. The hunter abruptly collapsed on his face to the ground. The confused young man lowered his jaw and did not understand what was happening, to which his comrade muttered that this man was his prey, and that he did not need help, so the other should get out of here in good health. The villain again attacked the enemy in the back, and before that he clarified what he was saying there. Hathor's body was cut into 2 pieces. Sarah covered her mouth with both hands in fright. Holding the heart of the giant golem in the palm of his hand, Takumi noticed that as it seemed to him, this bastard had returned to his previous state, but the objects remained intact. A wicked smile appeared on his face, and then he wondered if his assistant now understood that she could only count on him. The man closed his eyes and told her not to look at him like that, because he was sure that he had already fallen into despair when she rolled back his progress, after which he assumed that this nit was already thanking him from the other world for saving him from all this suffering. Suddenly, a magic beam cut off the villain's hand, and the protagonist was heard thanking him for killing him. At the same moment, the head of the Dark Guild grabbed his wrist. Resting his knee on the ground, the leader of the Bloody Tower began to scream loudly in pain. The hunter took a step forward and admitted that he was afraid he would be afraid to do so. Sarah opened her mouth wide in fright. Drops of sweat ran down Mir's cheek. Blood dripped to the ground while Takumi resented what was happening, even though he had killed him with his own hands. The man quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword and asked what kind of skill it was. The villain rushed forward and began to call his opponent names. Cloth from the web of the great spider enveloped the face of the head of the Dark Guild, who was shouting about moving in the shadows, when suddenly the system reported that this ability was missing and could not be used. The leader of the Bloody Tower bulged his pupils in bewilderment, and ordered Sarah to roll the dungeon away immediately. The girl touched the ground with her fingers and exclaimed that she would never do it. Spider threads tied the fighter's body, and at the same time he asked if she had forgotten about the agreement of the Adamus Ring, after which he said that if she did not want to die, she must quickly return the dungeon to its original state. The healer closed her eyes and began to scream loudly. The main character looked away with concentration and understood why she obeyed him. The bracelet on her arm emitted bright streams of energy. The hunter instantly pushed off the ground with his feet. After a moment, the guy approached the lady. The protagonist wrapped his arms around the healer's wrist when the artificial intelligence suddenly notified that the Keishi vibration wave had been used. The links of the eternal shackles abruptly broke into small pieces. Tears flowed from the eyes of the idol of the If group non-stop. With his mouth wide open in rage, Takumi begged him to stop, and also promised to rip his head off, and tried to use shadow movement, but didn't understand why this skill wasn't working. Shrouded in streams of dark energy, Haruto turned to face the enemy and began to explain. The main character rushed towards the enemy and shouted that it was all because this skill now belongs to him. After many blows, blood began to fly off the villain's body. A moment later, the exhausted head of the Dark Guild collapsed to the ground with a crash. Pressing his hand to his body, Mior was silent. The hunter grabbed the heart of the giant golem with his fingers and said that because of this pathetic thing, the leader of the Bloody Tower blew up the dungeon and took many lives. The healer raised her eyebrows in confusion. A member of the International Association looked upwards when suddenly there was a message that the Keisha vibration wave had been used. The protagonist furiously furrowed his brows and exclaimed that such a person did not deserve anything. The shards of the precious artifact began to fall down, and at the same time, the system notified that the reward item of the high-level dungeon was destroyed, and a unique reward was received in return. An unusual crystal appeared. Haruto lowered his gaze in surprise, and the system reported that he had passed the hidden dungeon heart of the giant golem. The young man, looking ahead, exclaimed that the door had opened, and the man asked if that meant that the dungeon had been cleared. The swordsman passed through the gate, and then the question was heard whether there was anyone there. The gentleman opened his mouth wide and turned to the main character. The protagonist was asked if he was with the head of Shirasaki and Mrs. Nanes, to which the protagonist, stretching out his palm, replied that he had lost them during the cleanup, and added that they were together. The man turned his head and asked if he had cleared the dungeon alone. Sarah was sitting next to a member of the International Association. Grinning, the guy said that he could say so, after which he offered to return. The next day, a view of the city opened. The young man's expression was thoughtful. There were many hunters sitting at the table. Makoto, holding his chin, said that the hidden dungeon in the snow-capped mountains of golems turned out to be multidimensional, and added that this was bad, because they say that the origin of such a dungeon affects other dimensions as well. Gaklas, lifting the corners of his lips, noticed that this meant that this was the reason for the breakthrough. Takeo stretched out his palm and explained that the most important thing was that Lady Nishihara's seal had been broken, and the multidimensional dungeons were harbingers of the great calamity that had occurred 15 years ago. One of his assistants, lowering his eyebrows in surprise, asked if it was too early to draw such conclusions, and the second said that this was just one destroyed multidimensional dungeon, and then they also said such naive things. There was a question as to how they could say that, and then Nanes closed her eyes and was displeased. The girl abruptly put her palm on the table. Standing up, the lady apologized and said that she was leaving, and added that they needed to interrogate the Bloody Tower Guild members as soon as possible, otherwise they wouldn't be able to solve this problem. The sword master frowned menacingly and asked if she thought they were just having fun while she was gone, and exclaimed that who she thought had dealt with the breakthrough she had made. Shirasaki looked up, asked them to calm down, and said that they hadn't expected this either, and was told that Headmaster Gaklas and Headmaster Makoto had made every effort to resolve the issue. Clenching his fists, the man said that he was not saying this to show off. It was said that it was the hunter Haruto who cleared the hidden dungeon, and at the same time, the sword master, leaning over to the protagonist, asked why they hadn't heard anything about him, if the rumors were true, as well as who he was, to which he replied that he was a hunter. Lowering his eyebrows, guild leader Midas asked if the protagonist had decided to taunt him, knowing who he was. A moment later, the guy stood up and asked a counter question about what he wanted from him. Standing in front of Gaklas, the young man explained that he had cleared a hidden dungeon with minimal losses, as well as discovered a dangerous multidimensional dungeon, and in his opinion, this is a reason for praise, not for interrogation. Baring his teeth, the sword master remarked that this was interesting, and then wondered if the teenager was still showing off, knowing who he was. Shirasaki's expression was displeased. The man, clenching his jaw, asked if his leader was going to start a fight right here. The warrior turned his gaze to the side when he heard how he was addressed. Takeo, crossing his palms, said that if he continued like this, he would not receive a reward for eliminating the dungeon break. The soldier lowered the corners of his lips. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Gaklas exclaimed that the guy was lucky. Touching his cheek, the main character wondered if he could copy the stone armor. The president of the Japan Hunters Association, sitting at the table, asked if he was the hunter Haruto, and which guild he belonged to. Scratching his head, the protagonist replied that he used to be in the Taiken Guild, but for certain reasons, he was now a freelancer, and Nanace wondered if he had been to Taiken. The martial artist smiled and said that it was difficult for a solo hunter to level up, but still he was able to pass an extremely dangerous hidden dungeon, and it was impressive, and added that it was well done, and on behalf of the association, he expressed his gratitude to him. Through the sweat on his face, the guy wondered if this meant that he was recognized by the chairman himself. Takeo also thanked the representatives of the International Hunters Association and asked if he could know what their future plans were, to which Ares, looking ahead, replied that they would first return to the association to report on everything, and then Muir said that he planned to stay here for a while. Frowning seriously, the man said that he was going to leave the International Hunters Association. A view of Haruto's house opened. The main character, noticing the guys in the room, exclaimed that this was his house, and clarified what they were doing here. The gentleman, parting his lips, explained that he had left the International Hunters Association and now he had nowhere to live, and therefore he would have to live with him for some time. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked why he did it, and then Mur apologized and said that he could not yet explain the reasons. Satoru, holding the golem in his hands, exclaimed that he and his henchmen could not leave the protagonist. Nanace, putting her fist to her mouth, said that she had just come to convey the demands to Sarah, and asked not to equate her with these people. Looking ahead, the guy wondered where the two were now. Inside the capsule was a man, and at the same time, it was heard that Takumi had been detained and was currently being treated in the hospital, and Sarah refused to heal him with her skills, and when he regained consciousness, he would be transferred to the prison where he would be interrogated. An idol from the F group was in the interrogation room of the Hunters Association, and it was said that she was now using the right to remain silent and not say a word, but only demanded to see Haruto. The young man clutched his chin thoughtfully. The huntress's gaze was serious, and she muttered that something had happened between them. The captain, sitting on the couch, said that it turns out that Sarah is a member of the popular idol group IF, after which her brother noted that he now understands how he remembers her, and added that this group is now at the peak of popularity. Parting his lips, the protagonist revealed that she was most likely forced into a contract in order to use her skills, and he destroyed the bracelet that bound her, and therefore she would no longer have anything to do with Takumi, and later go to the association and visit her. Shirasaki's pupils quickly narrowed when he heard the question of what he was doing here. Closing his eyes, the guild leader of the people of the future replied that there was only one reason why he had come to this room, and then Muir asked if it was because of the heart of the giant golem, and also said that Haruto had destroyed it in the dungeon. A second later, the guys opened their jaws in bewilderment. Frowning furiously, the man wondered if the protagonist was in his right mind, and how he could destroy this super rare artifact. Suddenly, the protagonist took out a red crystal. Scratching his head, the guy said that in fact, what was destroyed in the dungeon was a fake, and then he thought that he had broken what was copied, and therefore it was a fake. Through the sweat on his face, the master wondered if what had been destroyed in the dungeon was a fake, and at the same time muttered that it couldn't be, and also couldn't figure out how to explain the dungeon cleanup back then, and what it was. Standing in front of the young man, Shirasaki asked if it was true that he had said he would sell it to him, and then offered 50 billion. Lowering her eyebrows, Nane said that Haruto should not be surprised at such an amount, because this item is worth more than 50 billion, and added that the association can offer 80 billion. Satoru, showing the main character the phone screen, said that rare items at auction start at 100 billion. Clenching his jaw, the hunter asked why he thought he had gone so far, and then said that he had promised to sell it to him. A view of a tall building opened, and at the same time, the head of the people of the future guild offered 200 billion, which surprised the protagonist, and he asked to name the price for which he was ready to sell. The guy lying on the bed was very surprised that he had actually offered 200 billion. Smirking, the young man thought that if he secretly put the copied golem heart up for an overseas auction, he would become obscenely rich. The teenager, happily waving his arms, muttered that thanks to the cleansing of the dungeon, his level had risen to almost 300th. Opening his mouth wide, Haruto exclaimed that he was so carried away that he completely forgot about the unique reward. In the hand of the main character there was an unusual crystal, and the system wrote that it was a sealed object, and by pouring a little mana, you can remove the seal. After releasing powerful energy, the protagonist noticed that it was a piece of cake. Suddenly, a dimensional particle appeared, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence reported that by collecting all the particles, it would be able to create a dimension key that would open the doors to the desired dimensions. As he examined the artifact, the guy said that there were 4 more, and then wondered why it wasn't automatically copied. A bright aura surrounded the magic item, which could not be used with the copy ability. Sitting on the bed, the young man wondered if it meant that he would have to collect everything himself, and then said that this skill was becoming useless. Hearing a knock on the door, the teenager parted his lips and asked who was there. Muir, looking ahead, replied that he wanted to clarify something, and Haruto asked if he was still asleep. The man's gaze was serious. Sweat flowed sharply down the protagonist's face. The lord held a sharp sword in his hand. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist asked what he was up to. A former member of the International Hunters Association pointed his gun at the guy. Suddenly, Muir thrust a dagger into the young man's body. 15 years ago, a catastrophe broke out in Europe, and the city was engulfed in flames, because the huge level 500th Drake, who was considered the lowest type of dragon, but comparable in characteristics to the higher species, invaded the real world. The hunters ran towards the monster, and shouted that its main attribute was fire, which meant they needed to use ice attacks against it. The man in the cloak and hat easily escaped the monster's attacks. He then used an ice blast. Protecting himself from magic, Drake created a powerful wind with the flap of his wings. The hunters, seeing the result of the Magus attack, knitted their eyebrows tensely and said that there was not even a scratch left on him. And where did this high-ranking creature come from? Adding that they could not cope alone. Suddenly, the dragon released a stream of flames from its mouth. Several hunters burned in the same second. Drake killed everyone around him, and one of the hunters who managed to escape shouted to Mura that he had to run, because they would not be able to defeat him. The appearance of super-powerful monsters outside the dungeon turned the world into a living hell, but he was a novice hunter who had just awakened and had already resigned himself to his inevitable death, but then he appeared. Muir closed his eyes in fear, when suddenly the guy opened his eyes in surprise, asked if he was okay. At these words, the guys opened their eyes, full of surprise and shock. Right in front of him was one of the strongest hunters. Muir opened his mouth in shock and asked himself if it was the greatest hunter in the world, Frederick Hoff, adding that in that case, they were saved. Hugh smiled warmly. But unexpectedly, Drake bit off everything above the waist. Blood spurted in all directions, and Muir screamed in horror. Suddenly, shock appeared in the dragon's eyes. At the same moment, blood spurted out of his mouth. His stomach and body swelled. In an instant, Drake exploded from within. The guy had to raise his hands, resisting the shockwave. Hugh suddenly appeared in front of him, protecting him with a magical barrier. At such a picture, Muir's mouth dropped open and screamed in his head that this was unbelievable. He had just been killed, but he turned out to be alive. Thinking of this, he turned towards the corpse, but it was no longer there. A girl suddenly appeared behind him, who said that she had told Hugh not to use this skill in front of strangers. She created a magical barrier over herself and Muir. The man smiled broadly and replied that it was an emergency, and this method was the fastest to finish off the monster. The woman then approached him and replied that it was true, because his scales were so hard that they were comparable to those of a dragon, and if he hadn't stopped him, then perhaps the whole country would have been destroyed. Muir's eyes were full of confusion and shock. Suddenly, Hugh leaned over to him and said that he should keep secret what he had just seen, to which he replied in confusion, of course. Less than a minute later, the hunters came out onto the battlefield and shouted that this could not be, after which they asked who was able to defeat Drake, and even tear him to small pieces. At this time, Hugh and his partner began to leave. Before they left, Muir put his hand to his chest and shouted loudly that he was a newly awakened hunter named Muir of the Grant family, and then asked to remember him. The man, hearing this, smiled and replied that he would remember him. There was admiration in the boy's eyes, with which he said to himself that Frederick Hugh, the greatest hunter in the world, possessed of skills that surpassed even death, and then he could not imagine that after his disappearance, he would meet a person with the same skill. At the moment, he gritted his teeth with anger and said to himself that this was madness, but he had to make sure, and he would beg for forgiveness if he made a mistake. Suddenly, shock and surprise appeared in his eyes. The main character was behind his comrade and asked what he was up to. Then Muir chuckled and said to himself that everything was as he thought, because the hunter Haruto has the same skill as Frederick HEW. Then he gently raised his hand and turning around, apologized, explaining that he needed to see for himself, to which he shouted in displeasure, asking, he couldn't just ask about it, was it really necessary to rush with the sword? Suddenly, the main character, hearing a familiar voice, turned around. Satoru, shaking with fear, pointed his finger at them and asked what had just happened here. Then the guy put his hand to his face and, exhaling heavily, asked why he was still here, at the same time saying to himself that he was not getting better from hour to hour. After a while, Muir bowed his head in front of Haruto and shouted loudly, offering his sincere apologies, to which Haruto replied that he should stop, after which he asked who taught him to apologize with a bow to the ground. Then Aries, who was standing nearby, adjusted her glasses and replied that it was her, because she had heard that when a person commits a grave sin, this is how one should apologize in the East, to which he replied with displeasure that if a person kills another person, then one bow is not enough, after which he asked when she even managed to be there. Suddenly, Muir raised his head and exclaimed that he would serve him as an apology, to which the guy replied that he didn't really need it. At this time, Satoru raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if the protagonist really had the same resurrection skill as Frederickhoff, to which he shouted in displeasure, asking why he even took it from. Then Satoru's eyes suddenly sparkled, and with a wide smile on his face, he joyfully shouted that it was amazing, because he could die and then be resurrected again, which means that this is why he is so strong, and the main character, turning away, said to himself that he did not care what they thought, the main thing was that they did not find out about copying spells. After a short pause, he looked at his companions and asked why she had returned. After such a question, the girl silently looked at the guy, when suddenly she said that she would like to discuss one thing with him. After saying that, she took out a piece of dimensions. From what he saw, shock appeared in the guy's eyes. It was 1:30 a.m., and the protagonist asked if her particle had suddenly begun to resonate, to which she firmly replied, yes, and she followed her reaction and ended up in this room, and this is also surprising to her. Aries then observed the dimensional particles and said that her particle was number 1 and Haruto had number 5, and asked where he got it from. Then the guy looked at his interlocutor and replied that this was a unique reward received after completing the hidden dungeon, and then the girl said that it seemed necessary to do research. Some time ago, Aries first picked up this particle, which was one of her mother's relics. According to her notes, these fragments resonate with each other and attract, which they observed. After listening to the girl, the main character knitted his eyebrows and said to himself, it turns out, and the rest of the dimensional particles may be easier to find. Suddenly, Satoru peeked out from behind him and asked what they were for. Aries kept her eyes on the dimensional particles and replied that they said that if you collect them all, they will be the key to opening the dimensional gates. As soon as Haruto heard this, he jumped to his feet abruptly and shouted loudly, asking if it was really possible to open a dimensional gate like in that multidimensional dungeon they found, to which she firmly replied, yes. She imagined in her head the hidden dungeon they were in, and added that if there were multidimensional dungeons like the one they found in the snowy mountains of golems, then by collecting all the shards and creating a key, he would be able to move freely in dimensions. After listening to the interlocutor, the guy raised his hand and said that he now understood why she had come to Japan, not only to find her mother, but also to collect information about dimensional particles, to which she replied that this was the case. Looking down, Aries added that she believed that her father and mother were still alive in one of the dimensions, to which Muir, sitting next to her, replied that it was quite likely, since it was difficult to imagine that they could have died. Satoru suddenly raised his eyebrows and exclaimed that perhaps that was why they could not get out, because there was no way out without a key, and then asked if the gate could only be opened from this side. Then Aries put her hand to her chin and replied that this option was also possible, or they could not or did not want to return. With that, the protagonist frowned and said to himself that if they were the creators not coming back, then they had a reason to stay there, and perhaps something even worse than disaster was holding them back. Imagining the key in his head, he added that in any case, if they could open and close the gates with the dimension key, then they would be able to seal the multidimensional dungeons and prevent a subsequent catastrophe. Satoru watched his familiar's actions and asked how exactly these shards would turn into a key. And as soon as he asked this, the little golem connected the two ends of the dimensional shards. At the same second, they turned over abruptly, connecting in a different way. Immediately after that, a bright flash of light appeared. After a short pause, Satoru, shaking with fear, said that he thought he was going to die. At that time, there were particles on the table that were connected. Aries took them in her hand and said it was amazing. Lifting it higher, she added that she thought that when they collected them all, they would change into the shape of a key. But it turned out that they just connect and form a key. And now she is completely sure of it. While she was saying this, surprise appeared in the eyes of the main character. He saw that the dimensional particles were shaking and asked if the sound of the resonance had become louder, to which Aries replied that the dimensional particles were attracted to each other, and the louder the sound, the stronger the attraction, and when the rest of the shards began to resonate, one had to be especially careful, because those who possessed the remaining shards were most likely unusual people. At this time, the dark elf woman holding the shard of dimension number 3 was smiling madly, and saying that they would finally be able to return home. Over the Starfield Guild, the European headquarters, the moon floated across the night sky. Michael appeared inside, who asked Midsir in displeasure if there was nothing funny about it. Didn't the bastards from the Bloody Tower fail the mission? The elf immediately bowed her head and replied that he had finally absorbed the gift of Control H, which grants movement, so she congratulated him very much, and now he was one step closer to becoming a supreme being. The guy sat down in the chair and replied that at the moment, he could only move a short distance, and that could only be fixed with the help of the Control-C skill. Then the Dark Elf showed a piece of dimensions and replied that it had begun to resonate strongly, and perhaps one of the 5 shards had merged with the other, and they would soon know their location. Michael kept his eyes on his subordinate, saying that it meant that the particles had been discovered, and she was probably very happy, because she would soon be able to return home, to which she firmly replied that everything was correct. There was no emotion on the boy's face as he asked if there was no dimension key in her world. Then Mitsur frowned in displeasure and replied that it exists, but at the moment it is impossible to open the door to this world from the other side. 15 years ago, a mage named Nishihara sealed all the doors that lead to Earth from the inside. The dimensional key of this world was divided into 5 parts, and then sealed and hidden in different parts of the world. Michael listened to the Dark Elf and said that if you collect these particles and recreate the key, the doors between dimensions will open again, to which she replied that everything was correct. But first you need to open a door in the dimension to her home, the holy cosmic tree Yggdrasil in the land of fairies. In her world, a huge tree was rising into the sky, and the girl continued to say that there was a gift similar to Control-C, and if it absorbed it, she would be able to develop her other skills. Suddenly, Michael, without turning away, said that she was a good singer, after which he asked if it was really the same skill as Control-C, adding that when she first saw his gift, she was amazed, to say the least. At these words, drops of cold sweat appeared on Midsur's face. Suddenly, the guy stomped his foot on the floor with force and asked in displeasure if she really thought that he did not understand her true intentions, because the dimensions where her home, the world of the elves, was located, had been known as Dark Yggdrasil since the space tree had been desecrated several hundred years ago. He showed his powerful aura and added that after the catastrophe 15 years ago, when the Earth first connected with the elven world, they pointy-eared creatures tried to move the source of the corruption to the Earth, but they were stopped by the same bitch magician, and their plan failed, and her true goal was to reconnect the elf world with the Earth and complete her failed plan, which she decided to use as a tool. Then he asked, "Really?" Because he had not missed anything. The Dark Elf lowered her head with horror in her eyes, but unexpectedly for her, Michael told her to relax, because he didn't care about it. The girl raised her head in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The guy's eyes burned brightly, and he replied that with her help, he would gain access to multidimensional dungeons and, therefore, be able to absorb even more cursed gifts, and his goal was to become a higher being, and what would happen to this world, he did not care, after which he said that it was time to get his hands dirty. Hearing this, Midseer jumped to her feet and exclaimed that she couldn't do that now. After all, he was the head of the huge Starfield National Guild, and if he acted openly, it would attract attention and could create a problem. She smiled in confusion and added that she had already entrusted Lucas with the execution of Plan B, and when the preparations were completed, it would be reason enough for him to act. In a ruinous forest in an advanced dungeon in Japan, hunters have encountered a gnoll, a level 90 monster in which a goblin and a wolf have merged, and although the combat power of each individual creature is small, their high intelligence and actions in a pack make them extremely dangerous. Several gnolls with glowing eyes were grinning furiously. Then Satoru looked at the main character and frightened said that there were somehow too many of them here. Muir, who was standing behind, replied that it was so he thought they should retreat. But the main character smiled and said to himself that with such difficulty they persuaded Nanes and finally managed to get into this dungeon. And they want to retreat so easily. But this will not happen, because it's time to see what his stones are capable of. Knitting his eyebrows, he shouted at the top of his lungs for the degenerates to attack him. With these words, the monsters were restrained in madness. Tears poured from Satoru's eyes, and he asked in a shaking voice why he was so with them. The monster rushed to attack in a huge pack. Suddenly, dozens of system screens appeared, reporting that the Control-V skill had been used, which used the core of the migrating golem to create a golem. Stretching out his hand, the guy created a lot of familiars in front of him. Satoru's eyes filled with shock as he shouted loudly that there were so many henchmen here, and Muir wondered if he had summoned so many golems alone. Then Haruto looked at his comrades with a big smile on his face, and said that there would be wall to wall. Drops of cold sweat ran down the man's face, and he said to himself that an ordinary guy had summoned a whole squad of golems, and then wondered what kind of skill he had. At this time, huge monsters pounced on the small golems. One of them bit the familiar on the head with all his strength. Seeing this, Satoru knitted his eyebrows excitedly and said that no matter how strong the golem was, the difference in vitality and level was too great. But as soon as he said that, the little golem slapped the monster in the face with all its strength. After such a blow, the bend flew a few meters back. The enraged golems rushed into battle. They beat and threw monsters in all directions. Satoru sat down with his familiar on the ground and said that Haruto could do it alone, so it was not clear why he had come here in the first place. After a while, golems with glowing eyes stood over the defeated monsters. The protagonist patted the familiar on the head and said that they did a great job and now he knows what they are capable of, so they can come back. After these words, the golems turned into the most ordinary stones. In Haruto's inventory, there were many necessary and copied items. He looked at the system screen and raised his hand to his chin, saying that he didn't have enough inventory for an army of golems, and it took more time to create large golems, so he needed to come up with some way. Satoru suddenly jumped up to him, who held out his finger and asked if it was worth asking Master Shirasaki about it, to which he asked why it was him. And then the guy replied that he was obsessed with dungeons and probably knew some good way. Hearing this, the protagonist shouted that they needed to go to him, adding that Muir should not lag behind, to which he grinned and replied that he understood everything, and perhaps he even left the International Hunters Association for nothing. After a while, a white car was driving along the road. Haruto sat inside asking Satoru if it was his car, to which Satoru replied that it was, adding that his father had bought it for his birthday. He smiled happily and clarified that it was fully equipped, and then the main character remembered that he was the son of the head of the guild Taiken. Suddenly he received a call, and he answered the call and asked Nanes if he really needed to go to the association urgently, adding that he understood everything and was already leaving. Satoru looked at his friend out of the corner of his eye and asked if something had happened, since there was such an urgent call, to which he replied that he did not know himself. Drawing an image of Sarah in his head, Haruto thought that it probably concerns her, but he also has something to do with her, after which he asked the guy if he could speed up a little, to which he replied of course. After that, the car accelerated. After a while, everyone was in the Hunters Association in the interrogation room. Sarah was inside. Nanes looked at her and told the protagonist that she insisted that she would only talk to him, and had not eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, stubbornly refusing to answer. Then the guy looked at the girl and asked if it was possible to make the conversation remain unofficial, to which she replied that this was impossible within the framework of the investigation. After receiving a refusal, the main character closed his eyes and said to himself that there was nothing wrong with it, because even if the true nature of his cursed gift was revealed here, the main thing was to try to copy her ability to return to its original state. Less than a minute later, he put a glass of water on the table. Sarah looked at her silently. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked her for a drink. Then the girl looked at Haruto. After a short pause, she drank everything to the bottom. Seeing this, Nanes coldly said that at least she wouldn't die of dehydration. Suddenly, surprise appeared in Sarah's eyes when the protagonist said that she was interested in his skill infinite mana generation. Nodding, she replied that it was so, and if he helped her, she would be willing to cooperate fully with him, to which he agreed, but first decided to ask something. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy asked if she had suffered a curse blow and if it was the Control Z return skill. Upon hearing this, the protagonist remembered how he was cursed and said to himself that everything was as he thought he was, that he was not the only one who was cursed. He suddenly smiled contentedly and added that if he could copy the curse placed on her, then it would be possible to copy other control skills. At this time, Ares brought her hand to her chin and asked herself if her ability was not healing, but a return to its original state, adding that now she understood how the durability of the dragon's sword had been restored, but the skill of returning to its original state was simply incredible. Satoru looked at his sister with surprise in his eyes and asked what kind of return to the original state, what kind of cursed gift, and what was Control Z, what was it all about, wasn't it an Excel command? But the girl was silent. Suddenly, Sarah, slightly tilting her head, asked the main character to help her regain consciousness of her mom and dad, because he is the only one who can help her. Haruto then got to his feet and replied that he understood everything and he would give her the necessary amount of mana, but in return he would have to do something unpleasant, and he apologized for it in advance. After saying that, he put his hand on the girl's handcuffs. Shock appeared in the eyes of all those who were watching this, and Satoru suddenly shouted, asking what he was doing. Suddenly, a powerful magical explosion rang out. The main character, breaking Sarah's shackles, grabbed her by the arm. In the next second, the system screen appeared, revealing that he was using the Control-C skill, which copied the Control-Z skill from the target. But unexpectedly for the protagonist, a system screen appeared in front of him, informing him that it was impossible to copy this ability, and he, opening his mouth in shock, screamed in his head, asking himself how this was possible, adding that he, of course, admitted the possibility that this skill could not be copied, but really not at all. All this time, he held Sarah's hand in his hands. The girl suddenly knitted her eyebrows pitifully and asked what he was doing. Then the guy, coming to his senses, let go of her hand and apologized. At the same moment, the system screen appeared in front of him again, informing him that Control-Z is an unusual skill, so it cannot be copied now, but if the object is deleted, it can be forced to be absorbed, and if this condition is met, the next time this condition is met, it will be possible to copy it normally. After reading everything to the end, Haruto lowered his head and asked himself if satisfying the object meant killing, but it couldn't be. What kind of bastard condition was this? Looking at the confused Sarah, he asked himself if he needed to kill her in order to get the rollback skill. But he didn't want to do it. But he definitely wanted to copy it, and then wondered if there was another way to do it. Putting his hand to his chin, he continued to say that he did not want to wait for her to die of old age. But he did not want to kill her either. Satoru, seeing this reaction, looked at his sister in surprise and asked why the system window had suddenly opened. Then the girl leaned over to the microphone and asked the guy if something had happened, adding that he had a very stern face. Then the main character smiled broadly and replied that he was fine. Closing his eyes, he knitted his eyebrows and said to himself that if that was the case, then he would act for the long term, and first he would listen to Sarah's request and gain her trust, and hope that in time a less cannibalistic way would be found, after which he exclaimed that he would help the girl. This brought tears to Sarah's eyes, and she thanked the main character in a shaking voice, who said to himself that if there were no ways, he would simply invite her to his team. In the afternoon of the same day, clouds floated over the Central Hunters Hospital in the blue sky. Inside, the entire team was walking down the hallway, and Haruto asked if Mana was intoxicated, to which Sarah replied that it was so, after which she revealed that during the disaster, her parents were attacked by an unknown entity, and only this hospital could accept patients with such a disease. The main character looked at the girl from behind and said to himself that this was logical, because diseases related to mana are the main profile of hospitals for hunters, and therefore she worked with Takumi, because the service here is not cheap. After these thoughts, he approached Nanase and asked if it was true that Takumi was also undergoing treatment here, to which Nanase replied that it was true, that he was currently in a special room in the underground floors, and that after the treatment was completed, he would be transferred to the prison for further interrogation. Nanase, after saying that, looked at Sarah and asked if it bothered her, to which she calmly replied that it was fine. Suddenly, Muir's eyes showed some surprise at what he saw. A foreigner walked past him. Turning to him, the man asked himself what this guy was doing here. On the lower floors, 2 guards stood near one of the wards. A foreigner was walking quickly towards them. The guys immediately stopped him and said that the entrance was only for employees. Then the guy provided them with a pass. The guards saw the Control F inscription and asked if it was some kind of joke. But at the same second, the foreigner used his technique, and horror appeared in the eyes of the guards. A wave of magical energy quickly swept over them. She quickly absorbed the guards who tried to scream. The guys seemed to be underwater. In reality, their eyes have become completely black. The foreigner immediately ordered them to bring everything they needed to transfer the prisoner, and the guards immediately ran away. Left alone, the foreigner went inside. Then, a ball appeared in his hand. Dark magical energy emanated from him. Some time ago, Midsur held out her hand in his direction and said that this was a task that only he could do. The exact same orb appeared in her hand, and she added that if the blood tower failed, he should place these fruits in different places in Tokyo. Smelling the smell, Lucas covered his nose with his hand and asked what it was. Then the dark elf opened the orb and replied that it was the corrupted fruit of the space tree that she had brought from her homeland, and if it was used to create a barrier, it would be possible to open an interdimensional gap. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what the interdimensional gap was and what was there. To which she replied that it was better to see once than to hear 100 times. Suddenly, Lucas's eyes were shocked and horrified by what he saw. The muzzle of a huge monster appeared in the rift that appeared, and Mitsur said that with the help of one fruit, she could only show this. But they wanted him to create an excuse so that Starfield and Mr. Michael could act openly. Lucas was currently looking at the fruit in his hand and wondering if they wanted him to break into the dungeons in the heart of Tokyo. After a moment's thought, he began to type the code, adding that his family and Starfield were closely related, so it was too late to retreat. At this time, the doors to the ward were closed on the upper floors. The man suddenly came to his senses and asked in confusion what was happening and where they were. Then, with difficulty, he looked to the side, his daughter Sarah hugging her mother, who also came to her senses. Satoru cried the hardest at this. Behind him stood his sister, dissatisfied with her brother's behavior. Sunlight entered the ward through large windows. A few minutes later, Satoru wiped away his tears and said that the mana generation of the protagonist was simply incredible. But the fact that she was able to heal her comatose parents was simply amazing, because even the strongest healer could not always do this. Nanase looked at Sarah with some surprise in her eyes and wondered if she had really returned them to their original state, adding that it was simply unbelievable, because in the wrong hands, this skill was capable of a lot, but she still had to be carefully monitored. The girl, having resurrected her parents, wept bitterly. Haruto suddenly turned to Aries and asked where Mure-san was, to which she replied that she didn't know either. At this time, Lucas was walking down the corridor. Right in front of him, Takumi walked in a hood. Suddenly a system screen appeared in front of the guy, informing him that his Control F skill had detected a control skill user nearby. Abruptly removing his cap from his head, Lucas asked if there was a control skill user in the hospital. Hearing this, Takumi turned around abruptly and asked what he was talking about. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes, because he remembered that Sarah's parents were supposed to be lying here, and then wondered if she was with them now. But while he was thinking about it, Lucas turned around abruptly when he heard a familiar voice. Muir walked in his direction and said that because of his hat, he almost let him pass. Pointing his finger at Takumi, he added that he was wondering why an employee of the International Hunters Association was in Japan, but it turned out that their target was Takumi, Starfield's pet dog. Lucas did not take his eyes off the man, asking what fate he was here, because he had heard that he had left the International Hunters Association. Muir immediately took his sword out of his inventory and shouted that Takumi was a dangerous criminal and he was also spraying to free him. Then Lucas spread his hand to the side and retorted that he should not forget that this was a hospital, adding that he was straightforward as always. Suddenly, Takumi stepped forward and with a big smile on his face ordered to give him a weapon, because all the things from his inventory were confiscated, and it seems that Muir came alone, which means that he never learned anything, because his abilities cannot defeat them. But as soon as he said that, the protagonist appeared from the shadows, who mockingly asked if he had forgotten about him. Seeing this, Takumi gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, asking how he dared steal his skill. At the same moment, a system screen appeared in front of Lucas. This information put a big smile on the guy's face, and he screamed in his head that he had finally found Control-C. But while he was thinking about it, Nanace was walking in their direction, asking in displeasure when it would end, and Takumi appeared first, and now a foreign criminal. An incredibly powerful magical energy emanated from her spear. Sensing this, Takumi frowned and said to himself that it was a witch's blade. Fear appeared in Lucas's eyes, and he wondered if this was the end. Nanace came out to them, who straightened her hair and said that today's horoscope did not lie to her, because she really had a failure at work, which meant she would have to stay overtime. A crowd of people appeared around the hunters, saying that the huntress Nanace was armed and asking each other what was going on here. Takumi smiled broadly and said that it didn't seem like there would be a peaceful solution. Suddenly, 2 devices were thrown on the floor. These were special handcuffs to contain mana. Nanace smiled mischievously and said that if they wore this, they would be able to settle everything and she would be able to return home quickly. As soon as she said that, the guild leader Blood Tower showed his grin and ordered her to shut up. At the same second, he grabbed the girl next to him by the sweater. Picking her up, he turned to Nanace and said that she apparently did not understand what situation she was in. After all, this was a hospital, and every second hostage was here, and if she did not want anyone to get hurt, then she should be a nice girl then. But before he could finish speaking, Nanace kicked him incredibly hard right in the chest. After such a blow, Takumi flew a dozen meters back. At great speed, he flew into the wall. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The sight made a cold sweat pour down Lucas's face, and he said to himself that he hadn't even noticed her attack. There were worries and worries in his eyes. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and asked if he was really not like Takumi, and then offered to resolve everything peacefully. Upon receiving such an offer, Lucas looked away. He saw the guild leader Bloody Tower lying unconscious on the floor. Frowning, Lucas asked himself if he wasn't like him. Some time ago, he stood in front of the dark elf and asked why she chose him. Midsur then picked up the fruit of the corrupted tree with magic and replied that the corrupted space tree contained dark magic, and ordinary people were magically intoxicated when they came into contact with dark mana, but it was resistant. She smiled broadly and added, just like the Bloody Tower guild master. At these words, a shock appeared in the boy's eyes, and he wondered if Takumi was the same. The dark elf then spread her hand to the side and replied that it was true. He was able to use dark mana and with it abilities that were forbidden by international agreements. And in order to make the corrupted fruit space tree bloom, he needed to use a skill based on dark mana. All this time, dark magical energy was oozing from the open fruit. After these memories, hatred appeared in Lucas' eyes, with which he said that he was exactly the same. Less than an hour ago, he attacked 2 guards. Suddenly the guy grinned and said that there would be no peaceful solution. Hearing this, Nanace frowned. Lucas took out his sword from his inventory and firmly said that he needed Takumi. His eyes lit up, and he set his sword in front of him and said that he would take him away at any cost. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in the girl's eyes, but she understood what kind of sword it was. Muir, seeing this, frowned and said that it was a divine rapier, which meant that he was serious, after which he said that this sword had been passed down in the family of holy knights from Great Britain in the Lucas family from generation to generation and was the only sacred sword in the world. It was the same as the Keresi sword, but this rapier was more focused on thrusting, and not slashing blows. Lucas swung his weapon, and the protagonist asked in surprise if this needle was as strong as the Keresi sword. Suddenly the guy took off. He instantly found himself in front of his rival, while Muir replied that everything was correct, but unlike the long sword, it does not provide level bonuses or attacks. However, this sword is also known as the Inquisitor, as it can eliminate all skills and weapons that it defines as heretical, and for Lady Nanace, using an enchanted witch blade, the situation is unfavorable. While he was explaining this, Nanace quickly blocked his opponent's attack. The rapier plunged into the blade of the spear. Suddenly she pierced through the spear. Dissatisfaction and surprise appeared in the girl's eyes. Suddenly, a strong shock wave spread in all directions. Seeing this, the main character raised his eyebrows and shouted the girl's name loudly. But Nanace, continuing to hold back the pressure of the enemy, said that it was not worth interfering, otherwise the hospital would be damaged by the already huge damage. Having said that, the slick pulled back her weapon. Lucas's eyes were shocked by this action. His opponent swung for a blow. At the very last moment, the guy managed to jump away, after which he asked if she had decided to do without skills just because they were in the hospital, but if she was sure that she had what it took to defeat him. But as soon as he asked this, his tie was torn to pieces. At the same moment, he saw the blade of a spear flying in his direction. A strong shockwave spread in all directions from the collision of the 2 blades. Lucas, gritting his teeth, held back the pressure of his opponent, and said to himself that she had too much strength. From such a blow, he slid on the floor a few meters back. Suddenly blood poured onto the floor. Lucas covered his mouth with his hand and said to himself that he had blocked the blow, but his insides almost exploded, and it wasn't even about the weapon, she herself was on a completely different level. And now he realized the strength of the hunter who was ranked 10th in the world. After a few seconds, Nanace smiled mischievously and asked if he wanted to settle everything peacefully now. Cold sweat poured down the guy's face, and he said to himself that he really didn't want to use his skills in the hospital, but he had no choice. His rapier was quickly enveloped in a powerful magical energy. Suddenly, hearing Takumi's voice, Nanace and Lucas turned around abruptly. The protagonist was carefully looking at the guild leader Bloody Tower, who had struggled to his feet. He held in his hand the fruit of a defiled tree. He suddenly smiled madly and said that Nanace was so desperate to protect this hospital, so he wanted to see how she would handle it. After saying that, he struck the fruit directly into the floor. This sight sent shock into Lucas' eyes, and he shouted at the top of his lungs to stop. After all, this was a hospital. But Takumi put his power into the fruit of the corrupted tree and shouted, asking back, wasn't he going to plant them at key points in Tokyo, adding that this hospital was the most suitable place. A few seconds later, a madly powerful dark magic energy was released in all directions. The protagonist raised his head in surprise and asked what he had just done, and Mir, raising his sword, replied that it was dark mana. Hearing this, the guy frowned and shouted, asking what kind of dark mana it was, to which he replied that it was the mana possessed by dark skill users, and apparently Takumi was one of them. But there was too much of it, and at this rate, the dark mana would be absorbed into the hospital, and everyone inside would be subjected to magical intoxication. More and more dark magical energy was oozing from the corrupted fruit of the space tree. Without hesitation, the protagonist used the Control V ability, which used the Great Spider's Web, and also activated the Dark Movement skill. In an instant, he was behind Takumi and, tying him up with a web, ordered him to stop right away. Then, the guild leader Blood Tower looked at the enemy with a sneer in his eyes and replied that it was too late. Haruto's eyes looked surprised, and he asked what he was talking about. But as soon as he asked, the floor under the defiled fruit shook. At the same moment, huge roots burst out of the ground. They destroyed everything in their path. Hunters and civilians tried their best not to get under the roots. In less than a minute, a huge desecrated space tree sprouted in the hospital. The corrupted space tree has completely dissolved, destroying the hospital. One of the guys tried to help a girl who was about to fall down. Suddenly, he could not hold her. The girl flew down with a loud scream. But suddenly, the protagonist caught her with the help of the Great Spider's Web. The patient slowly descended to the ground. Haruto held out his hand to her and asked if she was okay, adding that she needed to evacuate with the others urgently. With a blush on her cheeks, she began to run, thanks to her rescuer, who said to himself that patients who were able to move around on their own were fine, but the problem was those who couldn't. Thinking of this, he shifted his gaze to the side. Not far from him were patients who could not evacuate on their own. After a short pause, the main character shifted his gaze to the side. He saw Nanace calming the little girl, and said to himself that she and Mr. Mura were monitoring the situation. At this time, Mura was helping the wounded man drink water nearby. Looking up, Haruto thought that there was a lot of dark mana in the hospital, and if nothing was done, everyone would be poisoned, in which case the only thing left to do was to return the hospital to its previous state. After these thoughts, he used his great spider web. Everywhere there were rubble and devastation. At this time, Satoru and his golem helped to pull the patient out from under the fallen ceiling and shouted that they needed to be extremely careful. Suddenly, the main character appeared behind the guy. Satoru raised his eyebrows in surprise, turned to his friend and asked what had happened here. As he asked this, his golem threw the boulder to the side with ease. Haruto took a few steps towards the guy and asked if they were okay, to which he replied yes, because thanks to Mrs. Aries, everyone in the room seemed to be intact. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if it was Lady Aries. When he arrived at the floor, he stopped in front of a wall of ice. Touching it, he asked if it was ice. Aries, who was on the other side, firmly replied that it was an ice barrier. Holding out her hands in front of her, she created a magical seal and explained that she had managed to prevent walls from collapsing, but that it was not good at resisting holding dark mana. After these words, the ice wall collapsed right in front of the main character. A passage opened in front of them, and the guy said that the main thing was that everyone was safe. Approaching Sarah, he raised his hand and told her that the entire hospital had been destroyed by some strange tree, and now the dark mana was spreading everywhere, which meant an emergency, and the fastest way to get rid of the disaster was to return the hospital to its previous state, and then asked if she could do it. The girl, having listened to the guy, frowned and firmly replied that she could do it, because she had already managed to roll back the dungeon, and besides, thanks to him, she didn't have to worry about mana. A few minutes later, they reached the huge trunk of the space tree. Looking up, Satoru said in surprise that it was bigger than he had imagined, which meant that the tree was the source of the problem, and then asked where it had grown from. Haruto then turned around and replied that it was all Takumi's fault, as the bastard had summoned this tree before running away. Hearing this, Sarah bit her lip and said to herself that he knew her parents were here in the hospital, and had summoned the trees anyway, which meant he didn't care about her the whole time. At this time, Aries was examining the roots of the tree. After a short pause, the main character approached the girl, asked if she was ready to start, to which she firmly replied yes. Standing behind, the guy began to transfer mana to the girl. Sarah gently placed her hand on the corrupted tree. At the same second, it began to decrease. Haruto gritted his teeth in exertion. The huge roots began to shrink. With each passing second, they returned more and more to the base of the tree. Nanace hugged the little girl while shaking. Muir looked up in surprise. The desecrated tree grew smaller and smaller. Suddenly it opened its bark. A wave of dark magical energy poured out from there. She immediately enveloped Sarah, who screamed loudly. Seeing and hearing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth and said to himself that this tree was emitting dark energy more and more, so he needed to save Sarah as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he rushed straight to her. After reaching the girl, the guy used the Control V ability, which used the Great Spider's Web. At the same moment, the dark magic energy became even stronger. Using his ability to move in the shadows, Haruto escaped with Sarah. Satoru immediately ran up to them and asked if they were okay. Then the guy put the girl on the ground and replied that he was fine, and Sarah seemed to have just lost consciousness, but it seemed that they would not be able to roll everything back as it was. After a short pause, he frowned and ordered Satoru to evacuate the patients from the hospital outside until reinforcements arrived, because if they didn't hurry, everyone would be poisoned. The guy immediately picked up the girl and, together with a henchman, ran to help people. Aries was staring at the tree without any emotion on her face when Haruto suddenly turned to her. He pointed to the source of the dark magical energy, and asked if it was true that she knew what it was. Upon receiving such a question, the girl replied without any emotion on her face that, judging by the notes that were left by her mother, this is the fruit of the corrupted cosmic tree Yggdrasil, which exists in another dimension. She stared intently at the tree, from within which dark magical energy was oozing, and continued to say that this fruit serves to move the source of pollution from another dimension to theirs, and since the cosmic tree itself is in another world, the ability to return everything to its original state did not work, and this fruit is a kind of barrier, and it is probably not only here, but also in 3 or 4 locations in Tokyo. As soon as the main character listened to the girl, his mouth opened in shock. 10 minutes later, the entire area of the Central Hunter Hospital was saturated with dark magical energy. The rescuers who arrived first of all evacuated all the serious. A magical seal appeared in front of the hunter's hand. He, together with his comrades, came to the rescue. One of them looked at his friend and told him to clean mana faster, to which he replied that he was trying, but there was simply no end to it, as if they were trying to scoop out the sea. The entire hospital was surrounded by huge magic seals. Takeo and Gaklas looked at it from the sidelines and said that he couldn't believe his eyes, because it was a corrupted space tree right in the middle of Tokyo. Nanes approached them, bowed, and reported that they had put Takumi and Lucas on the wanted list. At that time, the number 1 in Japan smirked and asked if the great hunter Nanes had allowed some Takumi to escape, or if it was because of Lucas, adding that if he was also involved, then wouldn't it be worth contacting Starfield or the International Hunters Association directly, because if this incident turned into an international conflict, then the Takumi Guild would be able to avoid responsibility since it was a Japanese guild. Suddenly, Shirasaki appeared behind and replied that they would use this status to justify themselves, shifting the blame to the Japanese government apparatus. Frowning, he gritted his teeth and added that there was no need to worry, because he would soon catch this kite. But suddenly, there was confusion in his eyes as everything around him shook. The hunters lowered their gazes to the ground and shouted loudly that this was an earthquake, and it seemed that the hospital was collapsing. Suddenly, Takeo's subordinate appeared, shouting loudly that the situation was critical. He was holding a phone in his hands and continued to shout that a second space tree had just been reported to have appeared in the northern region. From this information, drops of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he, gritting his teeth, asked himself if this bastard had already summoned the second tree. A huge corrupted space tree has swallowed up several buildings at once. Huge billboards showed news announcing that mysterious giant trees had suddenly appeared in 2 places in Tokyo today, and the Hunters Association had announced that the dark mana released by these trees could cause dangerous poisoning, and the government had declared a state of emergency in Tokyo. One of the men, looking at this, raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked if it was really necessary to hide now, and the children happily said that probably tomorrow they would cancel school. Takumi had a big smile on his face. Sitting in the car, he looked out the window and said that in such an environment they would definitely not be able to catch them. He then turned to Lucas and added that he had to admit that he was quite brave because he had carried out a terrorist attack all over Tokyo. Not everyone would do that. At this time, there were a lot of cars on the roads, and the news continued to say that if you are not exposed to dark mana for more than 24 hours, then poisoning can be avoided. But in any case, you need to stay calm, and follow the instructions of the internal affairs authorities. Do everything possible to resolve the situation. Police officers on the road controlled all traffic. The car that contained the Bloody Tower Guild leader and the foreigner was stuck in a traffic jam. Takumi suddenly looked at the hypnotized driver and said that it was a pretty good ability, and then asked if he had done it with dark magic. Then Lucas turned sharply at him and, with hatred in his eyes, ordered him to be quiet, because they were not comrades. Then the man raised his thumb and asked him not to be angry, because he says this from the bottom of his heart, adding that probably now their opponents have already lost their feet, trying to find them. But thanks to him, they are unlikely to succeed, because no one in life can even think that they will escape in a police car. And while he was saying that, a police car drove past the police officers on the road without any checks, and Lucas said that there were only 3 left, so he needed to finish quickly. Meanwhile, the Japanese Hunters Association had a sign on the door that read Chairman. Inside, the strongest hunters were sitting, and Takeo said that there was a chance that 2 or 3 more of these corrupted trees, called corruption trees, would appear in Tokyo to create a barrier, and then asked if it was true. Aries then looked at him and replied that it was so, and according to the notes I left her mother, the same trees grew during the Great Tribulation, and then they formed a barrier and became a gateway through which corrupted monsters began to fill Tokyo. Shirasaki's eyes were shocked by what he heard, and he shouted loudly, asking if they were the same trees. From this information, drops of cold sweat poured down the protagonist's face, and he, frowning, said to himself that this could not be. A long time ago, huge roots of a space tree erupted from the ground, pushing the machine underneath them. The protagonist, who was still a boy at the time, looked at his dad and asked if he was okay, to which he shouted loudly that everything was fine, adding that he had to sit down and buckle up right now. Right behind them, huge tree roots were pulling out. Haruto's father tried to leave, saying that he now understood what Tomoko was talking about, and then asked what kind of bastard had decided to open the gate in the center of the city. The roots of the space tree continued to move behind their machine. Suddenly, the main character saw a root right above them. At the same second, the machine was destroyed. At the moment, the mark on Haruto's neck lit up, and he said to himself that he didn't understand why he suddenly remembered it. But maybe it had something to do with his curse, because it wasn't the monster that destroyed the car then, but one of those trees, and if it was still his doing, he wouldn't leave it like that. He gritted his teeth with anger. After a short pause, Takeo put his hand to his chin and said that a huge tree had also appeared in Tokyo at that time, but they were too busy with the dungeon breakthrough situation to pay attention to it, and then asked if it was a barrier. Aries then adjusted her glasses and replied that it was, adding that her mother's notes said that a barrier of these corruption trees served as a gateway, linking their world to another dimension and opening up a pocket dimension. Hearing this, Nanace turned sharply at her and shouted, asking if it was a pocket dimension, to which she firmly replied yes. Shirasaki then frowned and said that if it were a simple pocket dimension, there would be no need to create a barrier, but they were using a corrupted tree from another world, and then asked if it was necessary to open the pocket dimension of the dark spirit grammar. After listening to her comrade, Nanace knitted her eyebrows and replied that it really was like that. After all, in order to open the dark spirit pocket dimension, you had to create a barrier with the help of corrupted trees, and she had heard about it, and also the dark spirit pocket dimension would require dark mana, and one tree would definitely not be enough. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Aries' face at these words, and she said that at this stage, there was a high probability that the pocket dimension would be opened, but in the worst case, it would be a corrupted portal to another reality. Suddenly, a big smile appeared on the protagonist's face, as he remembered that the pocket dimension is infinite, after which he asked himself why he hadn't thought of it before, adding that if used correctly, it would not only solve the problem of lack of inventory, but also allow him to endlessly create armies and golems, which meant that he should get his hands on it. He drew an army of golems in his head and added that he didn't care if it was dark mana or whatever, but the pocket dimension had to get to him. After these thoughts, he suddenly turned around abruptly when he heard a familiar voice that said that it was not worth telling stories. Number 1 in Japan chuckled and added that in order to open the portal, you need a dimension key, and as far as he knows, it was lost a long time ago. After all, he has never even seen it, so he doubts that it even exists. But before he could finish speaking, Aries took out 2 pieces of the key and asked if he was talking about it. From what he saw, there was shock in Gaklas's eyes. Jumping to his feet, he shouted loudly, asking if this was the measurement key. The girl did not take her eyes off the man, explaining that this was her mother's legacy, which was combined with what the main character found on the snowy mountain of golems. Number 1 in Japan sat down and asked in confusion if they really existed, but it was true that these 2 particles were not enough. Aries then explained without any emotion on her face that her mother's notes say that during the Great Calamity in England, a corrupted portal to another dimension opened, and then both a corrupted tree and a piece of dimensions appeared at the same time. But this event was hardly accidental, as it is possible that someone had transported the infected tree from another dimension and possessed the remaining fragments of the key. Shirasaki, listening to all this, gritted his teeth in displeasure. After listening to the girl, Takeo folded his hands and said that everything was as Mrs. Aries had said, adding that in the worst case, a portal to another dimension could indeed open, and it was a problem that was beyond their jurisdiction, so they would immediately request help from the International and American Association. Suddenly, Shirasaki rested his head on his hand and said that he remembered that one of the fragments of the dimension was stored in his guild. An hour later, they were all at the future guild in the underground vault. The main character opened his mouth in shock and said to himself that this vault is more like a dungeon. Number 1 in Japan raised his hand and said with a smile on his face that he knew that Master Shirasaki was a fan of dungeons, but the fact that he also had a particle of dimensions was quite unexpected. Haruto looked at the guild master's back and asked where he got it from. After a short pause, without receiving an answer, Gaklas smirked and said that he was silent, which means he bought it on the black market. But it could be a fake. The protagonist then opened the system screen and said to himself that it was not a fake, adding that although it was in the inventory, the dimensional particle resonated powerfully. Shirasaki gently placed his hand on the door. At the same moment, the huge doors opened. There were only dimensional particles inside. She was in a special magic zone. Seeing this, the number one in Japan smiled broadly and asked if there was only one particle in such a huge vault, when suddenly the protagonist stood in front of him and said that only he and Master Shirasaki would go further. Hearing this, the man furiously brought together and shouted loudly, asking who he thought he was. Ares immediately approached them and explained that when two fragments merged, it was already quite dangerous, and with the third fragment, the consequences could be completely unpredictable. Shirasaki immediately turned to look at those present and said that it was only him and the hunter Haruto who would go further, adding that they were in his territory, so they had to do as he said. Goklis gritted his teeth in anger and hissed through them that he was convinced that the key existed, and the rest was not interesting to him. But if a portal to another dimension suddenly opened, then they would both be responsible to him. While he was saying this, the main character was looking at him through the closing doors. Inside, he walked over to the fourth fragment and said that it was a dimensional particle with the number 4. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the man and asked where he got it, to which he replied that he should stop chatting and quickly connect them. Raising his hand, Shirasaki created a barrier and said that as soon as the guy attached the particle, he should immediately run into its barrier, to which Shirasaki replied that there was no need to worry, while saying to himself that he had the great spider's web and the skill of shadow movement. With these thoughts, Haruto reached out his hand to the particle, which began to resonate strongly, and said to himself that he was the one who had not yet taken the rest of the fragments out of his inventory. But unexpectedly for him, the magic barrier around the dimensional particle collapsed. A bright flash of light appeared in front of the guy, causing shock in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a madly powerful explosion that created a huge crater inside the vault. Those hunters outside the vault felt a powerful shockwave. Nanace frowned tensely and said that it seemed that something had happened. Inside, there were huge boulders everywhere. Shirasaki, surrounded by a barrier, took a few steps forward and called out to the protagonist. Suddenly hearing his voice, he turned sharply. Haruto appeared not far from him. In front of him, there was an open system screen that reported that the dimensional particles had been connected, and the guy himself was saying to himself that they themselves flew out of the inventory and joined, and if it wasn't for the shadow movement skill, he would definitely have died, because it was an incredibly powerful blow, which meant that you had to be extremely careful with the fourth connection. Suddenly, Shirasaki's eyes filled with rage and hatred, which he screamed in his head, wondering if this guy had just used a high-level stealth skill, shadow movement, and who he was. He loudly called out to the main character, who turned around and said that there was no need to shout at him so suddenly, because his heart almost sank into his heels. But as soon as he said that, Shirasaki grabbed him by the throat. At great speed, he pinned him against the wall. Blood spurted out of the guy's mouth, and he screamed, asking what was going on. The man prepared to kill the protagonist, shouting that dark skills require dark mana, and he had just used shadow movement, after which he asked how he did it. Haruto gritted his teeth and frowned as he asked himself what he needed to say. The hero screamed, used the copied skill of shadow movement. Thoughts swirled in his head that there was no way for him to escape from this idiot. He did not use dark mana. But Shirasaki was only surprised. He pinned the guy to the floor and asked if he really wanted to say that he was using the forbidden skill of shadow travel without dark mana. He used black lightning and struck. Dust spread all over the room. The guy fell on one of the ledges and began to cough up blood. His head swayed, blood continued to drip from his mouth. He didn't understand why he couldn't get down with the help of teleportation. The man suddenly asked what it was. Was the hero really having trouble because he couldn't use his favorite skill? Shirasaki stepped closer and said that black lightning was the only ability that could stop shadow travel, so he mastered it. Haruto looked up at him, which was why Shirasaki had fled to the Golem Mountain back then. The man pointed his wand at him, saying that he had begun to doubt him even when he suddenly appeared during the battle with Kisha. Who was he anyway? Then on the Mountain of Golems, was he in cahoots with Kurosaki? Could it be that this whole situation was set up by them? The guy was surprised that the head of the guild thought that he was in league with Kurosaki. He staggered and leaned on his arm. It was a mistake to go here, only the two of us anyway. You need to stop Master Shirasaki. The hero gritted his teeth and replied that the more he thought, the more angry he became. It was just using a skill. He tried to use the web of the great spider. A spider web appeared around the guy. He shouted that the master decided to kill him because of such a trifle. As if he was angry with him. As if he killed his family. Shirasaki was amazed to see the new ability. A moment later, he was locked inside a cocoon of cobwebs. The hero looked at him and said that he was uncomfortable. Did he say something unnecessary? The cocoon began to crack. The ground beneath the cocoon broke under unprecedented force. A bright light hit the hero's face. Black lightning flashed everywhere, and cobwebs flew in all directions. Shirasaki stood in front of him, unharmed. The veins on his face heaved with anger. He said that he never heard an answer, which meant that he was really hiding something and then he would have to die here. Haruto exhaled heavily, realized that the head was furious, and it seemed that these were not empty threats. Apparently he had relaxed too much and forgotten that Master Shirasaki was a hunter of the 500th level. The man took a strange stance. Madness burned in his eyes. Haruto was still hanging out on the 200th, in which case he had no other choice. He would have to go all in. He opened the inventory and began to flip through it quickly. The choice fell on a high-quality potion. At this moment, the master used a thunder spear to reach the hero from a distance. The guy put up a lot of barriers. However, the blows still took him out, and a heavy sigh escaped from his chest. In his mind, the hunter cursed and demanded that the skill work. The system reported that the user's health level had dropped by 25%. The activation of the berserker skill of the Corisian dragon longsword began. The use of the skill required the equipment of the long sword. The guy crouched. At this moment he equipped himself with a sword emitting yellow light. He did not wait and immediately swung, trying to maintain defense. A powerful shockwave rushed forward. Shirasaki put up a protective barrier. He looked forward heavily, holding back the energy of the attack. However, the hero's pressure only increased. The master's barrier shattered and a blow rushed into his body. There was an explosion. The man gritted his teeth, squinting in pain. He remembered his conversation with his brother. They clinked glasses and began to choose the name of the guild so that they would become the strongest in the future. The name of the guild of the future appeared. The guys looked at each other cheerfully. The table was full of snacks. They liked the idea. They were going to make the future guild the strongest in the world. Shirasaki remembered his younger brother Soto. He smiled at him and said that before that happened, he would help him become the coolest hunter in the world. Shirasaki laughed heartily and said that this idea sounds good. 10 years ago, the brothers had a battle with a monster. They were not afraid of anything. They always won and shared the spoils. They were not even afraid of the lords of hell. The hunters stayed at the gates to the dungeons. Shirasaki were also there then. Soto looked at the gate and asked his brother if he had a strange premonition. One of the hunters did not inspire confidence in him. Shirasaki took his brother aside and excitedly stated that this dungeon, despite its popularity, is quite closed and even the Midas and Taiken do not have the right to pass it, which means that this is their chance. This dungeon, they will definitely break into the top 10 Japanese guilds in Japan. He turned back, laughed, and said that it was too late to retreat. Besides, with his return, they would be able to get out of any situation, didn't he? He asked his brother not to worry and promised that his elder brother would protect him. Soto cast a wary glance at the bandaged-faced hunter at this moment. A few hours later, the monster was defeated, but many hunters were killed along with him, not by monsters, but by an unknown hunter. Shirasaki sat next to his wounded brother and asked what the unknown idiot had done. The man smiled. Black fire emanated from him. He explained that he had committed a dark mana infection and it would gradually poison his brother's mind until he turned into a mindless monster. He told the man to enjoy this sight. The veins in Soto's face were swollen and darkened, and he was sweating and breathing heavily. Shirasaki glared furiously at the killer and demanded that he give him the antidote, or else his brother would die. The bandaged man looked to the side thoughtfully and noticed that Masato had made the greatest contribution to the destruction of infected skeletons, hadn't he? And for doing so, he had received a unique reward. It was the shadow movement skill. The hunter's eyes flickered. He looked at his dying brother in fright. He had to give the skill to the assassin, and he would tell him how to save his brother. Or he could just kill him. But those who did not have dark mana did not need this skill. An unknown person opened the window of the system. Masato said without hesitation that he was giving the skill and asked for an antidote in return. The killer turned around and called the Englishman Ashley Cooper. He said that he had a family blade, a divine rapier. This was the only way to save his brother from poisoning. Shirasaki looked at him indignantly and reminded him that he had promised to give him an antidote. The man shrugged his shoulders and waved his hand. He said that there was no cure for dark mana. He thought about it and said that this dungeon is a moving magical dimension, and after passing through it, it usually disappears and the space around it begins to collapse. Shadows crept out from under the stone and entangled the hunter's legs. He said that even if there was an antidote, without teleportation skills, the brothers would still be finished. Shirasaki screamed in fury, realizing that the unknown had been trying to kill them all from the beginning. The bandaged man smiled broadly and replied that he couldn't accept the existence of dark mana and dark skills. They shouldn't be known to the whole world. After that, he disappeared, and the cave around the brothers began to collapse. Masato told his brother to hold on and asked if he could use the return skill. The guy handed him a small artifact and told him that he had found it in the boss's room. He didn't know what it was, but it seemed to him that it was something special. Shirasaki, with tears in his eyes, yelled at his brother and stated that now was not the time to talk about it. He yelled for his brother to use the skill. Tears appeared in Soto's eyes. In a half-whisper he remembered their promise, and said that he would not be able to keep his promise. The return skill was assigned to Shirasaki Masato. The man screamed, sobbing and asking why his brother was doing this. He was teleported, but he asked to stop. He was hugging his dying brother. A magic circle appeared under his feet. Soto finally asked his brother for forgiveness. The skill worked. Masato appeared in the middle of the office, a pile of paper flying into the air. He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. In his hand, he clutched a mysterious gift from his brother. The hunter raised his head to the sky and shouted, emitting black lightning throughout the office. He was sitting in front of Haruto now. He looked down and said that more than 10 years had passed since that moment. He had checked all the dungeons, but he had not been able to find what he needed. He stood up and said that he no longer hoped that his brother was alive. But Haruto mentally realized that the head wanted to at least find his remains, so this was the reason for his obsession with the dungeons. The guy at this time drank the potion. He realized that it was better not to anger the master. Thanks to the berserker he managed to surpass him for a while. but his body would not withstand a second such fight. He would not want to die once again. Hirosaki was in front of the hero in an instant. Now he focused on learning dark mana and skills and didn't care about international prohibitions. He said that shadow movement is a unique skill, and now that all dark skills have been abolished, there is no one left who can use it, except for the guy in the headbands. Haruto scratched his head and asked why Kurosaki and he could use them. He said that he would explain everything, at least what he himself understood. Suddenly his eyes widened. The skill that the hero had used recently was the long sword skill, right? The master turned around and asked how he was able to steal it. Where did he get the ability to copy techniques in the first place? He decided that it was logical to assume that shadow movement was also stolen. He apologized for writing the guy down as an accomplice of Kurosaki and for attacking him, who knew that Haruto was a simple skill thief. From what he heard, the hero was indignant and began to shout that since the master apologized, then he should apologize properly, and demanded not to call himself a thief. Hirosaki looked at him with displeasure and asked him what he was wrong about, since he had almost snatched the reward for Keisha from under his nose. But the hunter was indignant, and said that it was the master who did not finish eating him then. The head looked at the guy sternly and said that he would tell him two things. When the measurement key was ready, he would go too, because he had the right to do so, and he also asked him to stay away from Kurosaki, because he was his prey. Haruto turned to the head of the guild in surprise and replied that he didn't need anything else from Kurosaki. Kurosaki was standing in the middle of the chaos outside, hidden under his hood, smiling and saying that things were only getting more interesting in Tokyo. Mur looked at the embarrassed hero in surprise and asked what had happened. He rubbed his chin and replied that it was nothing, he just delayed a little with merging the dimensional particles. Hirosaki angrily looked ahead and cursed at Kurosaki, promising to get him out of the ground. Ares approached the head and reported that according to the schedule of the previous trees, they could predict Kurosaki's next goal. The leader immediately demanded to know where to go. The magus looked at the screen. First of all, it was necessary to gather the hunters around Ginza. Judging by the position and size of the barrier, the rift would open there, and apparently on a very large scale. Nanace looked angrily at the graph. The scale, according to her, was too large, which meant that there would be a lot of monsters as well. Haruto folded his arms over his chest and looked ahead thoughtfully. He was thinking about the horde of monsters. If so, then it would take time to destroy them, regardless of level. Even with wargs last time was not easy. The leader turned around and ordered the hunters from the Guild of the Future to be sent to Ginza, and he would go after Kurosaki. If he was caught, it would be possible to prevent the appearance of the fourth felled tree. The girl promised to return to the association and start convening the guild. She turned sharply to the guys and asked if they would act together with the association team. Haruto looked at her calmly and replied that he had his own plans. Nanace asked what other plans he was talking about. The hero looked at her seriously and reminded her that, as she had said, if the rift was really that big, then it would most likely be the decision of numerical superiority. The huntress nodded. Hirosaki just chuckled and wished him luck. He was wondering what he would surprise him with next time. At this moment, Haruto turned to his partner and said that he would need his help this time. Mur smiled and was glad that the hero finally appreciated his value. The guy was embarrassed and asked what he was talking about. We were talking about the simple role of a loader, which greatly outraged his partner. After a while, a council met at Starfield's European headquarters. Mitsur looked at the screen and reported that a request for help had been received from Japan. Also, they say, the request was sent to America. Their time had come. Michael looked seriously ahead and asked if their barrier was not yet complete, if the rift would open properly. The elf nodded to the leader and replied that the size of the rift was already large enough and monsters like goblins and orcs were already flooding the space. Another member of the council raised his hand and stated that if a request for help had been sent to Amirio as well, then, despite the size of the horde, they would be dealt with quickly, and haste might prevent Master Michael from acting quickly. At this time, hordes of monsters crawled out of the rift in space. Mitsur understood what the head of the European branch was worried about, so they created a barrier of corrupted trees in Tokyo to increase the size of the gate. The advisor looked at the image in surprise and asked if all he saw inside were monsters. With so many, even if America provided support, they would not be able to cope. Mitsur smiled wickedly as she put her hand into the portal. She added that when the rift opened in Tokyo, it would inflict a strong debuff. Michael looked menacingly ahead. He turned to his subordinate. He said that for the sake of her homeland and Yggdrasil, this time they must succeed. The girl began to go out into the portal and said goodbye that the gentleman did not have to worry, because this was not their first rift in Tokyo. Meanwhile, in the White House, America, Raymond Romeo, the President of the United States of America, asked Mr. Logan if it was true that a portal to another dimension had opened in Japan because of the cursed trees. Logan nodded and reported that it was a tree from the same dimension as the Dark Spirit Rift that had appeared in England 15 years ago. The president folded his arms over his chest and asked if there were any threats to their country. The director replied that until the gates were opened, there was no direct threat, but the Japanese Hunters Association officially requested their help. The man looked down at his fingers and asked, "What is the reaction of the International Hunters Association?" Logan looked at him and stated that there had been information that Michael of Starfield, one of the directors of the International Association, would personally go to the scene. The advisor who was sitting next to him asked why a hunter of this caliber personally went there. What could it mean? Logan replied that their information networks could not get to this data, so they did not know the details. The girl answered the call and was shocked. She looked at the president with excitement and reported that she had received a request for a video call from the head of the Hunters Association. The assistant connected the connection for the call. Simon DeFree, head of the American Association, was alarmed by Mr. President, saying the situation was very serious. The president looked at him in amazement and said that he had already been informed about the incident in Japan. They planned to limit themselves to support only in the form of resources. But the head objected, saying that this might not be enough. There is information that a private jet of the Ouroboros Guild is heading to Japan. Logan nervously rubbed his hands together and asked if Turner himself had gone to the scene. Simon lowered his eyes and replied that it was so, that Turner had taken his guild members with him and prepared his equipment. The director put his hand on his head and reminded that his strength is comparable to their army, and if a hunter of this level crosses the border, it is comparable to the use of nuclear weapons. In addition, Japan is a militarized country, and if Turner's actions become known, it will cause a huge resonance. What does the association do? Why didn't they control it? The man looked at him anxiously and said that they could not do anything about it. It was no longer possible to stop the hunter. Raymond intervened. He looked seriously ahead and gloomily declared that now it was not only a problem for Japan. He ordered the best hunters to be selected immediately in order to send them to Japan. But it was necessary to act strictly confidentially. Lucas was approaching the desecrated tree at this time. He looked sternly ahead, prepared the weapon as Kurosaki had said. He was just like him now. He justified his actions with the clan and his father. But in the end, it was all his fault. 15 years ago. From the day Lucas received the curse Control F from the Supreme Being, hell began wherever he was. All information from any source, as well as people's grievances and desires, filled his head. Lucas held his head in complete horror with tears in his eyes. Sometimes he even felt the thoughts of the monsters and their death. After a week, he could no longer remain conscious and eventually tried to commit suicide to free himself from his curse. But strange as it may seem, it was there that he found hope to continue living. Lying on the ground, his eyes began to radiate light. In front of him was a family heirloom that adorned the corridor of their house. Sacred blade, divine rapier. Just by holding the rapier, the guy could neutralize the curse. This allowed him to control the flow of information emanating from his curse. So the guy was saved from hellish torment, and has not parted with the blade since then. When a rift to another dimension opened, Nishihara Hunting asked to borrow a rapier, but his father refused to protect him. As a result, England suffered colossal losses. The Cooper family lost its influence, losing both status and power. After that, the guy tried everything to learn how to control his curse on his own. Absorbing dark mana turned out to be the only way to control it. But as soon as you loosen the control for a while, the flow of information carries him away in a huge wave. So the sacred sword was always necessary for him. In search of dark mana, Lucas met Michael and Midsir, thanks to whom their house regained its influence. But the price for this was high. Upon learning of his abilities, Michael ordered a search for the owners of the control curse, and the found carriers were killed in order to absorb their skill. His excuse was that it was all for the sake of the house and his father. But it was a lie. In fact, he was just afraid that Michael would kill him. He was just a coward. Calm mana emanated from his sword. The guy tried to remember the name of the hero. He asked what would happen if Michael took possession of his skill. He was going to see it with his own eyes. The young man looked at his sword anxiously and told the divine rapier to return to its inventory. Immediately afterward, a huge flood of information hit his head. Lucas felt himself in the middle of an endless abyss. His eyes widened, and the hunter froze and stared into the void in amazement. Among a ton of information, he found the necessary one. Turner's plane flew forward. The legendary hunter sat in his seat. His partner was checking the sharpness of the knife. He asked the boss if he was going to Japan. Why don't they use the teleporter? Why do they have to fly on a private plane? The man looked at him menacingly and asked Richard if he had forgotten the motto of their guild. Richard waved his hand in fright and read, "Don't let your guard down. Death happens suddenly." He understood everything and apologized for being stupid. The strongest hunter silently looked out the window, 15 years ago during the Great Catastrophe. When he was still an A-rank hunter, and was on the verge of death, the hunter Nishihara saved his life. Soon after, he received a gift from a supreme being and instantly took the place of the strongest hunter in the world. His hand gripped the amulet, which emitted a yellow glow, and he remembered that just before the end of the disaster, the hunter Nishihara had given him a piece of dimension that was resonating again for the first time in 15 years. Sweat broke out on the man's face. He knew that what was happening in Japan might be the moment that the hunter Nishihara was so afraid of. Meanwhile, sunset was already coming in Tokyo. Hunters found the supposed place of a new rift. Nanace and Takio exchanged glances. The girl replied that the concentration of corruption was the highest here. The headmaster asked what the other guilds said about it. The Shernod master of the Taiken Guild is already working to neutralize the corruption from the cursed tree at the Central Hunters Hospital, and his guild members are working on the same tree found in the Whale area. Master Goklas of the Midas Guild sent all his members to various places for support, and he himself stayed on the main street of the Ginza alone. He said whatever came out of the rift, let them leave it to him. The director nodded and said that Master Goklas could be trusted. He asked what the rest of the guilds were doing, and the girl replied that they were engaged in the protection and evacuation of citizens who did not have time to leave the city. Takeo looked at the work of the people around him and asked where the hunter Haruto was, but he acted separately. The man scratched his beard thoughtfully and asked why. Nanase looked ahead seriously and replied that she was also asking this question, but she thought that the hero would surprise them this time as well. Her brother heard their conversation at this time, stopped and asked in his mind, did they really mean the hero? At that moment, his comrade shouted at Ikanaga and told him not to count the crows and hurry up. The guy began to carry the box further, and he asked himself if it was the same Sano. Since then he had never seen him. He wondered how he was doing. After a while, in the shopping center of the hunter, in Ginza, Golem and Satoru were carrying a large number of bags. The guy shouted that he could no longer do it. Miura and Haruto ran far ahead. The assistant stated that he was already at the limit. The hero opened the system window. She said that the lack of mana of the user did not allow the activation of the carry dragon long sword. He looked angrily at the screen and said that he was missing and began to swear at the system. Satoru and the golem caught up with him. The guy noticed that one bag for items fits 100 things. Now he has 13 bags, 1,300 objects. And this is still not enough. Haruto looked ahead with annoyance and decided that they would stop there. Miura glanced at the hero and asked if even that wasn't enough to stop them. The hero replied that it wouldn't be possible to stop them completely, but at least partially yes. The guy looked intensely ahead. He understood that in any case he needed a space pocket. At all costs he would definitely copy it. The trio stopped. Lucas stood in front of them with a divine rapier in his hands. Miura looked at his friend uncomprehendingly and asked how he knew they would be here. The guy gave him a brief glance and told him to be silent. He needed to talk to the hunter Sano. Haruto looked at him uncomprehendingly. Miura angrily ordered him to put away his rapier. The hero smiled. He remembered what Hirosaki had said about him. He realized that his sacred sword could purify dark mana, and if he copied it now, it could be useful to him. So he asked his comrade to wait a while. The hero threw off all the heavy bags, to the hunter's surprise. He was behind the blonde in an instant. He knew that his level had increased significantly, so now he would be able to copy without any conditions. Suddenly, Lucas dodged, leaving Haruto with a look of shock on his face. The guy demanded the hero without sudden movements, because his skill was already known to him. Sweat and complete bewilderment appeared on his face. The hunter did not understand how the stranger knew about his copying skill. As a solution, he was going to play a fool. He scratched his head and asked what he was talking about. Lucas made a quick dash. He pointed his rapier at his target and shouted. It was useless to pretend. He had staked everything that his kind and he had. The needle approached the hero's face. At the same moment the foolishness disappeared from him. The hero's body evaporated. The guy pierced the air. Lucas turned around. Haruto sat surrounded by a protective web behind him. The blonde man asked if he was also using dark skills. A bright light began to shine from his rapier. The guy intercepted it and said that the hero's tricks would not work against him. He pointed the blade at his opponent and used the radiance technique. The whole area was filled with unbearable light. Haruto closed his eyes in displeasure, trying not to lose sight of the enemy. He noted that the situation was the same as that time, with the dark magic of Master Shirasaki. He involuntarily took a step back, unable to use the shadow movement skill. Satoru turned to Miura and asked why the hero couldn't use his shadow movement skill. The man calmly explained that it was all because of the power of the holy sword. The radiance illuminated the space within a radius of 10 meters, so a dark skill such as shadow movement simply could not be used. Lucas pointed the blade at the ground. He turned to the hero and said that if he couldn't use his skills, then all his copied skills were dark, right? Haruto smiled nervously and nodded, promised that he would definitely take it into account next time. He cursed to himself. That's what kind of divine power a divine rapier has. He couldn't use shadow movement, and he didn't even have the opportunity to touch his opponent. He looked at the blade. The question arose, if he tried to knock it out or tried to copy it again, like last time, should he take the risk? Lucas looked at him angrily and stated that the hero knew that it was his skill that led to all these events. He stated that the hero should know how to get other control skills without using copying it. Haruto looked at him seriously. Now he understood how he knew everything about his whereabouts in the curse. Because he was also the owner of the skills of this curse, he asked if the blonde wanted to kill him to take this skill. So he teamed up with Kurosaki and caused a disaster? The guy angrily waved his sword and told him to be silent and not to compare him with this carrion. Suddenly, he approached the hunter and pierced him with his sword. Lucas looked at his target in surprise. Haruto coughed up blood, but at the same time smiled contentedly. The system reported that the divine rapier had merged with the user. Now he could copy and absorb it. While if he copied this skill, then the shadow movement skill would not be available. The hero took a few steps. Blood spilled on the ground. He did not understand what it meant. A healing potion appeared from the inventory. The hunter busily drank it. Saving himself from death, he asked himself if the sacred sword was blocking the use of dark skills. He thought that since he wasn't using dark mana, then everything would be fine. He exchanged shadow movement for a toothpick sounded too thin, and he couldn't do that. Lucas brushed the blood from the blade and asked if the hero had deliberately allowed himself to be wounded in order to copy his sacred sword. He was impressed by this level of copying even after being wounded. The blonde man took a fighting stance again and was about to ask his enemy just one question: what was he going to do with his curse? Haruto looked at him with displeasure and demanded not to ask him any more stupid questions. Of course, he was going to become the strongest hunter, and his goal was to defeat the Supreme Being. The enemy made another dash and grinned. He tried to attack. The hero retreated and said that even before he became a hunter, they, the damned, were limited in time. These words surprised the blonde. Haruto looked at him indignantly and asked if he didn't know that the next great catastrophe would happen in 20 years and there were only 5 of them left. Lucas didn't understand anything. The guy frowned to the side. He realized that he was then absorbed in a huge flow of information and could not comprehend anything. So this hourglass symbolizes the remaining time, and is it related to the next great catastrophe? Haruto opened the system window and asked the enemy what he was going to do. The system informed him that the copy time had expired. He needed to touch the object again. The guy looked ahead with displeasure. Despite the fact that he allowed himself to be hurt, nothing worked. He had to do everything again. Suddenly, a thunderstorm broke over his head. Satoru shouted that it had all begun. Lucas froze and stared silently at the rift in the sky. The system reported that a portal to the Dark Spirit Rift dimension has begun to open in Tokyo. When the rift opens, an area of corruption will form, and in this area, all hunter strength and stamina with health will be reduced by 30%, and the use of mana-dependent skills will be limited. The Shinagawa area before the opening of the space gate, everything was collapsing. A barrier of corrupted wood was created. In Tokyo, part of another dimension began to open. The system warned of the imposition of a debuff. Kurosaki looked at the window of the system with satisfaction. He said that as soon as the subspace in Tokyo opened, then a real hell on earth would begin here. His mission was accomplished. All that remained was to report everything to the elf. Black lightning flashed near him. Shirosaki asked if he was sure of it. The man dodged the chain of attacks. The head of the Guild of the Future and Ares appeared in front of him, protected by a barrier, to which the villain tried to quip. He took off his hood, smiled evilly, and said that the hunter was late. The barrier was complete, and that was the end of Tokyo. Shirosaki separated from the mage and waved his hand. He didn't care, because his target was Kurosaki. The man removed the barrier and clenched his fist. He shouted that dark mana was not affected by debuffs. Kurosaki took a fighting stance, unleashed his fell magic, and asked if his enemy thought he was the only one they didn't work on. His eyes turned black, dark veins spread across his face. The man said that he would show the master what dark mana was capable of. All the hunters in the city received messages from the system. People began to say that they were facing such a debuff for the first time. Many understood that such restrictions were like fighting unarmed. One of the mages tried to create a spell, but it didn't work. Healing was also not possible to create, and the units had very few potions left, and due to the decrease in health, many could die due to one hit. Nanace looked angrily ahead, Takio frowning with his hands behind his back. He stated that this was an unplanned situation, but they would have to fight a lot of monsters. A huge portal opened over the city. The faults began to destroy the fabric of space. Panic began to grow. Someone came out of one of the portals. Nanace turned sharply. The director's eyebrows rose from what he saw. The elf stood at the edge of the portal, a huge amount of deadly energy emanating from her. Mitsur smiled calmly. It was the first time people had seen an elf. The hunters looked at her and did not understand why she came out alone. Suddenly someone noticed something below. A whole horde of monsters appeared under the elf's feet. Many immediately began to step back, people shouting that there were too many creatures. The invader smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, that people must have missed each other in those 15 years. And she shouted that now they could have a blast. Hordes of monsters lined up below and waited for one single command. Glocklas sat silently in front of 1,000 monsters on the main street. He smiled broadly and asked if they had used the debuff and decided to number them. Could it be that they were really holding them as weaklings? His body began to grow stone armor. The first monsters immediately rushed to attack, but many began to die literally from one blow. The master began to break deeper and deeper into the crowd. The first corpses fell to the ground, making their relatives feel threatened. Glocklas clenched his fist and said that it was a great pity, because his skill did not consume mana at all. After that, the monsters broke free from the chain and ran screaming at one single person. He shouted that fighting each one separately was a hassle, so he decided to deal with them in one blow. At great speed, he ran into the crowd, grinding it with his armor. Body parts flew in all directions. The witnesses of the battle prepared for battle. The leader of the squad took out a sword and shouted that they would take care of the rest of the small things themselves. The hunters rushed to kill the small goblins. One of the warriors shouted that it was difficult for him to fight even goblins without his skills. The leader of the squad hacked down another monster and warned the squad that the creatures were infected and they needed to keep a close eye on their HP, otherwise they would all die. Nanace ran swiftly forward. Her sword easily sliced through every monster that dared to attack her. The girl looked sharply in the direction of the heavy scream. A huge troll swung a club at the director. The man coolly stared at the creature that was trying to kill him. After that, he activated the immortal shield. After that, with the help of a shield, he destroyed the troll's weapon. Then he raised his sword, and he struck a lightning blow. The giant monster was cut into 2 parts. With a wave of the shield, each half fell to its side. Following the first monster of the same fate, the rest of the trolls standing behind the first one befell the same fate. The giant shield could not only defend but also attack. Therefore, she switched to another goal. She saw how hard it was for the rest of the hunters to fight back, their skills greatly reduced due to the debuff. New monsters kept advancing. No matter how much you beat them, there is no end to them, and if this continues, even support from abroad will not help them. Suddenly, the corpse of a burning monster began to fall from the sky in her direction. Nanes threw up her head in surprise. I dodged something huge. A huge bird covered in aura appeared in front of her. The griffin, one of the monster bosses, breathed fire. The huntress took a fighting stance. She knew that the griffin itself was not very strong, but its main feature was its fiery breath. The bird opened its beak and released a stream of fire. It will not be extinguished until it incinerates everything in its path. The girl ran to attack. Without the healing skill, any hunter who falls under his attack will immediately die, so you need to defeat this bird as soon as possible. A stream of fire filled the entire road. Some time ago, Satoru read the description of the debuff in shock. Muir thought about it and replied that, in theory, this is quite possible. He said that it is possible to activate the boss in an open dungeon. He looked ahead seriously. Due to the limitations on skills that use mana, he mentally turned to Kurosaki and said that this was a very sneaky move. Haruto picked up the bags of belongings and told Lucas that they couldn't waste any more time on this. At this time, huge dragons descended from the heavens on Tokyo. One of them landed near the squad of heroes and they started to run. Satoru picked up the bags and shouted that a wyvern had appeared right behind them. Nier noticed that they were now everywhere and they didn't have time to deal with each one. Haruto looked at the blonde man and asked him if he understood, so he offered to talk later. The hero got angry and asked why the guy was staring at him like that. He didn't have time to copy the holy sword, so he still hadn't seen how copying worked and wasn't sure if he should tell him about Michael. Lucas stared at him uncomprehendingly. The hero kept getting angry and shouting about how much time they had wasted. The whole sky was covered with creatures. Haruto looked ahead. He didn't know what the blonde man had cooked, but asked if he could use it on the creatures right now. He would like it too, but there was a time for everything. For a start, Haruto wanted to level up by killing the ground monsters. The fire flew directly at Nanes. She confidently ran towards the flames. Due to the fact that she was delayed, she would have to go through the fire breath. She decided that she could break through anyway. She would take damage, but in return she would be able to kill the griffin. Suddenly something caught her attention. The griffin flew up and began to fill block after block with fire. The huntress stopped abruptly. She looked ahead in surprise. She was covered with a shield. The director confidently walked forward, his huge shield dividing the flames into two streams. Takio frowned in displeasure. The hunter did not expect him to come to her aid. The man turned around and immediately ordered the bird's head to be cut off right away. The girl nodded curtly. She jumped high. The bird appeared from behind the wall of fire. The monster let fire out of its throat again. Everything around was on fire. The griffin flapped its wings, increasing the flow of fire. The huntress pushed off the road for another jump. She imbued the spear with the mana she still had, and it hit, landing on the hot asphalt. Nanes looked at the creature in shock. So as not to lose her head, the monster exposed the other part of her body to the blow. Suddenly, a huge clawed paw reached out to her. The blow fell on the shield. The huntress looked angrily ahead. The griffin began to kindle new flames for the attack. Suddenly, the monster noticed something behind it. To save himself, he jumped sharply. Portals opened under him. Takio jumped out from under him and asked if the girl was safe. Nane straightened up and thanked for saving her. The man grabbed his shield and replied that he wanted the best. But it turned out as always. The griffin looked at them from the air. The director noticed that now he would never come down to the ground, and if he missed the shield, they would never reach him again. The griffin screamed and spewed fire. Takio raised his shield with a frown, said that the monster would attack from the air. He told the girl to stand behind him. Nanes instead ran forward. She ordered to throw a shield at the monster. The director only grinned in response and answered under his breath, as you say. After that, he threw the shield at the creature. Nanes, thanks to her speed, was able to push off the shield and jump on the bird's neck. With all her strength, she struck, and the bird's head flew to the ground. The huntress landed successfully. The carcass of the giant bird fell to the ground and began to release poisonous gas. Takio said it was a great job. The girl noticed that a huge amount of miasma comes out of the griffin's body. After all, he is considered a boss, so this is not surprising. The huntress looked intensely to the side and assumed that the higher the rank of the monster, the more corruption it would exude. In other words, the more monsters they defeated, the more hunters would die from the infection. At that moment, another squad was attacked by an iron giant. One of the fighters turned around and shouted that without skills they could not defeat such a small trash. They needed to get the scroll as soon as possible. The mage opened the necessary parchment and demanded that his comrade not complain later. This was the last scroll they had, after which he ordered everyone to duck. A powerful beam in the form of a cross rushed forward and divided the giant into many parts. The mage fell to the ground with a torn leaf in his hands. The whole street was filled with filth. The hunter happily clenched his fist and asked why the mage did not take out the scroll right away. But he stood up and angrily asked if his partner was listening. Their scroll was the last. Suddenly, the hand-to-hand fighter crouched on the ground and began to cough up blood, holding his throat. The one who rejoiced suffered the same fate. The entire squad managed to poison themselves with purple gases. The mage covered his mouth and looked at the monster's carcass. from which the gas was emanating, he understood everything. At this time, Midser flew over them and said that the hunters were somehow too slow to think. She smiled maliciously and revealed that all the monsters are infected with miasma, and when they die, the miasma bursts out of their bodies, infecting people. She added that to survive, you need to fight, but instead they will die with them. New creatures began to emerge from the portals. The elf threw up her hands and asked not to worry, because there are still enough new monsters and there will be enough of them for every stupid hunter who tries to turn his sword against them. The dying hunter glanced at the villainess and mumbled that this would bring the whole country to an end. At that moment, Haruto appeared behind him and became indignant. He and his squad looked around. The hero shouted that the battle had not even begun yet. The hunter stared at the help in amazement. The guy approached him and took out a bag. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time. To begin with, he handed him a potion and asked him to drink it. Aoi grabbed the bottle and loudly said that the senpai should leave, because it was not safe here. But the hero went ahead and said that there was no need to worry about him. They would discuss everything later. The wounded hunter looked at the potion and at the rescuer in shock. He asked if the hero was the same Haruto he remembered. Bags with medicines were thrown onto the road. The hero smiled and said that they would need to deal with this stupid debuff first. After that, he sent hundreds of prepared messages and energy that reached every fighter in the city. The exhausted units had new hope. The skills were much weaker than the original, but at least they could use them. Everyone looked at Haruto loaded with bags of medicine. Everyone was surprised, because he was a useless Mononos. They seemed to want to kick him out of the Guild of Great Sages. But what had he just done? Takuo and Nanazi.at this moment, they held the line. One of the hunters correctly noticed that the debuff had not yet been removed. The hero was just using a skill that transfers mana to everyone around him. A skill that gives mana in such a huge amount. It came in handy. He cast a magic circle and said that they could now fight monsters. Morale immediately increased. Vital mana began to circulate on the battlefield. Midris watched him in surprise and tried to understand how the hero was able to pull it off. She sincerely believed that it was impossible. She turned around abruptly, looking for the cause of what had happened. Her attention fell on Haruto, who was the culprit. The monsters continued to attack the hunters. Now they could easily dodge fatal blows, even though mana appeared, but it was still not easy to fight with large monsters. Several warriors died from the sweeping blows. One of the hunters froze and began to study the movements of the enemy. He clamped the wound with his hand, shouted that if this continued, they would still lose. Something caught his attention. A squad of heroes loaded with bags, led by a small golem, ran past him. The guy looked at the guys who were running straight towards the horde of monsters in shock. What are they thinking about? The big monsters began to advance in formation. Satoru looked at them frightened and called Haruto, asked if he thought they had come too close to them. The hero threw off the bag and smiled, asked not to worry and asked not to waste time. It was necessary to take all the items out of the bags. Mir poured the stones out of the bag onto the ground. The golem did the same. The hunters looked blankly at how their comrades poured thousands of balls on the ground. They did not understand what they were thinking. Haruto threw out the contents of the bag and yelled forward, level up. The hero copied the golem cores. Nanace narrowed her eyes. Lucas watched in surprise at what his target was doing to kill. All the backpacks had ordinary balls in them. He could not understand what they were going to do with them. Suddenly, small golems began to crawl out of the ground. The balls continued to scatter in all directions, giving birth to cute creatures. It turned out that these are golem cores from snowy mountains, usually buried in the ground to make it difficult to find and destroy. The girl shuddered. She could not understand where the hero had so many cannonballs. The monsters began to growl and roar, stepping back. In a moment, they rushed to attack the small army. The hunters froze in place. One of them commented that the monsters destroy these dummies only like this, and although there were many of them, there was no sense in it. At that moment, the assistants climbed on one of the monsters. They began to dig into the skin with the help of small drills on their hands. They aimed at the eyes and vulnerable places. The first giant was defeated. The next monster, more agile, also could not avoid falling into the trap. Golems knocked out the creature's eyes. After a few seconds of struggle, the giants fell to the ground exhausted. Hunters ran up and finished them off. Now everyone realized that thanks to these babies they can defeat giants. Satoru turned to the hero and said that he would go to the rest of the hunters and help them in battle along with Mir. At this point, the level of the golems began to rise and they began to turn into much more formidable opponents. The guy smiled. Now he could share his feelings over a fairly long distance and give specific instructions to his assistants. Golems began to crush enemies with greater fury. Some of them began to unite. A huge mouth appeared. The hunter smiled broadly. Now he was going to deal with the wyverns with the help of the stone dragon. The creature opened its mouth wide and screamed. The fighters' mouths opened. They noticed that the golems had taken the form of a huge wyvern. Could they really do that? They couldn't understand why it was even able to fly. One of the creatures opened its mouth and released flames at its stone brother. The golem flew through the flames. He exposed the stone wings like a battering ram. And at high speed he crashed into the enemy. But after that, the dragon collapsed and fell to the ground. People hid from the wreckage. Few had hopes for the victory of the stone golem. Not everyone was able to withstand such a powerful flame. Haruto stared into the void in amazement. He realized that the wyvern could not be defeated by fair practices. So he decided to try a different strategy. With the help of the ability, he used the rebirth of golems. the dragon particles began to unite again. The hunters looked dumbfounded at the golems. Now their hero has shrunk. Someone decided that he could not defeat the creature this way. But then the skeptic's comrade pointed to the sharp beaks of the created creatures at great speed. They rushed forward. Someone was even able to remind someone of bullets. The wyvern fired fire at them. Nanace looked up. Maybe the hero had changed their shape and size, but she felt that it was useless against a wyvern. Suddenly, each golem spun on its axis many times and dispersed the flames around itself. A lot of fiery whirlwinds appeared in the sky. It was as if a bullet flew out of the center of each. The monster looked ahead in surprise, having stopped attacking. At that moment, the golems tore his carcass apart. Many other wyverns have suffered the same fate. Spinning, golems drilled through the bodies of winged creatures at great speed. It began to rain meat and blood. Haruto looked at the system window with a smile. His level had been raised repeatedly. After a few minutes, the sky cleared. The hunters noticed that the hero had killed all the wyverns. They could not believe their eyes. Nanace pulled all the fighters and told everyone to run to destroy the rest of the monsters. Haruto folded his arms over his chest. The sky cleared, so now they can deal with the monsters on the ground. His smile grew even wider, and from that moment on, he announced the start of auto-farming. He landed on the corpse of one of them. A golem ran to help him. The master followed them in surprise. He frowned under his mask as he recognized Haruto's work in these golems. He noted that despite their appearance, the golems proved to be quite useful. Suddenly one of them jumped in his direction. One of the assistants grabbed the master's shoulder. The rest of the golems followed him. A moment later, Gaklas was surrounded by several golems. Satoru flew past him and shouted that because of the master's stone skin, these assistants took him for one of their own. The master frowned ahead and asked if the hunter had a golem shield. The young man stopped and cheerfully replied that this was his master's first golem. He said that if he could level up, he would turn into the same armor as his master's. Gaklas looked at him silently and said nothing. New monsters were advancing. The master decided to himself that the armor from the golem was not even close to its stone skin. He leapt forward, throwing off his little assistants, and with a single blow tore the monster to pieces, after which he demanded that the golems not even be compared to him. The battle continued. Monsters lost one after another. Satoru looked at the remains of the huge monster in fright, and replied that he had no intention of making such a foolish comparison. Night fell, and Lucas was standing in the middle of an empty street. He looked at the severed head of the wyvern, noted that leveling the copied golems even allowed him to kill wyverns. That's the true power of control, see. He cursed at this curse to himself. Fear froze on his face. A drop of sweat rolled down. The guy understood that they would never come to this. But if Michael absorbed this power. Suddenly, the guy was called. Haruto ran up to his new comrade and asked if he had discovered the subspace. Lucas looked back at him angrily and asked if he was serious about offering him to betray the clan for the sake of completing his mission. The hero looked intently into his eyes and offered to talk frankly. He concluded that the blonde did not like it himself. Something seems to gnaw at him. So it was at their first meeting and even before all this. Kopershik knitted his eyebrows and said that they needed to focus on something else, namely to find the culprit who had discovered the subspace. The blonde grinned in response. He said that the hero was too smooth and spoke as if he knew everything, but in fact he did not know a damn thing. At that moment, the ground under his feet began to crumble. Clots of energy began to burst out and stretch towards the sky in the form of tentacles. They surrounded and caught Haruto, who tried to get out, stretching out his arm and asking for help. Lucas continued to dodge the attacks of the unknown creature. He realized that this was the skill of Midsir, a branch of Yggdrasil. If you get into these bonds, then the departure will work twice as fast. One of the roots began to reach out to the guy from the corner from which he did not expect an attack. The damned man pulled it out and ran away. He decided that if Midsir decided to resort to this skill, then the situation was going badly, which meant that they would be able to lure him out. His eyes fell on the rapier, which was working with dark energy. The young man decided that it would not yield to the hero. First he had to cut the fetters and release the hero. New roots popped out of the ground. They wrapped themselves around the blonde's arm. The legs were also trapped. Lucas's eyes flickered. He stretched his rapier arm as high as possible, the rest of his body almost completely swallowed up by the branches. The roots grew in size and towered over the entire district, spreading filth around them. The hunters looked around in bewilderment. They did not understand what it was. Nanace began to retreat. She realized that their squad was in a special zone. She noted an increase in the infection rate. The branches continued to grow. The girl looked carefully ahead. She assumed that someone was controlling these roots. High in the air, she saw Midsir's silhouette. The elf looked at her angrily. The huntress didn't understand what the elf was doing in their world. The dark lightning dissipated before reaching Takumi. Shirasaki frowned upon seeing this. Grinning, the man said that dark mana had its own characteristics. If you overcome your dependence on it and touch the abyss that lies beyond the edge, you can master it perfectly. The hunter narrowed his eyes. Takumi rushed at him, saying that he had overcome his addiction. The sword creaked across the barrier. The cracks spread along the barrier. The barrier fell apart. Shirasaki barely managed to dodge his opponent's sword. As blood gushed from the wound on his cheek, he realized that there was still a way to survive dark mana poisoning. He couldn't help but think of Soto and his horrible condition. The man jumped back. Takumi, smiling broadly, said that he knew what he was thinking. But not everyone could do this. For this you need to constantly absorb dark mana and have skills. He raised his sword. Ares formed a barrier and said that the enemy had an incredible amount of mana, and was able to absorb even black lightning. With a swing of his sword, Takumi unleashed a wave of darkness. A stream of mana rushed towards the couple. Shirasaki and Ares flew aside. A wave of darkness crashed into a high-rise building. The hunter frowned at the enemy. The latter, grinning, said that now his annoying skills were not an obstacle to him. Takumi rushed towards the enemy. Suddenly, he was frozen over. Ares stretched out her hand, forming a magic circle. Shirasaki asked the girl if the debuff had been removed, and she stood in front of him and said that the debuff had not yet been removed. She could use the skill thanks to the support of the hunter Haruto, who supplied everyone with mana. Looking at the ice structure, she said that she was only able to recover halfway, but it would be enough to stop the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Takumi cursed. His dark mana began to spread across the ice. A moment later, he tore the ice. The girl, having formed a magic circle, realized that her mana was still not enough. Ice stakes burst out of the ground. Takumi's face twisted with anger, as he said that the result would not change even if she used this skill 100 times. The man rushed towards Ares. Standing right in front of her barrier, he asked if she realized who she was fighting. He was the Bloody Tower Guild Master. The girl pursed her lips. Suddenly, the magic circle changed. A pentagram formed in front of the girl. Takumi chuckled, saying that she didn't seem to understand the situation at all, the dark mana being fueled by the normal mana. Dark mana spread across the hunter's sword. Immediately, the girl's pentagram dissipated. She immediately took out a scroll. Ares tore the scroll, activating the spell. A multitude of runes appeared in front of her. The man, grinning, said that her actions only made him stronger. Takumi attacked the barrier. The barrier of magic runes shattered. Shirasaki stood in front of Ares. He formed lightning spears. Lightning was in front of Takumi in an instant. The splinters were shattered by the dark lightning. The man was able to deflect the dark lightning with his sword. Ares formed a magic circle on the ground. Immediately, ice peaks parted from her. One of the peaks struck the man. He gritted his teeth. When the enemy was pinned down, Shirasaki said that he was not a guild master, but the head of a lousy group of assassins. Frowning, he asked Takumi how he got the shadow skill. He had better answer if he wished to die without suffering. Grinning, the hunter asked if this was the only thing he was interested in, if it was obvious only to him. Shirasaki froze, looking at the prisoner. Clenching his jaw, he ordered an answer immediately. Continuing to chuckle, Takumi said that Luca had taught him a couple of interesting things. Suddenly, the dark mana spread across the ice. A moment later, she appeared under Shirasaki's feet. A second later, he was completely covered in darkness. The man moved to the cave. His pupil had shrunk to the size of a pea. Soto was lying on the ground. Mitsuru stepped onto the battlefield. She frowned at the shackled guy. Approaching Lucas, she asked him when he managed to befriend the owner of Control+C. The elf snatched the sword. Looking at the sword, she said that she had already thought about not being able to get her hands on this sword today. The constrained guy asked if she had really gotten close to him for this. The girl turned her head and said that she also needed the power of Control+F to find Control+C. Pouring mana into the sword, she said that with the power of the Holy Sword and Control+C, she could save her house. Smiling, she said that in exchange for the sword, she would share a secret with him. There were cursed ones in the elven world too, and she was one of them. Lucas's mouth dropped open in shock. Bleeding with sweat, the guy asked if she also wanted to absorb the power of Control+C. The elf turned to the guy and said that unfortunately she couldn't absorb the curse from another world. But he could, you just had to kill it, and when the bearer of the curse died, it passed to the nearest bearer. The protagonist watched everything through the crack. Grinning, the elf said that the plan was simple to the point of banality. When Mr. Michael arrived, she would kill him and take 2 curses for herself at once. Lucas gritted his teeth, mentally saying that his family had been just another pawn to begin with. Suddenly, Haruto appeared behind the elf. She turned, sensing a threat. The root of the tree repelled the boy's attack. Throwing up her hand, she said that he was able to copy even shadow skills. Dodging his roots, the young man said that he now understood how she had discovered subspace and caused a riot in Tokyo. A spider's web burst from his back. The elf grinned. Raising her hand, she asked if this was all he could copy. Blocking the shackles of the web, she said that it was only a pathetic attempt. He would not even scratch it. Chuckling, the protagonist said that even with such skills, if you know how to use them, you can create something truly unique. System panels appeared in the air, reporting a fusion of skills. Claws began to appear all over the web. The elf's cocoon was torn apart. The girl jumped back. She stared up in surprise, mentally saying that a guy could not only copy the skills of others, but also combine them. This was indeed the strongest curse of all. The young man, finding himself behind the enemy, asked what it was like to fall from the skills that she had recently despised. Mitsuru turned around and said that now she wanted this curse even more. The protagonist suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder. He smiled, mentally saying that he would now be able to copy the subspace skill and take control of it. Suddenly, a system bar appeared, reporting that the subspace skill was not detected. The guy opened his mouth in shock. The elf grabbed him, saying that he would not be able to copy her skills. The girl threw Haruto away from her. Its tentacles immediately struck him. Lucas clutched his head, being freed. His pupils sparkled. although he was able to free himself thanks to the power of Control plus C. But without the Holy Sword, he would not be able to control the power of Control plus F. Arcs of electricity shot out of the young man's eye. He saw the figures of Mitsur and Haruto fighting, but a strange thread stretched from the elf. Shifting his gaze, Lucas realized that the thread was a connection to subspace, but it looked very strange. He couldn't help but open his mouth in amazement as he realized that he was able to analyze skills and parameters through the power of the curse, but unable to see the material essence. If he had a holy sword, he would be able to detect everything by the usual method. Glancing at Mitsur on the battlefield, Lucas suddenly realized that subspace was not a skill, but an item. The hunter Haruto is likely trying to copy the enemy's skills in order to gain control of the subspace. Turning his gaze to the protagonist, he decided that in this case, there was only one way in which he would succeed. Takumi tore the ice around him into pieces. Ares flinched in surprise. Looking at Shirasaki, the man said that he would remain in this state until he freed him. Now he could finish off the annoying fly. Rushing forward, he asked if she was Tomoki's daughter. Swinging his sword, he said that she had managed to inherit a great talent from her parents. But because of her temper, she had not been able to reveal it, and had ended her life like this. The girl formed a magic circle. Ice formed right in front of Takumi. When the ice broke up slightly, the man said that he would try to attack in a different way. Streams of darkness skirted the wall of ice. Ares immediately ran to the side. Takumi, who was at her side, said that running would not save her from death anyway. Ice crystals burst out of the ground. The man's attack was blocked. Grinning, he said that her stubbornness made him cry. Wrapping herself in mana, the girl said that perseverance is the most powerful weapon a person can have. The one who devotes himself to one path becomes truly strong. Throwing up her hand, she said that she could create more than just barriers. Takumi turned around. A huge block of ice fell directly on him. A second later, a huge block hit the target. The man, raising his hands, shouted. The cold air spread through the city. Takumi fell to the ground. Clenching his jaw, he said that she was crazy to throw a block of ice in the middle of the city. Did she really care about life? Suddenly, the ice began to bind him. Ares, approaching the enemy, said that people had been evacuated long ago, so no one was hurt, and besides, Master Shirasaki, like her, was dedicated to the same path. Takumi raised his head and asked why she was saying this. Suddenly, he saw a hunter with lightning bolts spreading over his body. Frowning, the man asked how he was able to get out. Shirasaki's pupil flashed. Gritting his teeth, Takuma asked if he had swallowed the abyss itself. Shrouding himself in dark mana, the hunter said that he would kill him with one blow, as he had promised. Dark lightning rushed towards the enemy. The man roared, startled by the attack. Takuma's corpse fell to the ground. Shirasaki remained floating in the air. Ares raised her head and asked if he didn't want to interrogate him. Sneering, the hunter said that it was no longer necessary. He had already learned everything he wanted. Sending him into the abyss was a mistake. After overcoming the red dark mana, he found a clue in his skills. He had already met them in the past. Sado Soto took the grimoire and asked his brother what he thought about this skill. Approaching Shirasaki, he said that he understood that the skill used dark mana, but perhaps it would be useful in the future. Shirasaki objected, saying that it was dangerous to master it. Only all kinds of killers and thugs used it. Smiling, the guy said that he was not like that, and there was nothing wrong with new opportunities. Sneering, Shirasaki mentally said that Soto had always been smart. Perhaps he had eventually managed to acquire dark skills. Perhaps after he left, he had found a way to overcome his addiction to dark mana. Forming a barrier around him, the hunter said that they needed to return to Haruto and put an end to this madness. Ares, flying after him, asked what he saw in the abyss. The man, smiling, said that he would tell everything later. He rushed into the distance, realizing that they had a chance to win. The protagonist was surrounded by tree roots. His body dissolved. He moved behind the enemy. The swords of the opponents clashed. Frowning, Mitsur said that she was tired of this skill. Suddenly, she plunged her sword into the ground. The mana of the holy sword rose up. Haruto gritted his teeth. Smiling, the elf said that the holy sword could dispel any dark skill. Frowning, the guy shouted, saying that it was about her skills as well. Raising her hand, the girl said that she was not addicted to dark mana, so she could use the skills without consequences. Tree roots shackled the protagonist. Mitsur immediately swung her sword. The young man repulsed the attack of his opponent. Suddenly, his sword broke. He realized that he couldn't fight her with an ordinary sword. Haruto summoned the long sword of the Karisi dragon. Mitsur's eyes widened. She immediately recognized a replica of Frederick's sword. The guy tore the tree roots. A stream of light rushed towards the opponent. When the dust cleared slightly, the figure of the elf appeared. Grinning, she said that this was what should have been expected from Frederick's sword. If it were a real one, she would have already died. The young man, raising his sword, said not to think that this was the end. He disappeared from his seat. The protagonist has moved to Mitsur. The elf grinned. Her body plunged into the portal. Haruto struck the air. A wave of mana rushed forward. Suddenly, a sword burst out of the portal. The holy sword pierced the young man's back. The young man dropped to one knee. Leaving the portal, the girl said that although the sword was close to the power of the original, it clearly lacked experience. The protagonist pulled away from his opponent. Frowning, he realized that it was also possible to teleport in the subspace itself, but he could not copy this skill. The guy summoned a healing potion. He drank it, thanks to which all external injuries were restored, but the internal injuries inflicted by the sacred force could not be healed. Haruto's face twisted with anger. Pouring mana into the sword, Midzer said that the elixirs of healing were created with the help of holy power. Even if he drank it, the wounds from the holy sword would not heal. This was its terrifying power. Crossing her blades with the young man, she said that he had to show what he had yet copied. Grinning, she said that he should have had aces up his sleeve. The protagonist, smiling, said that he had nothing else, but he would somehow manage. Suddenly, a sickle of mana rushed towards the girl from the side. She barely had time to put out the sword for the block. The holy sword flew out of her hand. The blade plunged into the ground a little to the side. Hellfire appeared on the battlefield. The elf raised her hand. The shackles of wood stopped the hellfire. The girl, gritting her teeth, said that the fight would not be easy. But why did she come from all the opponents? Blue flames filled the area. Nanace arrived on the battlefield. Standing beside Haruto, she asked if he had hurt himself, who nodded and said that he had nothing serious. Raising her spear, Nanace said that thanks to the golems, they had managed to kill most of the monsters. Master Takeuchi and the chairman would be here soon. The protagonist smiled. He knew that thanks to them, his experience would grow rapidly. Luke stretched out his hand to the sword. He raised his sword. Frowning, he mentally told Midzer that she would pay the price for using him and his family. Hellfire burned the trees. The elf, coming out of the portal, said that the power of the hellfire was certainly impressive. Stretching out her hand, she asked her opponent how long she could use it. Tree roots rushed to the pair. Swinging her spear, the girl said that her fire would be enough for these pathetic roots. Midzer waved her hand sharply. Nanace frowned. The roots burst out of the ground. Seconds later, they intertwined, sealing the enemy inside. The elf, looking at the intertwined roots, asked if she would be able to use the hellfire at such a distance. The sickle of mana has cut through the roots. Nanace, who swung her spear, said that she had more than just flames with skill. Midzer's face twisted with anger. The protagonist suddenly appeared behind her, telling her not to forget about him. A wave of mana erupted from his sword. Haruto jumped back to his partner. The elf calmly left the portal. Frowning, she said that now the games were over. The ground beneath the couple's feet collapsed. The buds grew right before our eyes. Pollen began to fly out of the buds. Summoning the flames, Nanace asked if she really thought she couldn't handle them. Hellfire engulfed all the buds. The flowers began to burn. Suddenly, one of the flowers exploded. Dark mana and pollen immediately spread through the air. The girl closed one of her eyes. The protagonist raised his hand, hiding his face. Grinning broadly, Midzer said that the concentration of dark mana emanating from these flowers was 10 times that of the roots of the corrupted tree. If they inhaled their scent, they would become addicted. The girl's body began to tremble. The protagonist, hiding his nose with his hand, mentally said that he should have copied the holy sword and not tried to get subspace. Suddenly, the holy sword plunged into the ground. Luke, pouring mana into the sword, used consecration. A bright light spread from him. When the dark mana dissipated, the guy stood up. In his hand was a holy sword. Nanace and the protagonist turned around and were surprised. Midzer gritted her teeth in anger. She waved her hand, asking the guy how she was supposed to understand him. Roots went to Lucas. He ran to meet them, saying that she had betrayed him first. How could she have enough conscience to ask such a question? The guy jumped on the root. The girl, seeing how he was running on the roots, asked if he really did not care about the fate of the family. The young man jumped, saying that from the beginning, his holy sword and curse had only been a tool for her. Lucas found himself right in front of his opponent. Many spears of the sword appeared in the air. The elf raised her roots and blocked the attack. Upon entering the portal, Midzer said that unfortunately for him, the power of the holy sword was not enough to kill her. The guy swung his sword and said that she had said that subspace was only a part of the dark grimoire. He would now personally check what would happen to her when he stuck the holy sword into her. The girl opened her mouth in shock. She ducked, saying she wouldn't let him do it. The roots broke out of the ground. A couple of roots struck Lucas. The young man was thrown aside. Cracks spread across the portal. Midzer's face twisted again with anger.